determine what the immediate future will look like, let alone the distant future, you are not going to invest. And that comes from one, policies, right? You've got to have policy environment where there's predictability, there's clarity. And I think Lagos has done a pretty decent job of providing this policy environment. The other thing that then comes with that is, even if there's policy, will it be consistently applied? Would it be applied to every investor in the same way? Again, very important that you can estimate that the policy affects everyone in the same way. But ultimately, it comes down to there has to be a level of respect between government and the investor community. Because in the absence of respect, the communication that would lead to the building of trust will not exist. So I like that Lagos State continues to convene, continues to come in for events like the Africa Social Impact Summit, and of course bring in all the critical stakeholders, their commissioners, the head of agencies, and we have brought in the investors leading to this conversation. So yes, without respect, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no investment.
What I'm taking home is the fact that you can trust the place to ensure that even after this government is over and done, the policies that are in place can support your businesses and allow your businesses thrive. That's my take home from today. Continuity, trust. Lagos is building trust in the hearts of investors, and of course communication. Lagos is trying as much as it can to communicate the opportunities it has to the world, to Africa, to West Africa, and then bringing people together to review these opportunities directly from critical stakeholders, in the governor's cabinet. And Lagos, to a reasonable extent, on a scorecard of 100, Lagos is 80% secure, comparable to other states, other climes across West Africa. Lagos is one of the most secure cities, one of the most secure locations in West Africa and in Africa. So for a state that's as secure as Lagos, investment is safe. It's necessary for investors to come in. And then you look at connectivity. Some of the biggest technology companies in West Africa, some of the biggest technology companies in Africa are situated in Lagos. So if you're looking at connectivity, your businesses cannot thrive in a modern day world, in the 21st century, without proper connectivity. And Lagos has the right connectivity. Lagos has the biggest tech companies across West Africa located in here. Then for investments to thrive, you also look at an infrastructure. The infrastructure, road networks, rail networks, the governor spoke extensively about water transportation. Our water networks, our road, our rails, electricity, our ports. Lagos has some of the biggest ports in West Africa and in Africa. They are all functional. They are all working. So these are some of the indices that people look at, investors look at, companies look at to put in money in any economy. And people talk about, the fluctuation in foreign exchange rates. That is a circumstance that's to a reasonable extent beyond the control of Lagos State. It's a global, I wouldn't say it's a global, I would say it's a countrywide, it's a nationwide problem. Even if you're not dealing with Nigeria, you're thinking about investing in other climes across West Africa. They also have their own challenges, which might not necessarily be, fluctuation in currency exchange rates, but there are other challenges that exist. So to a reasonable extent, Lagos has a lot of its challenges under control. And like we've always said, investors would always get their return on investment if they come to Lagos.
It's about time that we see a lot of philanthropic, long tenure development, investment in our environment. It's not about us today. It's about building for another 20, 30, 40 years. That should be part of a call that we have now. And it's only when you have this kind of committed investment that you can see that there will not be reversal, into the growth trajectory of your environment. And that's what we're doing.
Sanwo-Olu highlighted promising investment opportunities in transportation, tourism, health insurance, and waterways, affirming the state government's commitment to advancing ambitious development plans for these key sectors.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to the Themes Plus development agenda, which aims to create an enabling environment for businesses to grow and thrive in Lagos State. The governor stated this in his keynote address at the 9th Lagos Corporate Assembly.
Gathered in this hall are members of Lagos State's business community, comprising chief executive officers, CEOs, captains of industry, and leaders of business membership organizations for the 9th edition of the annual BOS Meets Business Community event themed Unpacking Barriers to Ease of Doing Business, Accelerating Business Growth. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by his deputy, Hamzat Obafemi. He commended the resilience of the business community despite the current global economic challenges confronting their operations.
The implementation of this agenda, we have initiated numerous policy reforms to facilitate business operations in Lagos. We are simplifying regulatory processes, improving infrastructure, and leveraging technology to streamline interaction between businesses and government agencies. Our goal, therefore, is to minimize bureaucratic blockages and create a seamless experience for all businesses operating in our state. A case in point was when the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, in collaboration with the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, worked to align the interests of a state agency with those of a platinum PEBEC member. I'm sure you know the company involved. This initiative facilitated a mutually benefiting working relationship by bringing both parties to the negotiating table in a spirit of fairness and equity. This collaborative approach is how we aim to continue working, fostering partnership between states, ministries, departments, and agencies, and members of the organized private sectors as allies in progress. As a government, we see this assembly as a crucial platform for public-private dialogue, where we collectively identify challenges, discuss solutions, and chart a course for sustainable economic growth and development. This is because we understand and recognize the power of stakeholder engagement and the importance of providing a listening ear to the business communities. Our resolve is to make this assembly a formidable platform for public-private collaboration, ensuring that your voices are heard and your concerns are addressed promptly. We are determined to turn the feedback we receive from you into actionable policies that will further ease the business environment in the state. Dear guests, I must commend the resilience of the business community despite the numerous challenges earlier highlighted, including the current global economic downturns confronting the operations. We have continued to innovate, adapt, and contribute significantly to the growth of our state. Your tenacity and entrepreneurial spirit are the bedrock upon which Lagos' economic success is built. So I assure you of our continued support as our administration is unreservedly committed to providing the necessary resources, infrastructure, and policies that will ensure your businesses not only survive but thrive. We will continue to engage with you, listen to your needs, and implement reform that will foster an environment necessary for your businesses to grow. Therefore, we assure you of our commitment to incorporating your feedback into our policy formulation and regulatory review, because this is the oil that wields our common and collective progress. So as we gather here together, let us all reaffirm our collective commitment to overcoming the barriers to ease doing business in our state.
Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose Modibem, spoke on steps taken by the ministry to ensure businesses to thrive in Lagos State.
Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, MCCTI, is in the process of constituting an ease of doing business team that will be tasked with interfacing with stakeholders in the business community via a one-stop shop virtual interface. This will be technology-driven to meet the demand of the highly digitized local and global investors community. The virtual one-stop shop interface will be enabled with robust connectivity to strategic global business gateways and to enhance the state of the global business communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the nation's commercial hub and economic powerhouse, we recognize that a wholesome operating environment is key to job creation, poverty eradication, and overall economic development. I, along with all my colleagues, am more than confident that the present administration, under the able leadership of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, will stop at nothing to sustain and further build on the current milestones achieved. We will continue to build on the major drivers of the state's economy, increasing the contributions of the manufacturing sector, road transportation, building construction, wholesale and retail, telecommunications, financial institutions, and real estate. As an implementing ministry, MCCTI will continue to interface with other ministries, departments, and agencies, here in the state, across other states of the Federation and at the federal level, including relevant local, international institutions alike. We will continue to collaborate with bilateral and multilateral chambers of commerce and industry to achieve and sustain the objectives of having an enabling environment where doing business in Lagos will be much more easier.
As in the tradition, participants had ample opportunity to get responses to some burning issues.
Private partnership. So, and I don't know if you followed it. It was advertised internationally and locally. About, I think, 15 companies bidded. It was narrowed down to one. So the preferred bidder, of course, the secondary bidder. Now, that was not even done by Lagos State government for transparency. So our financial people, I think, was Mawick or something. Our lawyers were Lani Ajayi. So we got private sector to look at the sector. Okay, so the process is ongoing, but so they need to also raise finance.
The government's unwavering commitment to improving the ease of doing business in Lagos State was reaffirmed during the day's engagements, which reverberated as a clear message.
And in line with this administration's commitment to providing quality, affordable, and efficient healthcare services for Lagos residents, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched the Ilera Eco Standard JARA Health Insurance Scheme. The governor also commissioned 5 Ilera Eco virtual booths installed across the state to improve healthcare across for the informal sector, including market vendors, artisans, and other grassroots stakeholders. Speaking at an event, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that these new initiatives mark a significant milestone in health insurance for Lagos State and Nigeria. He assured residents that his administration will continue to introduce policies and reforms to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the informal sector, which makes up to 70% of Lagos State's population, to take advantage of the new Ilera Eco health initiatives and enroll. This, he said, will help the high out-of-pocket costs and medical bills that many residents face. Governor Sanwo-Olu recently signed an executive order to bolster the new health initiatives. He now encourages all Lagos residents to enroll in the Lagos State Health Scheme.
After, the commissioning, and you've heard all of the stories of what it's been doing in the various communities, these booths are designed to bring healthcare closer to the people and to expand the reach of Lashman's health insurance scheme, Ilera Eco, across the states. It is particularly useful for hardworking market men and women who usually find it difficult to leave their stores or their shops, to leave behind their wares, or to take, a long trip to the various hospitals or health or our primary health facilities. Even when they're sick, they will now have this first-line health service in different informal businesses and clusters around. They will now have this next to them. I urge you to protect and maintain these facilities for the use of the community. I also want to call on other LGAs and LCD to support Lashman by facilitating the installation of more V-booths in these areas.
Oluwakemi Ogunyemi, the special advisor to the governor on health, commended the Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to health initiatives, emphasizing Lagos State's dedication to the lives and well-being of its citizens.
So we have included things like eye surgery. Cancer is now up to 5 million if you are under the scheme. We have increased the days of admission. We have added more diagnostic services and drugs. You will see that when we present today, it is a very, very robust plan, and it's still very affordable for the price that we are asking negotiants to pay. Even though we have the number, I think the pensioners are about 30,000 plus or thereabouts. We are currently in all the local governments. all 57 of them, registering them onto the scheme. And we are going to provide healthcare for them free of charge for 1 year. So the equity fund is going to serve the purpose.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and the program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. A lot of sports we're going to be talking about today, but principally, as you know, with this program we focus on the business side of things. Sports is big entertainment, but then sports is big business as well. Today we have a bumper package for you. We're going to be talking about tennis in Nigeria and all we need to do to return Nigerian tennis to the heights of the 70s to 90s when giants like Nduka Odizo, David Imonitie, Tony Moore, Sadiq Abubakar and the like were ruling Nigerian tennis and featuring regularly on the world stage. Today, joining us for this program will be the president of the Nigerian Tennis Federation, Mr. Dayo Akindoju, and Mr. Professor Sadiq Abubakar, who's an adjunct professor at the Florida International University at the United States of America. Both of them will be trying to dissect with me the tennis industry in Nigeria, what is happening as in the current status, and what needs to be done to further progress the sport in Nigeria. Nobody is in a better position to do so than the two guests that we have on the program today. Before we get started, I'm going to give you a short break, about a minute or so, to get prepared for what you're going to hear over the next 45 minutes. When we return, the business begins.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
You're welcome back to Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. Today, I'm flying solo in the studio, but we have two great guests that are going to be joining us via Zoom. The president of the Nigerian Tennis Federation joins from Abuja, and
We're here to talk about tennis in Nigeria.
President, I think a good place to start is what the status of tennis in Nigeria is today. What would you say is the status of tennis in Nigeria? Are we making progress? Where is the support coming from? Do we need support? Are we looking at the government? Are we looking at the private sector? Please.
Okay, thank you for this big opportunity. Tennis in Nigeria has been climbing positively, but at a very slow pace. What has happened in tennis over the years is a slow, very slow growth in all the major departments of tennis that has happened. Facilities, players, officiating, coaching, those four core areas, growth has been very slow. But even as slow as it is, we have had some progress in at least ensuring that the game is, the players are better engaged and facilities are improved. But the summary is that the pace of development has been extremely slow. And one of the major reasons is that there is no proper, structured, funded program that the federations can run easily. So what we'll do is to climb around relationships with a few corporate organizations and few individuals. Sadly, of course, government will hear funding even on their part is difficult. So I've been president for 7 years. I can be quoted that I have not received, or my federation has not received a dime from my supervising ministry. So
7 years.
We've been doing all we have been doing purely based on relationships with some few corporate organizations and individuals.
Okay, Mr. President, you say in 7 years you have not received a dime from the government. Is that did I hear you correctly?
Perfectly.
You know I'm trying to repeat that and basically amplify it. Is the fact that, out on the streets, people think that you guys in the federations collect all of these monies from government and you misappropriate them, So I think it's a bit of a surprise that you're saying money has not come in. And I think it's worth, echoing the sort of challenges you guys then face as a result.
You heard me very clearly. You heard me very right. I want to repeat it. I've been president since July 2017 till date. I have not received, or my federation, to the best of my knowledge. Of course, we have only one account, it's a TSA account, and funds that comes there, it's almost open to the secretary and the treasurer of the federation, and we have not. We have made several attempts to request for funds. Sometimes we're asked to make budgets and so on. We do them regularly, but like I said, and I'm repeating, as the president of the Nigerian Tennis Federation for the past 7 years, we as a board have not received any form of financial support from our supervising ministry.
So even when you play the Davis Cup matches and you have to travel out of this country, you fund that yourselves?
Absolutely. But sometimes we get support from our international body, the body affiliated to the ITF. So even the one we hosted recently, we got what we call the hosting grant, which is normally given to every host nations that is hosting any of the international tournaments that the ITF is hosting. So yes, we got this time $34,000.
Okay.
And of course, we had to look for much more money to ensure that we hosted and thankfully won, got promoted. So funds came from individuals and a few corporate organizations that supported us, and that's how we were able to host the tournament. And that's how we have been surviving. That's how generally, as a federation, we have been surviving. Again, I said I can be quoted. These things are verifiable. Out on the street is news that are unverified. Every year, personally, I don't want to brag about it, but I put lots of my personal funds into supporting. There's no year, minimum, maybe 50 million, sometimes 70, 80 million. But personally, from my businesses that I put together to support the games, of course, because of the passion, the tournaments we run yearly, and so on. So there are 3-4 major supporters in the areas of running some basic programs, tournament majorly. The Central Bank, for the past 46 years, has been running a yearly tournament. The last time, the cost of the whole tournament is 30 million. And before then, it was like 20 million yearly, and that's what we get. These are all verifiable, and of course, we have rain oil, we have the Dala Hard Court, and a lot of the other ones are like DavNotch, sponsored by a company called DavNotch. I don't want to mention the name of the principal. But this is how we have done whatever we have done so far. And then there are lots of private groups, like I would say one of the few academies we have. Not my idea of what an academy should be, but I mean, we are running as an academy. Oran Academy is out there doing a lot of support in the area of players. I mean, they take 6 or thereabout, now maybe about 10 players, they support.
Okay, let me bring in Prof at this point. Prof, you've heard the president.
Yes,
you've heard the president. And you live in a different environment. You live in the United States, and you've lived there a long time. What I want to understand is, what is a federation supposed to do for a sport in a country like Nigeria? And how do you grow the game, say for instance in the United States?
Well, it is sad to hear my president, go back and, to share the challenges, that he and his board are going through to develop tennis. It is true. I can confirm what he has said, because I'm always involved at the national level with some of the ministers and with this conversation, and I ask them why, and I never get a definitive response from them. Now, because we have two different clients, America, or the industrialized world, function differently, approach sports differently, especially America, right? Nigeria and Africa, we approach sports development, with a different mentality and the culture different. So we have to go into specifics, to really have a fully understanding of how these other nations prepare their athletes, right? We have to look at the macro level, and then of course at the micro level, discussion to understand. But I'm happy to hear, my president. We had a nice conversation last year about this time for about 20 minutes, and then I appreciate the honesty. And for the first time, I'm hearing specifics. So this is encouraging. And thank you for bringing us together. This is the first time in 7 years that a media organization, has brought us together. So this is very, very good.
Okay, so, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
What does the Nigerian government, first, should it be the government's responsibility to fund federations, for instance? That's number one. And number two, if it is their responsibility, what do they expect from you?
All right. There are two ways to answer that question. Ideally, like it happens in other climes, even in Africa, I can take Morocco as an example. Yeah, Morocco as an example. Last year I became one of the vice presidents of CAF. So we're at our inaugural meeting in Tunis this year, and the vice president in charge of the North, who is from Morocco, was chatting with me, and he said he's not getting support from his government at all. And I said, what do you mean? The government does not? He said, no. So they are giving him only 3.5 million euro in a year. What can he do with that? And, I was majorly embarrassed, because 3.5 million euro and you're complaining, I don't get one dime. And, I mean, these are conversations we had. So, yes, Ideally, there are two ways again I want to answer that question. When things are fully functional, when the awareness, the culture, the commitment of all parts of people that are supposed to be involved in sports, when they are fully realizable, government does not have to support in terms of financials. Okay. Because, again, I start culture. If we have a good culture of sports, let me not limit it to tennis alone. If we have a good culture of sports, we imbibe from age 5, age 6 that sport is part of our life, and sport is part of our culture, and sport is supposed to be part of our expenditure. You know, growing up, and then as you grow, you know that you should not go and watch a match free. You should pay to watch. So that culture needs to be created again. I can't really say it was fully there even in the times past, in the 70s and the 80s. Yes, we used to pay a token to go watch some football or some other matches or sports, but the culture needs to be developed and be imbibed early. So when you know that sports is supposed to be part of your life expenditure, that you budget to ensure that you pay to take part in sporting activities or to watch sporting activities, you know, it becomes part of you. It becomes easy. When somebody talks to you about sports, it's a sweet sound to your ear to say, oh, he came to ask me that, there is a game coming up, let's go watch, you know. It's something that that culture is not there anymore, or it's rather very low. So if that culture is developed and progress, which will take a long time, the way it is going now, because there are several challenges even on the way. Yeah. If that culture goes on, it will be easy for you to get sponsorship, for you to get participation, for you to get everybody to come together, the media, the coaches, the officials, everybody will jump at it easily. And so it makes the job easy. But
hang on a moment, Presido. Mr. President, see, that culture that you're speaking about, right? Who creates that culture? There's some people that will say that are interesting to young people and their parents, maybe from an early age. Then hopefully you can develop that culture, like you have said, from an early age through their lives. Who creates the culture?
Everybody in the sporting industry. Everybody, from the teachers in the primary school, because it's about interaction. Who do these kids interact with? And then what are they exposed to at that age? Again, I'll go to the other climes where it is working better than Nigeria. You know, you wake up in the morning and you find kids, five. It's part of them, because it's part of the kids and their parents. The parents wake them up and look, you have to go out, you have to go to work, you have to go for a walk, you have to go to play tennis, you have to go. So it's a culture that everybody must be involved in and generated from that childhood. But who are the people? Parents, number one. Number two, teachers. And of course, these are people that must have had ideas about sporting. Again, that is where the culture comes in, because the parents must even have the culture, or know the culture, or believe in the culture of sports to be able to impact it on the kids or the younger ones. So that is where it starts from. And then as it goes, the government too has a role to play, because a lot of these sporting facilities, a majority of them for Nigeria, are provided by the government. So, you know, even when you plan cities, you plan Abuja, you plan Lagos, you create areas for recreation where you can, of course, access such kind of facilities equally for development. So when you wake up in the morning and behind your house, you see a tennis court, you know, growing up. You will be inquisitive. You see people jump there every morning. One day, you as a kid, because you are exposed to seeing that, you will go there, and then of course you will get exposed to participation in that particular sports or sports generally. So it's everybody.
Okay,
it's
so
government.
Just before I go to Prof, yeah, you meet with government, you meet with the ministers, you meet with maybe the permanent secretaries. What do they expect from you as the president of the Tennis Federation?
What they expect, because it is, some of these discussions are very difficult to do with them, because you have had some Grand Slam events. That's what they expect, you know. Okay. But it's not going to happen that way easily until, like I said, we all come together and ensure that every department of every sport is taken care of.
Okay, so Prof, you've heard the president talk about all stakeholders coming together to advance tennis in Nigeria. You yourself are involved in a private initiative. You are an ex-international. You played tennis at a very high level, and now you're thinking of giving back to society. And you are trying to, on your own, muscle some of the former players, you know, to try and do something for tennis in Nigeria. Can you let us know what that is and how much progress you have made?
Let me put clarity in what my president just said regarding building a culture of participation, a culture of involvement, a culture of information sharing to develop tennis and tennis sports development in Nigeria. I've been very fortunate since 2009 to interact with government, the ministers, the DG, some permanent secretary. Just recently, I was very involved in writing the 26 National Sports Industry Policy. So I know the thinking, I know the mentality, and I know the challenges facing sports development in Nigeria, particularly sports. So I'm really excited to hear, from my president that this is what he and his board have been facing for the last 7 years, which of course I know, because I've always been involved with my late father in Adejimo, right? And then because of the wisdom, and then because of the education. Now to come back to what he was referring to about culture, right? Remember, in these industrialized nations, it is the middle class that sustain sports development. So this is very fundamental. In industrial nations, right, America, Australia, Britain, and all of that, right, government, they play a limited role in sports development. It's all in the private sector, right? So if you bring it back to the challenges we're facing right now in Nigeria in terms of the economic challenges and other cultural challenges, you begin to understand, what a lot of these sports presidents, including my president, right, are going through. So I'm very sympathetic to that. Now, coming back to your question of my role in the last 34 years, with that shifted, which is expected, from being critical, to now, being participatory in my stuff. And I'm glad, honestly, I'm glad that I'm able to, be having this conversation to let the president know that, look, he has already told me that last year that, yes, he believes in what I'm doing, he supports, division, but again, there are contracts. All of the people that are in the academy that he talked about, right? Their parents cannot even put food on the table. My parent cannot, are struggling to put food on the table. So we know that. So that is the angle that I'm coming from, and a lot of us that represented Nigeria. Remember, most of us are ball boys, right? So there's no level of arrogance now after we've gone through this and become successful. And that is the point the Federation has been missing as far as that is concerned, that there's no arrogance in my accomplishment, because my father cannot read and write in English, okay? He was a messenger to the federal government in Lagos, State House in Nigeria. So all of this information are coming to the president and the board, that yes, in order for us to come together, we must build relationship first. And that is the problem I see. The Federation in the past have not really taken the time to build relationship, because the perception is that, yes, we are either too critical or maybe our approach. And I told the president last year, that yes, there's ignorance on our part, there is this exuberance on our part, and we've matured and we can come together. So now, finally, to your point of mobilizing Nigerians, it's a tough job to mobilize Nigerians in the diaspora, tough job to mobilize Nigerians in Nigeria, and tough job to mobilize Africans to come in and then buy. But we're making progress. I'm really, really excited that the president came out and then spoke the way he has spoken, for us now to go back and rethink our approach and then come back, and then now that 7 years, going to, is in his 8th year, right? So I'm telling him, what legacy do you want to leave? Forget about, all the perception you've had about Sadiq Abdullahi, Unduko Diesel, and the rest of that, right? So put that aside. What do you want to leave behind, right? We're going to be working on the guidelines for the National Sports Federation. If things are going the way I am being, in the conversation I'm having, to look at the new guidelines that will, and then the plan that will allow, government to respond to what he just said. So for me, I'm in touch with the minister himself, the current minister, right? Who's spoken 2 or 3 times, and and hopefully those things that he mentioned can be addressed appropriately, bringing them together. I'm involved, like I said. I know what the problems are. I know what the solutions are, right? But I cannot do it alone, right? You have to trust me. I have to trust you. And if there are benefits, let us share those benefits, And I like one thing again, before I stop, right? He gave us specifics about what the grant he gets from ITF, right? And then the politics within the CAF, which I know all of these things because, a lot of people privately and I ask questions, right? So for that alone, my respect to the president. So this is some of this problem can be addressed, right? If we all come together.
Okay. Today you are a president who, can afford to chip in substantially if when the need arises. But what if tomorrow we have a president who is not financially as strong as you are? What is he going to do? All right, that's number one. Number two, if the government is not coming up with money, how do we then raise capital for the sport of tennis in such a way that the federation can be self-funding and entrepreneurs can make a lot of money out of this? Remember what Professor Sadiq Abubakar said when he said in the developed world, it's the middle class that sustains sports development. If we take that and we add it to your point about culture, if we can grow the culture and add that to middle class interest, sports can thrive in Nigeria, and tennis would be one of the top sports without a doubt. So we take a short break now. When we return, we focus on the money.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, then go beat you.
You're welcome back to the program. You're watching Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga, and we're reaching you live from Plus TV Africa's studios in Lagos. All right, on the program with me today, we have the president of the Nigerian Tennis Federation, Mr. Dayo Akindoju, as well as former international and adjunct professor of Florida International University, Professor Sadiq Abubakar. Now, President. Sorry?
Abdullahi.
Sorry, Sadiq Abdullahi. Anyway, sorry about that. Okay, so to the president, President, you know that internationally, many of these tennis tournaments that we see are either owned by private investors or by clubs, community clubs or communal clubs, country clubs. These guys come together to organize these tournaments, not just as charity, but as business, because they make a lot of money from this enterprise. Wimbledon, for instance, is a private club. It organizes Wimbledon, which is the richest Grand Slam in the world, and they say, based on what I have read, that Wimbledon, the All England and Croquet Club, I think, that owns Wimbledon, makes 98% of its revenues every year from the 2 weeks of Wimbledon. Why are the clubs in Nigeria not taking a leaf from that to organize their own tournaments and then probably make money from this, seeing that most of their members are high-ranking members in society?
Well, again, thank you so much. Again, I'll come back to the thing about culture. Culture of sports. That culture that I've been hammering on, it's not just in playing the game. It's understanding that you should, as a human being living on earth, contribute financially and otherwise to anything about sports in your country. It's a basic thing that if it is not there, then no matter what you do, because I'm coming to approach you to talk to you about tennis. It is easier when you already know that tennis exists, number one. Tennis is important, and it is my responsibility to support the development of tennis. You are prepared. You are a prepared vessel that approaching will be easy, and so further conversation will almost automatically fall in. But now, a lot of people, of course, we have over 40, 50 different sports in Nigeria, but let me stay with tennis. A lot of people know that tennis exists as a sport. A couple of people, too, partake in tennis purely for recreation. But the well-to-do, people that can bring out funds to support the developmental part of the game, are generally very, very reluctant for a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to go the negative. Maybe they have been beaten because, of course, there are several federations Some federations go take money, they don't do what they said they would do, and then when another federation goes to the same person, everybody goes to Dangote, everybody goes to Otedola, everybody. There are few names, among the big set of names, but there are others anyway. So at the club level, even at the club level, we have a lot of people. I run a club too in Abuja Country Club. We have a lot of people there that can come together easily. So the first question is that culture in them? The culture is not just playing, it's in participating in the development of the game. So that part is still very gray. People that has that it's not people with money, but people that has that what it takes to give. You understand? Because they believe that if you support tennis or if you support sports, there is a future for the kids you are supporting and for the games entirely. They are very few.
Yeah.
They are very, very few. So what we have done and what I very much hope very soon I'll get people of like minds with us and a couple of other people is there's one thing we need to do. I don't know if you remember one conversation we had, Clem. Set up something that will attract everybody to know that, so this is possible. This is possible in Nigeria. A Nigerian can play at the Grand Slam level.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. We just hosted the Davis Cup, and for the first time in a long time, we got promoted to Group 2, World Group 2 stage. Which is like the next to the stage, World Group 1, which is the highest level Nigeria ever got to. Sadiq was part of that team in 1988 or 1989 that they got to World Group 1. If you know the number of calls and people that want to see me, that want to talk to me about tennis, that want to associate with me about tennis, especially like a kid that nobody believed in, became the revelation of the tournament. I'm talking about Michael Ahmad, Emmanuel, and a couple of the other players. It has brought activity and prominence and, of course, engagement on the sports to the federations. And we are taking them one by one. So there are several approaches. But one approach, which is very, very important, is to do something that will prove that with proper, structured, and funded program, we can achieve success. Once success is achieved, people will run. That's one thing about Nigeria and, of course, everywhere in the world. Once they see that a Nigerian is doing well, out of any sport, everybody runs to that person and of course that program. So I'll go back again to Oron Academy. Oron Academy started 2-3 years ago, and they took 3, 4, 5 players that they noticed had potentials, got 3, 4, 5 coaches around them, gave them everything, made them play tennis, made them go around the world, participate in ITF junior and then of course now senior tournaments. And then as that went on, a player that was not very well known became and is today the #1 player in Nigeria, which means it's possible when people are groomed with the proper pathway as it is there, with programs. It's possible to achieve, excellence.
Okay. So
that's what it is basically. Do an event, a couple of them, if possible, and this is where it doesn't have to be with the federation. If Sadiq Abdullahi, for example, brings 4, 5, of course, I hear Nduka Odizo is coming. He sent me an invite to Lagos to run a clinic and do some programs. Nduka Odizo has a very good brand. You know, he's a Nigerian that, as of today, I think only one other person has gone. Everybody wants to go and see him. When Serena Williams came and her sister came to Lagos Law some time ago, everybody, I know so many people that flew from Abuja to Lagos to go. So people run towards a success story. Okay. So as we start to have that thing, pocket of them here and there, and see that, with little support or with something happening around somewhere, good results can come out. We see that culture get developed, and funding will follow.
Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, I understand culture. I understand the fact that, people need to do a bit more. Especially the people in the tennis community, as you have highlighted, to know that, look, if you're playing the game, if you love the game, then, it makes sense for you to invest what you can to ensure that future generations benefit from, from what you leave behind. Turn to, who do we really turn to for guidance? There's a question I think I should ask the president before the board. I'm going to ask you. Please respond to what I have to say. Then maybe we'll go back to the president. And I'm going to ask you the question. Okay. Maybe the president will have. Now the question is, who is supposed to have a roadmap, a master plan of how tennis is supposed to get from ground zero to the top, and where each stakeholder fits in, right? So that's one question, Prof. Mr. President, you can answer that as well.
We have the Federation has that incidentally, we have them in multiple platforms.
Okay.
There is the biggest one, which is from the ITF. It's drone. You only adjust to suit your own local conditions.
Okay.
The pathway for development is very clear. You take a typical ITF tennis site, you will see everything about development of tennis in every department. And we have that document. But again,
is that document tailored to the Nigerian realities?
Exactly. It is tailored towards that. We have those documents. We have had them. We have reviewed them. The documents that are not because the document too only gives you guidance of how to run these things. But if the funding for each part of the thing is not readily available, or you don't have off-takers to take some part of the funding, for example, media, because they are part of the program, the developmental program, or physiotherapy, or any of the departments, for example. If you don't have all off-takers taking all or some of these things, you find out that you start, this side is working, the other side is not working, and of course you need a full robust thing where from the local government to the state government, and of course to the academies, to the clubs, is an all everybody participating to ensure
who is the champion of this? Is the federation that
of course it's the federation. It's the federation that
okay, so let's go to Prof now because of time, so that I can have his say. Prof, you live in a different country where things work, I imagine, as they're supposed to. What would you suggest, based on what you have heard so far, is the way to go in the Nigerian situation? Do we forget about government and just totally focus on the private sector? Do we get the clubs on board? That's the communal clubs, the do we get, what do we do?
Well, first of all, you're correct. The full name is Sadiq Abubakar Abdullahi, right? So that needs to be very clear. I like those three to go together right now. Because it gives me my professorial distinction between tennis player and the academic guy. Okay, listen, there are five areas that the president has gone through. He started with moral aspect, linking to the corporate social responsibility of individuals, corporation getting involved, right? That's the moral part. Then now we're going into the substantive aspect of our discussion, which focuses on what? Technical, strategic, political, and economic aspect of sports business and particularly tennis business. So let's make sure we put them, compartmentalize them well so that we can understand and then bring the pieces back together in order for us to be able to to measure what we're doing. Now let me go back to your question and clarify, right? Now, the International Tennis Federation is the big boss. The president is correct. If you go to their website, everything is there. Guidelines and guidance are there for all of the partners, all of the countries. Let me go back to your Wimbledon reference, right? The British Lawn Tennis Association, in partnership with that club, they work together to now the right for Wimbledon, right? The USTA organizes the US Open. The Australian Tennis Federation organizes the Australian Open. The French Open organizes that. So let's understand the relationship. It goes back to what he's saying regarding culture, right? There's no argument about that. We must build a sustainable culture in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve. So that is number two. Now, coming back to Nigeria, he has said everything. I mean, look, these are conceptual discussions. We've had this conceptual, we're talking about, what to do, how to do, and all. We've been saying that for years, so it has come, and like I said, I'm happy. It has come to a point. He got to before he became the president, there are over 10, 11 other presidents, since 1960s that have been, coming up trying to figure out, what to do. But we're having a different conversation today because Ndụka Udizo that you said is coming, Tony Moore and all of that, and then Arum Academy that he mentioned, right? They are being given opportunity now. He's highlighting all of them now, to bring them into the culture. Now, let me be very clear and let me draw distinction between the role. The Nigerian Tennis Federation role is encompassing. So if it's looking for Abdullahi to come up with his little stuff, it's just a piece of it. Ndụka Udizo organizing a clinic is just organizing a clinic to raise awareness of tennis. So if Arum is having an academy, right, and they're helping the little kids and all of that stuff, it's just a little 0.1% of what the Nigerian Tennis Federation, ought to be doing based on the template of the ITF. Now, what I'm hoping to hear is that now that the president is now, I like what I'm hearing, is trying to bring everybody together, right? I think the first thing is, to have a meeting, a Zoom meeting with all of these people that he just mentioned. And then let's see how each of them can contribute to helping him, and then to me, that transparency and accountability and all of that, now the Nigerian, people like me that have a lot of network and a lot of contacts, then I can now project that look, there is a new repositioning, rebranding of Nigerian tennis by bringing this people up. Again, we must clearly define the role of each person. We cannot be fighting the president. I mean, I've fought the president, all my life. And, at this point, you want me to be fighting the president or fighting the system? right? So for me, Sadiq Abdullahi, he's not going to do that now because I don't need the Tennis Federation to do anything for me, right? So for me now is to work with the president in order to, again, I know my role. I know theory, I know practice, and then the business of tennis or sports development can be achieved only if we can package what we just talked about and then present it and market it to Nigeria and the rest of the world.
Okay.
This partnership will come.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much for that. Presido, we've run out of time actually. So we've come to the end. If you have just a final thing to say, very quickly, 30 seconds, and then we can.
Two areas that I'm looking out to desperately get funding from is the lottery fund, the Lotto fund in Nigeria. Of course, that's an organization that should be able to support sports development, and then of course CSR from very big government parastatals, because CSR is meant to support anything around whatever you're doing. I mean, I expect customs with whatever they get, and they have a budget for CSR, give sports, because it's part of what those funds should go for.
Okay, yeah, fantastic, Mr. President. And on my part, I think that the government should think a bit more about sports, because Oktoberfest that is coming is, likely because our young people are not productively engaged, and sports can do a lot of that for the government. It's also a great distraction that leaders across different civilizations have used to put people in check. All right, it's been fantastic having both of you on the program. Mr. President, I thank you. Professor Sadiq Abubakar Abdullahi, I thank you also. Yes, I thank you also for joining us again. Of course, we're going to engage more in the future, but until that time, this is me, Orufuo Ezaga, saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the news update. The federal government has said there is no longer a need for the planned nationwide hunger protest scheduled for August 1 to 10, 2024. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said this while addressing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Monday, presided over by President Bola Tinubu. Idris stated that the government is already addressing some of the demands made by the aggrieved Nigerians and making efforts to make sure that food is made available. The minister said the president believes that the government is answering the questions being asked.
The position of the Federal Executive Council is that most of the demands that the protesters are making are actually being addressed by the federal government. And therefore, it is the view of government that there is really no need for the protest again. Indeed, the president is already protesting on their behalf by doing those things that they want the government to do. For example, the effort that government is making in ensuring that food is being made available. There is also rice that is being sold at about 50% of its cost. Centers have been created so that those who need this rice can go there and buy this rice at 40,000 naira. In the first instance, about 10 trucks are being made available to each of these states. The government has not pretended that these supplies are indeed enough, but these are necessary first steps that are being made.
President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, on Monday blamed the planned nationwide protest against the rising cost of living on politicians who lost the 2023 elections, alleging that they are intent on coming to power through the back door. The Senate President made the comment at the Presidential Villa, Abuja, shortly after the signing into law of the new National Minimum Wage Bill by President Bola Tinubu during his week's meeting of the Federal Executive Council meeting. Stressing the need for those behind the protest to abandon it, he appealed to the nation's youths.
So I want to use this opportunity to call on those who are attempting to foment trouble, that you have a right to protest. It's your fundamental right. It is there in the Constitution, but you don't have a right to destabilize the country. The right to protest should not be turned into a right to unleash violence. It's very clear that people who are already very amorphous, very faceless. So what it means is that people are preparing to loot and go around and do all sorts of things. Where we are today was not caused by 1 year's administration. It is the outcome of years of insecurity. Many people could not go to farms for almost 10 years and all that, and the president has risen to the occasion. I'm excited that, yes, indeed, the government is doing what it should. And we, the leaders in the National Assembly, we are touching our various constituencies. So my appeal to the Nigerian youth is do not allow any group to mislead you politically. People who probably did not have their fortunes in 2023 election are thinking they can come to the back door. That will amount to anarchy. Any destruction of any property will cost Nigeria money. And we don't have the money. Instead, let's put the money in developing you and developing your environment instead of going to rebuild.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has appealed to youths in the nation's capital not to join the planned August and bad governance protest against hardship and economic woes. The former Rivers State Governor had last week said the FCT was not available for any protest, attracting a barrage of strong reactions from youths who vowed to stage a rally at Eagle Square come next month. However, the minister appeared to have soft-pedaled in a town hall meeting with youth stakeholders in the Buhari Area Council of the FCT on Monday, when he urged them to talk about their grievances and shelve the planned nationwide protest. Area Council chairmen, traditional rulers, religious bodies, representatives of women and youth groups were present at the meeting. In his welcome address, the FCT minister appreciated those present at the town hall for embracing dialogue, even as he maintained that President Bola Tinubu continues to do his best to move the nation forward. On infrastructure development, Wike announced the president's approval to create a youth secretariat in the FCT administration and police stations in each area council in the nation's capital. He called on youths in all area councils to shun the protests and embrace dialogue, assuring them that things will get better soon.
I don't want anybody to go out on the road. Will you go out on the road? Are you joining them for the protest? Are you joining them for the protest? So you want us to talk? You want us to talk? We must talk. All those roads will be commissioned this December.
Will directly benefit. I continue to urge them to be calm, to be patient. This government is fully prepared to turn things around.
Niger State youths have stormed the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway to protest the country's rising cost of living and the removal of fuel subsidies. They chanted anti-government songs and displayed placards with messages like "Fuel subsidy must be back," "Stop anti-masses policies," "Enough is enough," "We are not slaves in our own country," and "Hardship is unbearable." The protest comes 3 days ahead of the scheduled start date for the nationwide strike on August 1, which has seen the government and stakeholders plead for calm and patience from the President Bola Tinubu-led administration. The government has warned that the protest could be hijacked by hoodlums and escalate into violence. Chairman Independent National Electoral Commission Professor Mahmood Yakubu has charged political parties and their candidates for the Edo and Ondo governorship elections to comply with the established rules. He voiced his worry about the hostility and tension that are defining the campaigns. During the quarterly meeting with the political party leaders on Monday in Abuja, Yakubu also brought attention to the recent attacks on the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate in Edo State, which led to the death of a security officer. The INEC chairman also pointed out that with only 53 days remaining until the Edo State election, some political parties had still not submitted the list of their polling and collation agents, even though the portal was set to close today, Tuesday, July 30. The INEC chairman revealed that the additional bimodal voter accreditation system machines have been provided to Edo State for training election duty personnel and contingency support on election day. Yakubu added that after completing the continuous voter registration process, the register was displayed for claims and objections from citizens. He explained that data cleanup was performed using the automated biometric identification system, and the final register for the 2024 governorship elections in Edo and Ondo states Chairman of the Inter-Party Advisory Council, Yusuf Dantale, stated that as a key player in the political process, IPAC remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring electoral integrity. He added that the organization is dedicated to upholding the sanctity of the ballot box, respecting the will and mandate of the people, and promoting political stability and the well-being of Nigerians. Dantale emphasized that IPAC's efforts are focused on maintaining the credibility of elections and supporting the democratic process to benefit the entire nation. The IPAC chairman called for the immediate scrapping of the state's Independent Electoral Commission as a way of deepening democracy in the country, saying the charade called elections they're conducting is an aberration, a dent and mockery of the emerging democracy, a waste of taxpayers' money, and ought to have been channeled to developmental projects.
The final register for the 2024 governorship elections in Edo and Ondo State are being finalized. Before the end of this week, the Commission will publish the final figures of new voters in the two states, as well as their distribution by gender, age, occupation, and disability. Thereafter, the timetable for the collection of uncollected PVCs from previous registration and new registrants from the latest CBR will be published. 14 political parties have uploaded the details of 38,354 polling agents and 819 collation agents for the Edo State governorship election. 3 parties are yet to upload a single polling agent, while 5 parties have not uploaded a single agent for ward local government or state collection centers. The deadline is tomorrow, Tuesday, 30th July 2024, when the portal automatically shuts down at midnight. I urge you to ensure that you meet the deadline so that the Commission can produce the accreditation tabs and deliver them to you for distribution to your agents in good time.
IPAC commend the recent financial autonomy granted to the 774 local governments in Nigeria following the landmark judgment of the Supreme Court. It will go a long way in transforming the nation and providing basic social amenities to citizens at the third tier of government. To further deepen democracy at the grassroots level, IPAC demands the immediate scrapping of State Independent Electoral Commission. The charade called election the conduct is an aberration, a dent and mockery of our emerging democracy. IPAC called for the amendment of the Constitution and the Electoral Act to empower INEC to conduct all local government polls. Council rejects the proposed bill by the Senate to create the so-called Local Government Independent Electoral Commission, bearing in mind that it will be another SIEC in disguise. It is unacceptable, it is ill-conceived, another electoral jamboree that will impede the nation's democracy and waste public funds at a time when citizens demand a smaller government to reduce the cost of governance at all levels.
Time is set to contribute to the world's decarbonization efforts, according to Rio Tinto. Lawrence de Chambenoy, head of the external affairs at Rio Tinto, said in a speech in the capital, Conakry, that an iron content of nearly 65% and few impurities, Simandou project will make Guinea a key player. At an event to mark the second anniversary of Campagne du Transguinea, a joint venture set up by Guinean government and its industrial partners to develop the world's largest iron ore reserve, de Chambenoy added that Simandou can be refined using less energy-intensive technologies that emit less carbon dioxide during the transformation into steel. The special purpose vehicle is owned 42.5% each by Rio Tinto and winning consortium Simandou and 15% by the Guinean state. The project entails the exploitation of 8 billion tons of iron ore deposit with an estimated annual output of 160 million tons, according to Jiba Diakite, chairperson of the Simandou Strategic Committee. The project plans as much as $15 billion investment in the mines, a port, and a 650-kilometer railway, of which 100 kilometers has been built so far. Outside Africa, Vice President Kamala Harris makes her first trip to Georgia as a presidential candidate on Tuesday, where she is expected to rally with rapper Megan Thee Stallion. With less than 100 days left in one of the least predictable campaign seasons in recent history, Democrats are polling voters in swing states anew and redrawing their map into victory. Some Democrats now see Georgia, which Democrats barely won in a hard-fought battle in 2020, as a possible victory again in 2024. Harris will hold a political event in Atlanta at 7 p.m. EDT, the White House said, without providing more details. Megan Thee Stallion will join Harris in Atlanta, Billboard, Opens, New Tab, and Rolling Stone reported, citing a source. Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff said on MSNBC over the weekend that Harris' entry into the race has put Georgia in play for Democrats and predicted she will win. Swing states like Georgia are fiercely contested because they can lean either to Republicans or Democrats and play a decisive role in presidential elections. 538, the poll aggregation site, shows Republican Donald Trump leading Harris by between 1 and 5 percentage points in survey taken after Harris became the likely Democratic candidate. In business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has announced that it will publish the names of owners of unclaimed balances in dormant accounts that are being transferred to the Unclaimed Balances Trust Fund UBTF pool account. In a statement titled Frequently Asked Questions on the Guidelines for the Management of Dormant Accounts, Unclaimed Balances and Other Financial Assets in Banks and Other Financial Institutions in Nigeria, the CBN provided further details. Unclaimed balances refer to accounts balances and other financial assets that have remained dormant for a minimum of 10 years in the books of financial institutions, FIs. They qualify for transfer to the CBN. The guidelines also cover dormant accounts which are distinct from domiciliary accounts Accounts eligible for dormant status include current accounts, savings accounts, term deposits in local currency, domiciliary accounts, deposits for shares and mutual investments, prepaid card accounts and wallets, government-owned accounts, and others are specified by the CBN. In entertainment news, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's son, Pax Jolie Pitt, is recovering in hospital after a scary e-bike accident in Los Angeles on Monday. A 20-year-old collided with a car in Los Feliz Boulevard, sustaining head and hip injuries. Paramedics initially feared a brain bleed, but Pax is now in stable condition. The incident serves as a stark reminder of the importance of road safety, especially for bike riders. And finally, sports news. The Tigers point guard Ezinne Kalu fired a warning at opponents after spearheading a ferocious defense in Nigeria's 75-62 win over Australia in the 2024 Olympics Women's Basketball Tournament Group B opener in Lille on Monday morning, Sports Extra reports. Winning their first ever game in an Olympic group phase brought so much joy to Kalu, who could barely talk after the game fired a warning at the next group opponents, Canada and France, telling FIBA.com that the African champions smell blood wherever they are on the court. The team's head coach Renee Wakama is also basking in the euphoria of the historic win as she hailed Kalu for putting up a top draw performance. She said she brought her experience and her fresh mind. It was an epic performance from the Tigers as they recorded their first Olympic success in 20 years, as well as making history by coming out of the top of a group phase game for the very first time. Defensively, the Tigers were warriors, a fact not lost on Kalu, who made a special return to the national team after a 3-year gap to claim 19 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Nigeria now face France and then Canada in their next Group B fixtures. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything.
But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave, and when it is now sickled, it's cut, it's sickled. You know, like a sickle, that means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to
medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. There is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. But if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And some people, there are some instances where you lose a job.
I wouldn't say it has been easy for with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult red blood cells. So that's the major treatment. The other complementary measures are just palliative people, right? Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's a woman's fault.
They're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not going to jail. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind of. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for to use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, yo, forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, that helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity, I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong, if you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar, your hangout for all genres of literature. I'm so excited to be back here with you to talk about books and poetry. So what have you been reading? I want to hear all about it. Today at the bar, we'll be visiting India through the pages of a book so well written that has garnered a few prizes, most notably the Man Booker Prize in 2008. It has also been turned into a movie. This genre is satire. I think authors fall back on satire to tell us some hard truths. Laughter mitigates the pain of our sad reality. So grab that cup of tea or your glass of wine and let's get lit, all right? So I'll see you right after the break. Welcome back to the Literary Bar. Drum roll, please, as I present my all-time favorite, The White Tiger by Aravind Adiga. This book won the prestigious Man Booker Prize in 2008. Adiga was born in India in 1974 and attended Columbia and Oxford universities. He was a former correspondent for Times Magazine. He lives in India currently. Since the publication of The White Tiger, he's written other notable works such as The Last Man in Tower and Between the Assassinations. I love him so much, I have the second one. Our protagonist in this book is Balram Halwai. His parents were too poor and despondent to name him, so his teacher named him Balram. His caste determined his name and ambition. Halwai is a sweet maker, but the reality of their life was bitter, abject poverty. Balram was such a clever student that a school official called him the White Tiger, a species of tiger that is seen once in a century or more. He goes from brilliant schoolboy to a cunning but loyal driver, then a murderer and an entrepreneur with a philosophical bent. Balram became a sociopath that generously offers you his shoes for you to walk in. This book is written as a letter addressed to a visiting premier of China, Premier Jiabao, to India on an official assignment. For 7 nights, Balram reconstructs the story of his life, highlighting the effects of corruption in government, official whitewashing, the caste system in India, and social inequality, political brigandage, we call here area boys, area fathers, and injustice. From the education inspectors to hospital administrators, politicians, institutional corruption, the whole city is washed out in the effects of bad leadership and mismanagement. Balram also has a disdain for religion because none of the numerous gods, he named about 3,000 gods, and then the Christian and the Muslim god, none of them were able to save him or his mother. The slum landlords wreaked havoc in the region and defined the trajectory of his life with devastating consequences, as you'll find out at the end of the book. Recently, in India, in real life, 2 women were partially buried alive over land dispute in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, in India. And also, we are very much aware of the Ambani wedding that happened. About $600 million was invested in this wedding in a country where the people are suffering from total, abysmal poverty. One defining metaphor in the book is the rooster coop, a story that outlines the relationship between the teeming, loyal, but disposable servants to their unappreciative masters. After his master tries to make him take a fall for his wife's drunken car accident, Balram realized that his loyalty was misplaced. Thus, when his master tried to bribe another corrupt government official, Balram literally struck his master dead, and escaped with the loot to start life as an entrepreneur. He is also reliant on the voracious appetite of the insatiable corrupt police officers to operate freely in the society. I'm going to read some excerpt from this book when we come back. So join me. Refill that cup and join me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to give you some very little excerpt to tell you more about this character that tries to define what corruption has done to him. If there's any other way to define Balram, it's just to tell you that corruption breeds its own. When leaders or people in power choose not to do the right thing, the wrong thing comes back to bite them. And this is how he describes his life as he was taken out from school. If he could write his story, he'll call it the autobiography of a half-baked Indian. That's what I will call my life story. Me and thousands of others in this country like me are half-baked because we were never allowed to complete our schooling. Open our skulls and look in with a pen light, and you will find an odd museum of ideas, sentences of history or mathematics remembered from school textbooks. No boy remembers his schooling like the one who was taken out of school. Let me assure you. Sentences about politics read in a newspaper while waiting for someone to come into an office. Triangles and pyramids seen on torn pages of old geometry textbook, which every tea shop in the country uses to wrap its snacks in. Bits of all Radio India news bulletin, things that drop into your mind like lizards from the ceiling. In the half hour before falling asleep, all these ideas, half formed and half digested and half correct, mixed up with other half-cooked ideas in your head. And I guess these half-formed ideas bugger one another and make more half-formed ideas. And this is what you act on and live with. Take a look around you, everywhere you go, in this country and all around. The people who suffer the most are the ones who were not allowed the basic needs, the fulfillment of basic needs and human rights, which is education. Look around you. We're here in Lagos. Everywhere you go, there are children hawking. They have very minimal education. But the problem, which we do not realize at this time, that these children will grow. And then what will they become? What will we become when they take over the streets? When they start to control the neighborhoods where we live in? Area boys, area fathers. And then what do? We build up bigger fences so that we can protect ourselves from them. But they'll meet us on the street and wait. And this is what Balram is talking about. Children like this who are denied their fundamental rights, while corrupt government officials, corrupt teachers, corrupt medical officers, all of us, our hands steeped into the cookie jar, stealing the things that are needed to provide a good environment for our children like Balram. But they grow and they turn into these people that we are afraid of. Balram is an area boy whose cunningness led him into the bigger society. But what happens when he comes in contact with rich people? They suffered along with him, but eventually, as he talks to us about his life, we saw how the slumdog landlords came around and deprived his family of their rights, of their lands, of their properties. Like I said earlier, in Rewa today in India, we're still reeling from seeing women half buried because somebody insisted that the land that they leased should not be for them. In our villages here in Nigeria and all around Africa, I think in Kenya, women, old people are being branded witches so that their lands can be taken away from them, even by their family members. We know very well in our society that when you take away somebody's land, you've taken their right to personal development, even sustainable agriculture that they can feed themselves and their families with. But then again, like I promised, I'm just going to read excerpt because I don't even know what to tell you and what not to tell you. But first of all, before I forget, this book is so simply written. Like I said, it's a satire, and it is just something for you to dig yourself in. If you read further in the book, you see the case of the rooster coop, where poor people are subjugated to the extent where they do not even feel comfortable rising because they do not feel that they have any other hope, just staying where they have been pegged in. So I'm encouraging everyone to dig deeper into this book and find out some certain truths. And if you have a driver, there is a place where Balram describes his life as a driver, how he connives with the mechanics to make sure that they defraud you. And he says at some point that you find a mechanic that is going to support your ambition, and two of you will plan and tell your boss, Oga, this one has spot, we need to change hydraulic, my sister remember this, the hydraulic, contact, battery, all of this, they keep telling you that you have to replace. So those are some funny parts. The entire book is supposed to make you feel, empathize with this criminal to the extent where you know how culpable you are in not letting children or letting members of the society thrive. We know what we're going through in Nigeria at the moment, and it is a scary prospect because corruption has defrauded all of us of a certain kind of future. No matter the amount of money you have, one day, the streets will judge you. And I hope that when the streets will start its judgment, what are you going to say? Are you going to be guilty or not? But there is collateral damage when we don't do the right thing. Like I said, there's so many good parts to read in this book. I'm not going to talk too much about it. And because it's been published over 12 years now, so you can actually find it. You can order it online, or you can find it in a bookshop around you. So I will ask you to make out time and find this book somewhere and read it. I just gave you an intro into who Balram is, and I hope that when you read this book, you will speak up for the injustice. And if you're an employer, please try to treat your staff right. They are human beings just like you. The worst part of this book, and which is where this young man lost it, is where his employer's wife hit someone on the road. Because he's so poor, the family felt him disposable and decided to pin this crime on him. He was made to sign that he was guilty of a crime he did not commit, and at the end of the day, he was supposed to go to jail for this. Fortunately, he didn't. It was at that point, coming face to face with the fact that the loyalty he had placed in with this family meant nothing to them, and they were willing to throw him away, lock him up for a crime he did not commit. And when he chose to end the life of his boss, he did it without any sense of remorse. And he goes on to say, what if you were me? What would you do? It's my life for their life. So, like I said, I can't talk about this book too much. I love him so much that I have read all his 3 books. At some point, I'm going to share the other one. So you can see I'm a fan. He has 3 books, and I have 2 here already. So we'll take a short break. And when we come back, I have this poem that is almost similar to this, but it is Nigerian written. Thank you. See you shortly.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Okay, welcome back to the Literary Bar. I hope you were drinking along with me. I've just been talking and talking and talking. Do you know that I want you to come here to the studio and sit next to me? So if you're an author, if you have a book that you really like, this is an open invitation. Please join me here. Nothing will give me greater pleasure than to have you here. So now, let's come home to one of the most brilliant minds that we have the privilege of calling our own, Augustus Taiwo Tai Solarin. He was a Nigerian educator, a social critic, and a philanthropist. He established the famous Mayflower School, Ikenne. Tai Solarin was born on the 20th of August 1922, and he passed away on the 27th of July in 1994. So this is an honor of his 30th memorial anniversary. I'm going to share this poem with you, May Your Road Be Rough. But before I give you excerpts, I want to just give you a little backstory. My teacher in secondary school, Mr. George Igelegbai, made us read this long poem because someone had taken umbrage at the sentiments expressed by Tai Solarin in the poem. This poem was originally published 60 years ago on the 1st of January 1964 as a New Year message. But a lot of the people did not pause to read and understand it beyond the first sentence. Now with the hardship that we're all experiencing, I dare to share these wise words filled with subliminal messages to encourage us all. It's a really long poem, but I'll read some excerpts and I hope you'll check it out online and read it thoroughly. May your road be rough. I'm not cursing you. I am wishing you what I wish myself every year. I therefore repeat, may you have a hard time this year. May there be plenty of troubles for you this year. If you're not sure what you should say back, why not just say, same to you. I ask for no more. Our successes are conditioned by the amount of risk we are ready to take. The big fish is never caught in shallow waters. You have to go into the open sea for it. The biggest businessmen make decisions with lightning speed and carry them out with equal celerity. They do not dare delay or dally. Time would pass them by if they did. The biggest successes are preceded by the greatest of heart burnings. You should read the stories of the bumper pilots of the World War II. The Russian pilot, the German pilot, and the American or the British pilot suffered exactly the same physical and mental tension the night before a raid on enemy territory. There were no alternative routes for those who genuinely believed in the victory of their side. You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs throughout the world. Where there is no pain without pain. Jawaharlal Nehru has put it so well. I am paraphrasing him. He wants to meet his troubles in a frontal attack. He wants to see himself thrust into the aperture between the two horns of the bull. Being there, he determines he is going to win, and therefore, such a fight requires all his faculties. When my sisters and I were young, we slept on our small mats round our mother. She always woke up at 6 a.m. She always said prayers on our behalf, but always ended with something like this: may we not enter into any dangers or get into any difficulties today. It took me 30 years to dislodge the cankerworm in our mother's sentiments. I found by hard experience that all that is noble and laudable was to be achieved only through difficulties and trials and tears and dangers. There is no other road. Life, if it's going to be abundant, must have plenty of hills and vales. It must have plenty of sunshine and rough weather. It must be packed with days of danger and apprehension. If therefore you're out this new year, 1964, so let me say 2024, to win any target, you have to start. Standards were up. And I can imagine what the Christians amongst us will say. Everything, all the prayers we have is always off. Oh, goodness and mercy will follow you. Let everything be sweet. But we know that the reality is that even a baby that is born today must walk. Before it walks, will fall down several times. If the baby keeps falling, would we say, do not walk? So I'm just saying, with all the turmoil and hardship that we're going through, that things will certainly get better. And it's going to take you and I to make things better for ourselves. 60 years ago, Tai Solarin wrote this. And throughout his life, for as much as I remember him, he was a man who stood for the poor people. He always fought for us in Nigeria. His sentiments were that you must never neglect the poor, but at the same time, he's encouraging us to work hard. Things are not easy. Things are not likely going to be easy all through our lives, but we must look back and say that, what is my contribution? What is my contribution? I know that we're all up against what the government, the corruption, the injustice, but when we look at ourselves, how much are we willing to invest in the work that's been given to us? A lot of people do not feel like doing the right things. They are not ready to work hard. If you look at the people, Olympics is just around the corner. But if you see what the athletes have to go through to win those medals, which you all come together to hail them, it's because their road was rough. If you ask our parents, the money they have in spending, in taking care of us while we went to school, they worked really hard. You ask the farmer knows how it is to toil hard before they bring out the tubers of yam and bags of pepper and tomato. So we know that things are not easy. But all I'm asking you and I is that we introduce some creativity and innovation in how we're living our lives. Don't let's take the easy road in trying to achieve excellence. Excellence comes with sweat, hard work, but the opportunities are there. So I'm asking all of us, while we're going through this hardship, we should not forget our humanity. And it's not only the government. We are the people that make the government. So I dare say to you watching, may your road be rough, because I know that it's only going to get better. After the rough sails, the sea is certainly going to get smoother, and then you'll be able to fish and get the things that you really need. So please, my brothers, my sisters, may your road be rough, because it's going to get better. And wish me the same thing, okay? Someday, when the story of our time here is written, what will your character be like? All through the centuries, with millions of characters that have lived on earth, a few names have abided over the centuries for fame or infamy. The likes of Nelson Mandela, the likes of Awolowo, the likes of Zeke, all of them have been names of people who have stayed here and contributed to mankind. And I hope that your own name will be written amongst the good guys who try to make life a lot easier for us. Thank you for staying with me. I have enjoyed our time together. So please send in your ideas, send in your book picks, and then most of all, I look forward to having you here with me. So for more, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch us on DSTV channel 408 and on YouTube. So until next time, make your life a great story. I'm Chinedu.
Spirituals, gospels, and blues informed Alvin Ailey's dance movements. Ailey was raised in poverty by a single mother in segregated Texas. His upbringing informed his choreography, a blend of modern dance and ballet, speaking to the Black experience. Using archival footage, filmmaker Jamila Wignot explores the influences behind Ailey's creative genius in her documentary, Ailey.
I really wanted to come at it in the way that Mr. Ailey came at it, and that was about let's acknowledge that there is pain and struggle in this story, but let's also look at what are the essential things that keep us going and where are the strengths and what is true to the everyday experiences of being in this particular community.
Identity was a strong message. Being able to say through the choreography, I am, was a very, very important theme that ran through the dances.
Wignot explains how Alvin Ailey's dance creation, entitled Revelations, expressed the communal joy Black people felt through dancing the night away and worshiping at church the morning after.
He wanted for every kind of audience to be able to come to a theater and experience a human story in the bodies of these people. And I think that's when Mr. Ailey talks about his work being universal.
His dance, entitled Cry, was dedicated to his mother and to motherhood at large.
The Black women who would encourage you, who would be there always, who were so supportive, that you could not fail.
What he's really trying to access and draw upon are these kind of women who have been the strength of a community, and certainly in his own life being raised by a single mother for the vast majority of his youth.
Wignot hopes the documentary offers insight into Ailey's inner psyche as a prolific choreographer of 72 dance works, as an aloof individual, and as a gay African-American who did not allow himself into permanent relationships.
He has this kind of heroic quality to him, as well as these real human struggles.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
Hello there from Berlin, Germany. What are the indices around gender and sexual-based violence in Nigeria? There's an entire generation of young people, millennials and Generation Z, now having the conversations about their sexuality. You do not want to miss this debate. Join us.
Hello, welcome to today's episode of Matasada Imani. I will be talking to young Nigerians about sexuality, body shaming, and ownership. From Berlin, Germany, my name is Mercy Abang. Welcome. I will start with an issue that is central for a generation of young people, from millennials to Generation Z. The conversation about body shaming, sexuality, and body agency seems to have taken the center stage. Why has it become so important for young people? I came in close proximity with someone who tested positive for COVID. Even though I tested negative, it's important for the safety of everyone who is in the studio for me to do this from the comfort of my living room. I'd like to start by introducing my first guest. His name is Daniel Adakole. He's a Nigerian student in Germany. Hello, Daniel.
Hello,
welcome.
Mercy.
Pleased to have you join us today.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And Abdul Rashid Hassan is also a Nigerian student in Dresden. Hello, Abdul Rashid.
Hi, Mercy. Good to see you.
Guten Tag.
Yeah, guten Tag.
And I have Mohammed Awal Abubakar.
Hello, nice to meet all of you here.
If you listen to my earlier introduction about sexuality, body shaming, I wonder, perhaps I should start with Abdul Rashid. Why do you think there's a generation of young people that now place this issue at the front burner of conversations across the world? Why has it become so important for young people? Perhaps let's talk about body shaming and sexuality.
Okay, thank you for having me. First of all, like we have to say, you know, body ownership has to do with rights, and the conversation has to do with individuals from the beginning. So, like universally, or like general agreement about body is like the body is a physical entity that belongs to an individual. So most campaigns about health, like and people that talk about like sexuality or owning your body, sexual education, sexual orientation, all these campaigns, they normally do it based on that definition that the body is a physical entity that belongs to the individual. So right now, people are like beginning to see that I am this way or I am that way, it doesn't really matter. People are just learning to embrace their self.
I'd like Daniel to intervene here. Daniel, do you believe that a woman is supposed to have rights to the number of children she wants to have? Or, you know, I might decide to get married to you now and say I don't want to have kids. Is that a conversation you're comfortable with?
Yes, it's a conversation I'm comfortable with, and it's something that is open to partners to decide. So if I am to get married to someone, I think before we get married, there are certain agreements we need to reach, like the number of kids we have, where we want to live, and how we want to live. So I think before we get married, if we discuss these and I am okay with not having a kid, and the woman is equally okay with not having a kid, it's about the two of us in the relationship, then we are good to go. But if, however, I want, for instance, 3 kids and a woman doesn't want a kid, so for me, what I simply think is that the both of them should go their separate ways, because the man can get someone, a lady that wants 3 kids, just like the woman can equally get a man that wants no kid. So it's just a question of choice for me.
If you're in love with me and I say I do not want kids, you don't think it's a conversation you should respect?
It's a difficult situation. It's a difficult agreement for me to reach, because I love the woman and I equally love kid. So it has to be a trade-off. And since I'm not in that kind of a relationship with that right now, that I feel the love I have for the woman outweighs the love I will have for my kids, then I wouldn't know what to say now. But if I am to give you an answer right now, I will say I will move forward to get someone that will like shares the same belief as I am.
Thank you for that honest feedback. Mohammed, do you think the productive rights of women in Nigeria is respected?
Actually, the right for a woman is respected anymore, if I can say it. But to my own belief, in the perspective of religion, human rights are protected. So I don't think women need anything like to be so open in terms of their rights, because the religion as a whole has given the woman the right. So I don't think there's any right women have to come and shoot it.
No, please.
Can you just tell me the right the woman has in a religion that protects her reproductive rights, please? I'd like to know that.
Yeah. For example, let me take in the perspective of Islamic religion. In Islamic religion, women are being like the religion has protected the interest of all women. Let's say, let me make it from the inception. In the Holy Quran, there is this verse that is saying, Ya ayyuhan nabi, qul li azwajika wa banatika wa nisa'il mu'minina yudnina alayhi min jalabibihin. So zalika an yu'rafna fala yu'dhain wa kana Allahu ghafurur rahima. So the Almighty is instructing the Prophet that he should tell the believers that the women should cover their body because of that covering the body will protect them from sexual harassment and all sort of things. Because if you do not cover your body, such will be a trigger for the challenging factor in terms of the harassment and in the society. So I think there is nothing the religion has not done for a woman, rather than should be coming out in the society, claiming rights.
Please, can I say something?
I don't think there's anything
Can I say something?
Yes, please, you can.
Islamically, body are meant to be respected, and in the Islamic jurisprudence, there is right to protect women. But in Nigeria, I don't think it's being respected to some certain extent. See, because in Nigeria, we are still not able to separate between religion and the state. It's still intertwined together. So we need to separate Nigeria and the religion, because the most vulnerable set of people in Nigeria are women, and religion plays a big factor, Nigeria being a secular state. In the up north, women don't have reproductive rights. Let's be honest. It's glaring even for the blind to see. In the south, maybe a bit. But as a Muslim in the north, if your husband say, dress this way, that is how you dress. You have to obey it whether you like it or not. And Islam, I'm a Muslim too, and Islam doesn't necessarily say that, if we look at some of the pros and cons of all these things. And if you want to give birth to 2 children and your husband wants 6 children, your body belongs to the community. The community will support the woman, the man, that your husband wants 6 children, you have to produce 6 children for him. There is no way she will take that argument to that she will win. Even though her body does not conform to that, she's not comfortable health-wise or anything. She doesn't want to. The stress of a baby, I cannot do that anymore. This is too much for me. I just want 2. It's 2 I can take. Nobody will support her. Her body belongs to the husband and the community.
I'm sorry, I want to intervene.
Mohammed, I probably want to take you up on something you said. Abdurrashid, thank you for that. You said something earlier on about the way a woman dresses and not, she should not be allowed to. Can you come back? Can we come back to that? Abdurrashid, do you think a woman has a right to what she wants to wear at any time? Sorry, not Abdurrashid, Mohammed. That's a question for Mohammed.
No, I don't think, I do not agree with that. It should be with accordance to the religion she's practicing. She should not do anything that should just suit her because she's in a certain community. She has to abide by the rules and regulations of that settings. So she cannot do anything beyond what is in that particular environment, her religion and her people. So I do not back the idea that a lady should be doing anything she likes rather than being abiding by the rules and regulations of the religion and the society.
Are you talking about Islam or? Not
necessarily Islam. The society you are. You have to abide by the conduct.
No. She said Nigeria. Nigeria is a state. Religion is another thing. And Nigeria has its own laws. We have Sharia law, we have customary law, we have this. So which one are you really talking about? Because I don't get
the settings. I mean the settings. Let's say, for example, now if you are living in Kano State, you don't expect a woman to be dressing with jeans without a hijab in
Nigeria is a secular state. What if I'm not a Muslim? I'm from the West, and I come to Kano and live. I can wear whatever I like. There is no law in the constitution of Nigeria that said that there is a dressing pattern, you have to dress this way. But respect the people. If you are going to an Islamic conservative house, you can cover your body because they don't like it there.
Rashid, I think we need to allow Azina in now because she's been itching to react to some of the comments you guys have made so far.
For me, I feel like Abdurrashid was already answering or tackling some of the issues that came up. As a Nigerian woman, I am slightly offended. In fact, I am massively offended that we have to justify our existence or that we have to debate the rights that we should have. He makes general comments about the religion. Whose religion? What happens to people who do not practice a religion, right? The Constitution of Nigeria allows people the freedom of religion and from religion. That is the most important part that we don't discuss. Freedom from religion. So your religion should start and end with yourself as the individual and the person, right? And culture is not law. Culture is what it is. The rules of Nigeria are the ones that are enshrined in the constitution, and they're very clear about the equality that belongs to men and women. Men do not control women. And I find it very amusing that the speaker earlier on thinks that the way women dress actually justifies sexual abuse. It's conversations like this that permits, basically allows men to go ahead with sexual assault, where the blame is never with them, but with the women. It's now the victim's fault for being sexually assaulted. Women have the right to be in public the way that they feel like they ought to be, just as the same with men. We've never seen women tell men how to appear or jump their bones because they look attractive, right? This excuse that we keep giving that women should cover themselves so that men will not be attracted to them, it's in the 1980s, should be dumped back there and do not belong in the laws of Nigeria. In fact, the laws of Nigeria are very clear that when you assault somebody, it's a crime punishable by time in prison.
Yeah, and dressing.
Thank you, Azina.
And
but
dressing.
now that you jumped into the call, it's an opportunity for us to get into your segment, right? Perhaps I need to introduce Azina properly. Azina Mohammed is an activist in Nigeria. She's done a great job with the LGBTQ community and as the executive director at TS. I am happy she's here on the show. Now let's talk about LGBTQ community in Nigeria, because from the conversations we've had so far, it feels like it's a women conversation. But let's talk about the plight of LGBTQ community in Nigeria. Can you give us a sense of what's going on?
I don't understand what you mean by the plight of LGBT Nigeria. Nigeria, again, remains a secular state, but we have laws that target certain minorities. We have laws that make the country improbable and illivable for people who belong to sexual minorities, for example. That's not new. We've known that the Same-Sex Marriage Prohibition Act, which is a law that simply criminalizes marriage, has been used to target people for the way they appear, for the way they look, the way they sound, and for various other things that lead to blackmail and extortion. So Nigeria in 2020 for people who identify as LGBT is not necessarily easy. But I say that with the caveat that it also depends on class. If you belong to a higher sociological or economic class, you don't have problems in Nigeria. If you belong to a lower class where you're most likely to follow public transport, where you're most likely to need certain help that is provided by the government, then you suffer as an LGBT Nigerian. But if you're an LGBT Nigerian of means, of course, you have the freedom and to explore whatever it is that Nigeria affords you as an individual. So I'm very wary of when people use things like religion to justify violence or to justify what their own beliefs are. There's a very popular legal maxim that says, your right stops where my nose starts, right? So if you believe that LGBT people should not have a relationship, do not have same-sex relationships. That's for you. For those who believe that same-sex relationship is acceptable, those people should then be in same-sex relationship. And I'm very clear, I have to say this because a lot of people don't know the law. The law in Nigeria simply criminalizes same-sex marriage, right? Same-sex relationships, same-sex identity is not criminalized. That's why someone like me, who is a lesbian, can exist publicly in Nigeria without being criminalized.
But we've seen members of the LGBT community come out boldly from social media to say, you know what, I can no longer hide, right? What do you think influences that, that brazen show, of display to say, I need to live, even in a place where there are laws that criminalizes the activities that my desire to have sex the way I want to have sex, or with who I want to have sex with?
I already find it problematic that you think that people are influenced, right? Or that it is bold for people to come out and own their sexuality, right?
In a society where you can be detained for 12 years.
Messi, please, can I say something?
Is that not 14 years? Actually, is that not being brazen?
That's clear. For marrying, that's when it is a crime. Being a lesbian or a gay man is not a crime. Again, I am a lesbian. I live in Nigeria. I walk on the streets of Nigeria. I walk into the National Assembly. My identity as a lesbian is not criminalized.
Are you concerned that you cannot get married in Nigeria?
For me, it has never been an issue, right? It is an issue for many.
The majority of other people who want to get married,
with a caveat. So same-sex marriage, right, for example, is acceptable in many cultures in Nigeria. There are women who are married to women under many and different circumstances because their culture accepts it. You have the Kalabari people in Port Harcourt. You have the Igbo people from Anambra, from Abia, from Imo State. You have the Tiv people from Benue. So same-sex marriage is already something that is culturally acceptable, right? The law as it is has now criminalized same-sex unions and says that marriage is only between one man, one woman, to the exclusion of all others. But again, we have to look at this in the context of the laws that exist as a whole. So there are different types of marriages in Nigeria. The most common one that everybody knows is marriage under the Act, right? You can also have cultural marriages. You can have Islamic marriages. So marriage under the Act criminalizes marriage of more than one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. But Islamic marriage, for example, does not fall under marriage under the Act. So it's not criminalized. So that's where you have, for example, Igbo women who are able to marry because it's culturally acceptable. As long as you don't go to the marriage registry and say, I am trying to marry this other person who is the same sex as me, it isn't a crime. But again, Nigeria is used to going to borrow laws that don't fit exactly into our history or our culture. For everybody who is screaming culture, 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 we're a very diverse country, right? We have over 300 tribes, and some of those 300 tribes have rules and practices that are different from those of others. Does that mean we then enforce ours, whether it's religion or culture? It doesn't make sense. The richness of Nigeria is in our diversity and accepting and understanding that we all can't be the same straight-jacketed way that our next door neighbor is.
Thank you, Azina. Thank you so much. Let's go back to the studio. Can you guys react to what Azina has said? Anyone?
Oh, yes.
Especially when it comes to...
I want to briefly react to how we look at this from religious perspective and try to place it in either the Islamic religion or Christianity. I think for us as African, even before the coming of these two religions, we had our own religion. And some of the things that this religion condemn are the things that our religion, like, customarily equally condemns. So, like, the traditional African society condemns this same-sex marriage we're talking about here. And it's not just about saying that Nigeria is a secular country. Like, a country derives its law from the society, and it's not just a paper that's imposed on the people. And it's not every part of how the society agrees to live that is written in the constitution. So for Nigeria as a society, because it started from body shaming, it's not the state that does the body shaming or a Nigerian court that issues a verdict that shames people, but it's the society. So it does not necessarily have to be in the law. And the last speaker equally talk about, like, same-sex marriage not being an offense in Nigeria. Is, same-sex relationship not being an offense in Nigeria, but the marriage. But I think according to Nigerian, like, civil law, any form of sexual relationship that goes out of the norm of what the people know, which is between a man and a woman, is an offense even before the Same-Sex Marriage Act of 2013, and which eventually got signed by the president in 2014. So I think in Nigeria it's criminalized, but to my knowledge up till now, I don't think any court in Nigeria has been able to convict anyone for this act, because I believe when, like, same-sex couple in a way get taken to a court, we have a law, like a constitution, that supersedes every other form of law that is created by an act of the parliament. I don't see how this will necessarily go through the parliament, because the fundamental right of individuals is enshrined in our constitution. So we take this away from what the law say and take it to what the society thinks. Because in my village, for instance, today, if a girl and a girl is caught in a relationship, it's not the police who is coming to harass them, it's the people. And I think for the LGBT community, if they really have to, like, want to push this agenda, it's about reaching out to these people and educate them that, yes, you have your way, a way that is defined by the society, that this is how sexual relationships should be. But these people too are into this class, and their right as well should be accepted and recognized by the majority. So, like, trying to say they are on the wrong side, I don't think will win this argument. I think it's like educating them, telling them to be open-minded, that if you can live this way, these people can as well live in that way. So it's not just about the law, because if Nigerian government make a law today and legalizes same-sex marriage, it will still be shamed where I come from. So it's not just about what the law say, it's what's in the mind of the people.
I don't agree with something. There is no Nigerian law that was derived from the society. All the law we practice were imported and borrowed. If you want to solve a problem, you have to start from the beginning. Where did this problem start from? Nigeria was bequeathed to us by some people. Even the name Nigeria, we don't even know the meaning. So growing up as a kid, I used to visit my dad's place far in the north, close to like Niger Republic. I see men dressed as women far back in the early 90s. Men dressed as women, cutting like they are doing a festival, they are openly holding their self-kissing.
That was the call down Odo in Kano.
Exactly. So if our laws were derived from the society, why didn't those people are part of us? So the law wasn't derived. Those people were not consulted. They didn't derive any law from any society. As I told you from the beginning, Nigeria as a country and religion, we've not still learned to separate it since the British used administrative convenience to just call some people together, merge them and call them the name Nigeria. Maybe the person's wife even gave us a name. There is no identity. We don't have, there is no, if our laws are derived from like the society, people from the south, people from the north, they have to regionalize everything. We can't have one Supreme Court. People from the south and people from the north are supposed to have two Supreme Courts. Own your body, this is who I am. Anybody now, you willingly come. This thing you people are saying is wrong. But if when I came into the studio, I saw Facts, Miss Hashim. I know like she talks about some of these things on social media, and we know about like the attack she gets. So people are just using this conservative Islamic norm that is, to me, is wrong, to just suppress people and not make them know their rights. When I was young, I was growing up, going to the Islamic school. What those scholars were telling me when I grew up now and could read the Quran and understand it for my own, what I'm understanding is not the same. It's not the same the way they, because all this, Zina maybe now, she can walk in the street of Abuja because maybe she has some class, she has some backings. But an ordinary person from my street, from Iya-Ibeji shop in one street, she cannot try that, come out from my house. I'm a lesbian, walk around the street of Nigeria. I don't like, I don't say support like same-sex marriage, but I have nothing against people that do it. It does not concern me. It does not affect the food they put on my table. I can work with them and do anything with them. But anything you want to be, since we've agreed that that country is a secular state, let's keep it as a secular state. If we don't agree anymore that is not a secular state, let them do, let these people law be different, these people law. You can't, because one section of the country say we don't want to do this thing anymore, you just impose it on everybody where there are those traditions. Even those sexualism or same-sex started from the way north. I see those people growing up, they hold sticks, they are dressed beautiful. Why were nobody criminalizing them those periods? Everybody plays with them. They are part of society. They come there every day. So I don't see now why some people went to make that law, how they, like maybe some people were just uncomfortable, because Nigeria, a group of 50 people that are in the elite class can just be uncomfortable with something. They will just go make one law. No one can do anything about it for 200 million people. Like, the power that those people possess are too much. That is where we need to start from. The beginning, the root cause of all these things, and begin to break it down from the beginning for people to be happy.
I want to get back to Mohammed.
To me, Nigeria is a religious nation, to my belief. Nigeria is so there is no way Nigerian can be like separated with religion. Okay? I don't think there's any place in the world like that religion is being practiced more like Nigeria, to my own knowing. So to this extent, all laws that should be taking place should be in accordance to the practices of those people in the country. That's my belief. So Nigeria as a nation, a religious nation, so we should abide by what our religion is saying. And those people, our representative in, let's say, in the House of Assembly and the rest, they are representative of us, of course. They represent us as individuals in the society. So they should go in accordance to the teaching of the culture and the religion.
Which culture? I don't understand religion.
Religion, you like what?
Religion. Which, you see, there are three religions recognized by the constitution in Nigeria. Are you talking about Islamic religion? Are you talking about Christian religion? Or are you talking about Muslim religion?
In the two major religions we have, I don't think in Islam is penalized.
Okay,
you can't
what
be
about
married
people that
same-sex.
believe?
So what about in Christianity religion? Daniel,
what about
same
people
sex
that
is allowed in
you are
Christianity
talking about culture? I mentioned some people to you that they've been culturally living like that. What about those people that are in that culture? Where do you factor them in now that are not Muslim or Christian? Because I told you I knew some people that have been living that life before. When I was growing up, we never cast aspersion on them. They mix with us. We like them. Like nobody, when I was growing up, tell me, oh, those people are bad people. They are not good. Nobody said that to me. We are all living together. So where do you put those people now?
Mohammed,
so now they have to go and live in hiding.
I know you're itching to talk. Mohammed, just last question for Mohammed. I'll come back. I need to go to Fakria. Mohammed, are you against a woman liking a woman and sleeping with a woman and marrying a woman?
I am totally. To me, I am totally I'm not in support of a woman marrying a woman or a man marrying a woman. For what reason? Because I'm a religious person, so I can't go beyond what my religion is telling me.
What of people that are not in your religion?
In my own case.
But it's a country. Your religion does not own the country.
The two major religions we have in Nigeria are...
Allah said we should consider everybody. So you cannot say that because your own religion... Okay, let me give you. During the Arab tribe, during the period of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they were like body mutilation even against the enemies of Islam. But now in Islamic religion, it is not, body mutilation is forbidden in Islamic religion.
Rashid, I need to introduce Fakria now. Let's go to Fakria. Hello, Fakria Hashim.
Hi.
Fakria is also a Nigerian activist. She's a frontline member of Feminist Coalition, and she has been itching to speak for a while. Perhaps you want to react to some of the comments you've heard from Azina and the guest in the studio.
I mean, so many things have been said today, and a lot of what has been said, the language has been very exclusionary when discussing women's rights and even the rights of LGBTQ people. And I think that particularly is the problem, right? We refer to people like they're some sort of outsiders, right? Like they're not sovereign entities like you and I. And I think it's very critical that we're able to change our tone when we're referring to other people like they're not people like us, right? Mohammed said many things that I deeply disagree with. For one, he talks about Islam has given women their rights and you do not need anything else, right? He even recited a verse here. And I find that perspective very deeply problematic, right? I mean, I will give an example of just how deeply flawed Muhammad's thinking is. When women go to the pilgrimage in Mecca and Medina, they're entirely covered, right? You would think that would be the last place for a woman to get sexually harassed and abused. But that is one of the places that so many women have had their first ever experience of sexual assault while going around the Kaaba, right? The thing with saying that Islam has given you your rights is that, for one, you're dismissing the fact that you live in a country that is that is guided by laws, right? You're dismissing the importance of having those laws in place. You're dismissing the fact that laws have to be enforced. When you say Islam has given women rights, you're saying you're giving leeway to whoever in society decides to not fall in line. Yes, uh, less than 50% of Nigerians are Muslims. And the fact that we do not see that is problematic. Or less than 50% of Nigerians are Christians. Nigeria is not a religious country. Nigeria is a secular country. Nigeria is not Saudi Arabia. And it's deeply problematic that we see it as what it's not, because that is what gives way for undermining the rights of people, of women, people like you and I. When we talk about Nigeria in a certain way, then we're being exclusionary by the way we say the things that we do.
Fakria, thank you for that intervention. But I'll just go a bit, as in I know you're itching to react. I'll just go back to the issue of feminism. You're a member of the feminist coalition in Nigeria. And I have heard a lot of men say, I have a problem with feminism. I mean, a lot of men have said that to me. I don't know about you, but they say, oh, if you want to talk to me, don't talk about feminists. Don't say you are a feminist. Don't say, why is it that feminism, the term alone, has become very problematic for some men in Nigeria, or some people in Nigeria? Because some women have also said, the term feminism is problematic.
It may or may not be perceived to be problematic, but I don't believe it's a man's place to accept or reject it, because for one, feminism is not there for a man to accept or reject it. The structures that feminism is trying to bring down are fortified by men. So whether or not they like it is not really up to them, right? And I think I do believe we need to move past, waiting for men to accept feminism. No, it's like saying, it's like waiting for someone that has capitalized their entire lives on slavery to all of a sudden believe that slavery is a bad thing when it's served them in the best way possible, when they've been advantaged by it. So it's the same thing. It's not a man's, and this is what men really need to understand. You can support it or you can reject it. That's your personal problem, but it's not really your place to decide, okay, this is what we should give women, or because you haven't given women anything. Women have fought for these things. So why do you think that they absolutely need your acceptance before they forge and they demand or they take what they feel is rightfully theirs, right? I feel like the conversation has gone far beyond men's approval, because you won't get it, right? You won't get approval from the same people that reinforce these structures that undermine the rights of women.
A man listening to you who doesn't understand feminism, in summary, what is feminism?
It's the right to be treated as an equal. It's the right to be seen as a full human being with all of the rights that you enjoy as a person. That's just it.
Azina, you wanted to speak earlier.
At this point, I don't even know where to start from, but I'm gonna just pitch in from where Fakria left off about feminism. So for me, feminism is the social, political, financial equality of everyone, regardless of their gender, right? And this is important because the people who insist on giving a different definition of feminism are people who aren't feminists. There's a very simple two-line definition of what feminism is, but you will hear a lot of people who oppose feminism come up with 200 other definitions of everything except what we are. We are very clear as to what we are, that we demand equality for everyone, regardless of their sex. But the people who oppose feminism will tell you that feminism is misandry, that feminists hate men, that feminists are trying to destroy culture or the fabric of society, but we're very clear that what we demand and ask for is equality, regardless of whether you were born with whatever sexual parts in your body. That's the one. I think then I'd follow up with what Mohammed was saying about Nigeria being a religious state. I think that's more of a hope, but hope cannot be fact. The fact remains that Nigeria is a secular state guided by a constitution that says we the people, right? With a whole chapter 4 that gives everybody the same rights that are given to other people, which you can't take away from others, right? These things are very clear. And if there is any agenda in Nigeria, I think the agenda would be of those who believe in religion, i.e. Christians and Muslims. There are millions of Nigerians who say every single day that they do not practice Islam or Christianity, but we simply insist that everybody must tick into one of these two boxes, right? There have been very recent polls that have shown that at least 30% of Nigerians neither practice Islam or Christianity. But then you hear people who hold religion to their chest insist that Nigerians must practice a religion or it is largely Islamic or largely Christian. That's not the truth. And your belief in your religion has to end with you, not with others, right? It's one of the reasons why we're fighting Boko Haram, who insists that because they see their religion a certain way, everybody else must. If you see your religion and what it says, and you insist that everybody else must abide by it, there's nothing that separates you from terrorists, because what you're doing is terrorizing people with your beliefs. So for someone like me, who was raised Muslim, has a Muslim name, who goes to Kano and decide to not wear a hijab, it doesn't give people the rights to step outside of the laws that guide Nigeria. And the laws of Nigeria are very clear. There was earlier on a flippant line that was said that even though the laws exist, that culture should be prioritized and people should go outside laws. That's literally calling for mob violence, which is a crime. Nigeria has rules. If you are within this place called Nigeria, you have to abide by those rules. And those rules are not just the ones that you like. It's the one that guides culture that you don't believe in, which allows women to marry other women. It's the law that allows women to earn property or to buy property or to show up in a way that they feel that they should show up without you insisting that your religion has said otherwise and therefore everybody needs to practice that.
Thank you, Azina. Ada Kole, I haven't heard you speak a lot on this. Just to ask you one question, follow up from what Azina has said. Do you believe in the equality of a man and a woman?
Yes, 100%. I believe in an equality of men and women, just like the rights of the LGBTQ. But what I do not agree is the way we try to paint the narrative that the resistance of Nigerians to LGBT or equality of men and men is because of Christianity or Islam, forgetting that we have our values and norms and culture that guided us even before this religion came into place.
What are the values, please?
Like in a traditional African society, even before the coming of Christianity or Islam, we know how large our families used to be, which is to say, like, a man is in charge of a family and he has as many wives as he wants to. And this wife gives birth to a lot of children for him that goes to the farm. So I don't think Christianity or Islam has any role here to play. So, but when Islam came, although Islam allowed men to marry 4 wives, it's just, for me, it's a reinforcement of this thing that the people already subscribe to. For me, I am a Christian, and I know Christians that has even more than 1 wife. And when we condemn this thing and we look at it...
Will you marry 4 wives?
No. Like, so like when we look at this thing and we just say, okay, it's because of Christianity and Islam, I don't think it will take us to anywhere. What we need to tell the people is to teach them how wrong this thing is and how they progressively need to shift from how our grandparents live and live up to this time where we are. It's not by saying it's because you're Christianity. If you go to my village where they are not Christian, I believe my grandfather, he's dead, but I believe he will be opposed to same-sex marriage. But the only way to get people at this grassroots to accept this form of relationship is by educating them that, yes, you can be what you are and let these people be what they are, as long as their right to live, their right to get married, does not tamper with your own right to get married to a woman or as a woman get married to a man. So, and this is something that needs to be achieved with education and with.
Can I just take you back on what you said earlier on? You said back in the days, men marry women just to have them birth children for the farm.
Yes.
So you also, by what you have said, do you think that women, the function of a woman is just to birth children?
This is the belief of our people. This is the culture of our people. Let's not unmarry these two things.
People?
Yes, it's not just in Nigeria. It's by extension, even, I don't want to speak for Europe, but like the world has moved from what it used to be 200 years. Even when we're talking about the rights of men and women, we are in Germany. The right of women used to be trampled upon here in Germany too. The changes we have here in Germany did not happen overnight. It happened with the education of their men, the education of their boys, and these women whose rights are violated are the mom of these men that are violating their rights. So as a woman, when you have a child, it's your duty to as well educate your boy child that don't say, okay, because you are a girl, you wash plates at home and let the guy wash cars or the guy wash the father's car in the morning. I grew up in a family where when my mom apportioned responsibility, he does not apportion responsibility based on the gender of the kids. But when we do this at home, we put this idea into our boy child or girl child that this is supposed to be.
Can your wife tell you, I don't want to have children, no, I want to have just 2 children? Do you think she can say that?
When we started this argument, we started from a point. We are human beings too, and we have our own belief and we have what we want to be in the society. And I told you earlier that if my plan is to have 3 children, for instance, I don't want to marry 4 wives or have 20 children or have 2 boys. And I I said boys, have 2 children. And I need a woman who conforms with me. And in a relationship, it's not just the number of kids we have. Relationship breaks up not because a woman fails to give a man the number of children the man wants. There are other factors too. And there are other factors that may lead to disagreement in the relationship, and this could be one of them. So I think before getting married to someone, that's why there is a need for courtship, and you need to understand
there's something
yourself.
I need you to clear up.
Okay.
If I get married to you and we agree that we're going to have 4 children,
okay,
and we started with 2, and at some point I felt like I am tired, my body is tired to have more than 2, and I call you and say, you know what, I'm done.
I will understand because we are all together in this journey. When you gave birth to the first child, I was there to see what you went through. When the second child came, I saw what you went through. So if you're going to come up with this,
I just needed to clear that.
Okay, yes, of course. I will, even if we don't have it, if we agree to have a child and we don't have a child, it's not just from the beginning, but we're already there, and I can understand what is happening. Then so be it.
Thank you, Abdul Rashid.
One thing that is lacking in Nigeria, I think, is education and the elite class trying to suppress people psychologically to always impose on them what they want. They come to Europe enjoying these things, they go back home and keep our people brain drained. If not, this feminism or this conversation in Nigeria, we are not even supposed to be having them. Because back then, we have people like Queen Amina of Zauzau, Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, Margaret Ekpo, and them. They were all leaders in their thoughts. And is it the name feminism they don't like? I don't really understand. Let me tell you something. Anyone that try to squeal or you talk about feminism, they bring one definition or the other. They know the truth, the main fact of what people are talking about. But just because to score some point or they try to bring... I grew up with a single mom, and I know how society are trying to bring her down. She's educated. She has a BSc, has a master's degree. Then she wants to go for another promotion to another stage. They'll say, oh, because she's a single woman, we can't trust her with that kind of situation. They bring another person there that is incompetent and screw the whole process. Society is derailing. Any conversation I'm having, I always bring my country out of it because I'm passionate about Nigeria and I want Nigeria to work during my lifetime. So all this feminism thing, to me, is not even a conversation. We have people... when Nigeria started, before the white people came and colonized us, we don't used to have boys class, girls class. It's the white people that say boys will be having one class different, girls will be having one class different. Everyone, we are the same. If you commit an offense in the society, both boy, we don't want you again. We say, oh, yeah, pack your load, go to the evil forest, go and form your own society there together. So all these things they're trying to do, to me, to be honest, is not even a conversation we're not even supposed to be having.
Let's have a final thought from everyone so we can wrap this. Thank you so much, Abdul Rashid.
Thank you.
Awa.
Yeah.
Final thoughts, please.
Yeah, for me, my belief, there are some things you can allow women to do, and there are some things that you can deny them the right, to my own. Because, so for example, now, there are things that, okay, women can go to universities. There are some people in the north, or let me say in some places, that they don't even believe that a woman should further her education up to university level. There are people with those norms that maybe they have the asset that maybe if a woman go to university, she will be this virgin, she will not be, like all those kind of thoughts in the north. There are many people there are people I know that if a lady...
Hold on. Did you say if a woman goes to the university, she'll be this virgin?
I said that most of our people in the north believe that when a lady goes to the university, she's no longer a virgin. That's why many people in the north, like my place, if a woman goes to university, she finds it difficult to be married.
Is this an opinion or is this a peer-reviewed research?
But I'm a Muslim and I believe in the sanctity of Islam. What me I'm against, what you believe in religion that is from one part of the country, don't try to impose it on another people.
Abdul Rashid, hold on. I need to get Awal's take on this. Awal, do these same people that you say, feel like women who go to the university shouldn't get married and all that, are they also concerned about men going to the university?
Again, I'm very, very worried that you keep taking opinions as facts, right? This is Abdul Rashid's opinions that are not supported by anything but his belief. So these are things that are coming from nothing but his belief and nothing to support it.
Awal, can you just respond to this? Are they of the same? Why is it tilted towards women and not men? Why is it that men are excluded from this conversation? Why should a man go to the university and not get this virgin there, or not be seen as someone that I shouldn't get married to because he's gone to the university?
For me, I'm going to marry a university graduate, but that's my belief. I think she's pure, and I don't have anything like...
Hold on. What do you mean she's pure?
She's good. Like, I believe that she's good. She don't have such problems, rather than like some other people believe different things. My belief is that women should go to university. They should also have right to education. They should have right to many things, but there are some things that they should be denied the right. Okay?
Thank you. Fakria, please, final thoughts.
I think it's very audacious to use words like can or allow or deny, because it's not any man's place to give or take away any woman's rights. It really isn't. And the sooner men understand that, the better for all of us in this society. These rights are not given by you, so they can't be taken away by you. You can't allow women, because women are sovereign entities. It's very interesting that Mohammed is in Berlin and he's going to university, but he still believes that, when it comes to a woman, there is a bit of a zigzag to, where women should or should not end up. But it really isn't up to you or any man. Like we are guided by constitutions in the countries that we live in. And those are the only laws that matter at the end of the day. And even those laws are not, it's not a full stop that you have those laws, because if laws undermine the human rights of a segment of a people within any society, then they need to be repealed, right? And that's really progress. But
thank you, Fakria.
Deny people rights, no.
Thank you so much, Fakria. Final thoughts, please.
So I know that a lot of comments were made today about values, norms, and cultures. I want to remind everybody here that these values and cultures are not universal. what is acceptable in the North is not acceptable in the South, or in what is acceptable in the East is not acceptable everywhere. So there is diversity, which is why I keep giving you examples of things that are different, like women being allowed to marry each other in various tribes. They're not universal and they're not static. They change and they evolve. People are telling you that they've evolved, but you refuse to listen to it and you fall back on my religion, my culture. I'm telling you, women, LGBT people, minorities are standing up daily and telling you that we've evolved. You haven't, and you're trying to keep us back, and that needs to change. And unlike Fakria, I actually do believe that to a large extent, women need to start behaving like men. If men want to allow or deny us things, it's time we too deny men certain things. I don't think we should allow men out at night. They are the ones who bring the most violence to Nigerians generally. We shouldn't allow men to be outside. We shouldn't allow men positions of power because frankly, they've had it for too long and all they've done is destroy the country. We shouldn't allow men access to rights of others, right? They've proven that they can't be trusted with it. How dare we give men rights over their own bodies? I think that we need to also start being audacious and take up space and take away rights from men. Let them see how it feels for a while.
Thank you so much, Azina, for the final thought. Let's take away rights from men and see how it feels for a while. That's a powerful one. Daniel Adakole, thank you so much. Abdul Rashid Hassan, thank you for making our time to join us. Mohammed Awal Abubakar, thank you so much. But especially, I will not forget Fakria Hashim joining us from London and Azina Mohammed from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone for sharing their thoughts with us on this issue, gender, sexuality, family planning. From all of us in Berlin, thank you for joining us. My name is Mercy Abang. Join us again next time. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican President Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Poli Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right. So in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here. Especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mura is very interesting, and I used to say it. No painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example, now, this is lion. A lion represents a king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than, you know.
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone, regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Hello and welcome to the news update. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Ebunoluwa Deborowa, has again written to the Inspector General of Police to make available the contact details of its officer who will be designated to cover the planned public meetings, rallies, processions to ensure a peaceful and crisis-free outing. The lawyer, writing as solicitor to the Take It Back movement, also listed some of the points of convergence for the said public meetings, rallies and processions, including Eagle Square, Abuja, Alausa Park, Lagos, and opposite Wema Bank, Akpakpava Lane, Benin City. The other locations are opposite the School of Agric, Bauchi, Rosewell Filling Station, Iwo Road, Ibadan, Maiduguri Roundabout, opposite State Stadium, Damaturu, Yobe State, Rainbow Roundabout, and Pantani Stadium, Rivers, and Freedom Park, Oshogbo. With regard to the request of the IGP for a meeting on Tuesday, Adegburuwa requested that the meeting be enlarged and held virtually to give room for all stakeholders to attend. He specifically mentioned that the meeting will be led by Femi Falana and will also have in attendance representatives of the Nigerian Bar Association (NBA), other lawyers and civil society organizations. Organizers of the planned End Bad Governance demonstration slated for August 1 have rejected the proposal by the Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Egbetokun for confined protest. At a meeting with the organizers on Tuesday, the IGP suggested confined protests in identified locations and advised against street rallies. However, Ebunolu Adegburuwa, one of the lawyers to the Take It Back movement, one of the groups organizing the protest, rejected the proposal of the IGP. The federal government has said there is no longer a need for the planned nationwide hunger protest scheduled for August 1 to 10, 2024. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, said this while addressing State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Monday, presided over by President Bola Tinubu. Idris stated that the government is already addressing some of the demands made by aggrieved Nigerians and making efforts to make sure that food is made available. The minister said the president believes that the government is answering the questions being asked.
The position of the Federal Executive Council is that most of the demands that the protesters are making are actually being addressed by the federal government. And therefore, it is the view of government that there is really no need for the protest again. Indeed, the president is already protesting on their behalf by doing those things that they want the government to do. For example, the effort that government is making in ensuring that food is being made available. There is also rice that is being sold at about 50% of its cost. Centers have been created so that those who need this rice can go there and buy this rice at 40,000 naira. In the first instance, about 10 trucks are being made available to each of these states. Government has not pretended that these supplies are indeed enough, but these are necessary first steps that are being made.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has appealed to youths in the nation's capital not to join the planned August End Bad Governance protest against hardship and economic woes. The former Rivers State Governor had last week said the FCT was not available for any protest, attracting a barrage of strong reactions from youths who vowed to stage a rally at Eagle Square come next month. However, the minister appeared to be soft-pedaling at a town hall meeting with youth stakeholders in the Buhari Area Council of the FCT on Monday, when he urged them to talk about their grievances and shelve the planned nationwide protests. Area Council chairmen, traditional rulers, religious bodies, representatives of women and youth groups were present at the meeting. In his welcome remarks, the FCT minister appreciated those present at the town hall meeting for embracing dialogue, even as he maintained that President Bola Tinubu continues to do his best to move the nation forward. On infrastructure development, Wike announced the president's approval to create a youth secretariat in the FCT administration and police stations in each area council in the nation's capital. He called on youths in all the area councils to shun the protest and embrace dialogue, assuring them that things will be better soon.
To go out on the road. Will you go out on the road? Are you joining them for the protest? Are you joining them for the protest? So you want us to talk? You want us to talk? We must talk. All those roads will be commissioned all this December. Will directly benefit. I continue to urge them to be calm, to be patient. This government is fully prepared to turn things around.
Former governor of Taraba State has raised an alarm over the planned nationwide protest, describing it as a plot to undermine Nigeria's democratically elected government. In a surprising turn, key youth groups and student organizations in the state have opted out of the protest. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundale filed in this report.
The former governor of Taraba State, Jolly Nyame, expressed grave concerns about the nationwide protest. He asserts that the protest is a deliberate attempt to overthrow the democratically elected government through disruptive means. Nyame made a statement in Jalingo, urging the youths to refrain from participating. As momentum builds for the nationwide protest against perceived poor governance, various youth groups, including the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, and the National Union of Taraba State Students, NUTAS, convened in Jalingo to voice their stance. In a unified voice, these unions have decided to withdraw their support for the protest, emphasizing the need for the government to address their concerns through initiatives like scholarships and food security programs.
The youth are not happy and are not willing to go into protest. This is the voice of Taraba youth. This is the voice of the voluntary youth organizations in Taraba State. This is the voice of the over 104 youth umbrellas that are saddled with the responsibility of coordinating youth activities in Taraba State. We don't want protest in Taraba State, exactly. We don't want protest. But students, are we hungry? Yes! Are we hungry? Yes! We want scholarship? Yes! We want protest? No! We want protest? No! We want to protest? No! Your Excellency, our message is simple.
Former acting governor of Taraba State, Sani Danladi, condemned the anonymous sponsors of the protest that he had chosen to abstain from, labeling them as cowards. Danladi stressed that the nation is facing challenging times and requires time to navigate its difficulties. Also, Jolly Nyame, the first civilian governor of the state, urged the federal government to subsidize essential services like petrol, education, healthcare, and agriculture.
Protests at this moment can only escalate the situation. I'm calling on the youth to run away from this protest. Some of those that initiated the protest are faithless. And you can't join somebody who is not on ground. Then who is going to direct you? I must warn you against joining the so-called national citizen protests planned against government under the guise of advocating for good governance. This action can only worsen the situation and endanger lives of thousands of people.
The Taraba State government has not released an official statement on the matter, even as some youth voices emphasize the need to prioritize public safety and security over the risk of potential unrest.
We'll now take a commercial break and be back for more news.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
To other parts of Africa, Guinea's giant Simandou iron ore project, which is expected to start exports in 2 years' time, is set to contribute to the world's decarbonization efforts, according to Rio Tinto. Lawrence de Chambeno, head of the external affairs at Rio Tinto, said in a speech in the capital, Conakry, that an iron content of nearly 65% and few impurities, Simandou project will make Guinea a key player. At an event to mark the second anniversary of Compagnie du TransGuinea, a joint venture set up by the Guinea government and its industrial partners to develop the world's largest iron ore reserve, the Chambenoid added this statement. Simandou iron can be refined using less energy-intensive technologies that emit less carbon dioxide during the transformation into steel. The special purpose vehicle is owned 42% or 42.5% each by Rio Tinto and winning consortium Simandou and 15% by the Guinean state. The project entails the exploitation of 8 billion tons in iron ore with an estimated annual output of 160 million tons, according to Jiba Diakete, chairperson of the Simandou Strategic Committee. The project plans as much as $15 billion investment in the mines, in the port, and a 650-kilometer railway, of which 100 kilometers has been built so far. Outside Africa, the Organization of American States, OAS, Election Observation Department, said on Tuesday it cannot recognize the results by Venezuela's National Electoral Council declaring President Nicolas Maduro the winner of Sunday's disputed vote. The 35-member regional body, which is to meet about Venezuela on Wednesday, said Venezuela's National Election Council, CNE, had shown itself biased towards the government. The CNE said Maduro had won with 51% of votes, but the opposition said the 73% of vote tallies to which it has access showed the candidate Edmundo Gonzalez had more than twice as many votes as Maduro. Protests have erupted in Venezuela, while the United States and various Latin American leaders have rejected the results or said greater transparency is needed. Maduro says Venezuela has the best and most transparent vote system in the world and accuses violent right-wing factions of seeking to overthrow him illegally with foreign support. He has received backing from China, Russia, and some left-leaning Latin American nations. The OAS report concluded that without public documentary support for the election results announced, they could not be trusted and should not be recognized. In entertainment news, renowned rapper and actor Chino XL, real name Derek Emmanuel Barbosa, passed away unexpectedly on Sunday, July 28 at the age of 50. The news was confirmed by his family in a heartfelt Instagram post on Tuesday. While the cause of death remains undisclosed, tributes have poured in from fellow artists and fans alike, celebrating his lyrical prowess and significant contributions to the hip-hop industry. Chino XL's career spanned over 3 decades, marked by chart-topping albums and memorable roles on the big and small screens. His impact on the music world will be deeply felt. And finally, sports news. The Tigers point guard Ezinne Kalu fired a warning at opponents after spearheading a ferocious defense in Nigeria's 75-62 win over Australia in the 2024 Olympics Women's Basketball Tournament Group B opener in Lille on Monday morning, according to Sports Extra. Winning their first ever game in an Olympic group phase brought so much joy to Kalu, who could barely talk after the game fired a warning at the next group's opponents, Canada and France, telling FIBA.com that the African champions smell blood whenever they are on the court. The team's head coach, Renee Wakama, is also basking in the euphoria of the historic win as she hailed Kalu for putting up a top-draw performance. She said Kalu brought her experience and a fresh mind. It was an epic performance from the Tigers as they recorded their first Olympic success in 20 years, as well as making history by coming out on top of the group phase game for the very first time. Defensively, the Tigers were warriors, a fact not lost to Kalu, who made a special return to the national team after a 3-year gap to claim 19 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals. Nigeria now face France and then Canada in the next Group B fixtures. And as the news update, for more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Women are shattering glass ceilings around the globe, making indelible marks across sectors, and the Nigerian banking industry is not left out, as Adora Umeoji joins the list of female chief executive officers (CEO) in the sector. In this feature, we bring you the profile of female chief executives of banks in the country. Adora Umeoji. Umeoji has over 30 years of experience in banking, including 26 years at Zenith Bank. Before Umeoji was appointed GCEO designate, she held the position of Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from October 2016. She obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors in law from Bayes University, Abuja. Umeoji is also a graduate of the University of Salford, United Kingdom, where she bagged a Master of Laws degree. She also obtained a Master's in Business Administration (MBA) from the University of Calabar and a doctorate in Business Administration from Apollos University, USA. Bolaji Agbede. Bolaji Agbede, acting Group CEO of Access Holdings, took over on February 13 following the death of Herbert Wigwe, the company's former GCEO. Agbede has worked in banking operations, customer relationship management, and human resources management departments for over 27 years. Beginning her career in 1992 as an executive trainee, she worked her way up to manager in 2001 at Guarantee Trust Bank, where she also held various positions such as vault custodian and relationship manager. She subsequently served as CEO of JKG Limited, a business consulting firm, in 2003. Agbede joined Access Bank in 2003 and as an assistant general manager and was responsible for managing the bank's portfolio of chemical trading companies. She also headed the bank's human resources department between 2010 and 2022 and was appointed the company's founding executive director, business support, in 2022. Agbede holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, 1990, and subsequently obtained a Master of Business Administration degree from Cranfield University in 2002. Miriam Olusonya. Miriam Olusonya is the MD of Guarantee Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO PLC, a position she assumed in July 2021. After beginning her career at the bank in 1998 as an executive trainee, Olusonya advanced through the ranks and now possesses over 25 years of experience in a variety of banking-related fields, including corporate finance, investment banking, financial markets, asset and liability management, investor relations, and transaction services. Before her appointment as the bank's MD, she was appointed Executive Director in 2018 and held positions as the group's treasurer and head of its wholesale banking division. Olusonya currently serves as a non-executive director on the board of GT Bank Gambia Limited. She is also a non-executive director of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) and the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities (SANEF). She graduated from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, with a bachelor's degree in pharmacy (B.Pharm) and the University of Liverpool, UK, with a master's degree in business administration, finance and accounting. Nneka Onyali Igbe. Nneka Onyeali-Ikpe took office as MD CEO of Fidelity Bank on January 1st, 2021, becoming the first female MD CEO in the bank's history. Before the appointment, she was Executive Director, the Southwest Region, overseeing the bank's business in the region's 6 states from January 2015 to December 2020. She has professional experience of over 30 years across various banks, having commenced her career in 1986. Onyeali-Ikpe has worked at Standard Chartered Bank PLC, Zenith Bank PLC and Citizens International Bank Limited, where she held several management positions in legal, treasury, investment banking, retail commercial banking and corporate banking. Onyeali-Ikpe holds Bachelor's of Law (LLB) and Master's of Laws (LLM) degrees from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka and King's College London, respectively. Yemisi Edun. Yemisi Edun is MD and CEO of First City Monument Bank, the first woman to ever hold the position at the organization. She assumed the position in July 2021 following an allegation of marital infidelity against Adam Nuhu, the former FCMB MD. Edun started her career in 1987 as a corporate finance specialist with Akintola Williams Deloitte, a member firm of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. Thereafter, Edun joined FCMB in 2000 as the divisional head of internal audit and control before assuming the role of Chief Financial Officer, CFO, of the bank in 2015. Edun holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Ife, Nigeria, and a master's degree in international accounting and finance from the University of Liverpool, UK. Tomi Somefun. Tomi Somefun was appointed MD CEO of Unity Bank PLC in August 2015. Prior to her appointment, she served as the Executive Director overseeing the Lagos and Southwest Business Directorates and the Treasury Department of the bank. She has 35 years of experience in the private sector, 26 of which are in the banking industry. From 1982 to 1986, she worked as a senior audit assistant for KPMG, which was the beginning of her nearly 40-year journey to become the formidable banker she is today. After working for a few more years as a senior auditor at Arthur Andersen, she left in 1989 to become an associate at Ventures and Trusts Limited. Veering into the banking sector, she began working with Credit Bank Limited before joining UBA Group, where she served as the MD CEO of 2 significant UBA subsidiaries, including UBA Pensions Custodian, a startup company which was founded with her as the pioneer MD. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981 with a Bachelor of Education in English Language. Yetunde Oni. Yetunde Oni in January 2024 was appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as the MD CEO of Union Bank of Nigeria. Until her appointment with the bank, Oni was a financial services leader with a successful career spanning over 30 years, holding senior positions in international and local banks and focusing on emerging markets. Before she made it to the top of the financial institution, Oni had an 11-year stint at EcoBank Transnational Incorporated as a relationship manager from 1994 to 2005. In September 2014, Oni held the position of Pioneer Head of Commercial Clients at Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited, before becoming the lender's MD and Country Head of Commercial Banking in West Africa in 2017. In January 2021, Oni achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first female MD CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Sierra Leone. Oni is a University of Ibadan graduate with a bachelor's degree in economics and has an MBA from Bangor University, Wales. Ireti Samuel Ogbu. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, appointed in September 2020, doubles as the CEO of Citibank Nigeria and Citibank's country officer for Nigeria and Ghana. Before appointed CEO of Citibank Nigeria, Samuel Ogbu was the Europe, Middle East and Africa EMEA head, Payments and Receivables Treasury and Trade Solutions (TTS) under Citi's Institutional Clients Group (ICG), based in London, UK. She has also served as a non-executive director on the board of Citibank Nigeria Limited. For the past 32 years, Samuel Ogbu has held various roles across Citibank's businesses in the UK, Nigeria and South Africa, having worked in each of the countries twice. Samuel Ogbu obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Middlesex University, UK, and has an MBA from the University of Bradford, UK. Kafilat Araoye. Kafilat Araoye was appointed in 2020 as the MD CEO of Lotus Bank. She started her career in 1988 at National Oil and Chemicals Marketing Company PLC, now Cornell Nigeria PLC, and moved in 1990 to GT Bank as the pioneer head of HR. Her last position at the firm was General Manager and Group Head, Human Resource Group, a position she exited in 2015. Subsequently, Araoye moved to XYZ Outsourcing and Management Consulting Limited. From 2015 to 2020, Araoye holds a first degree in history from the Obafemi Awolowo University and a master's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos, graduating as the best student in her class.
history, men left their household for periods at a time to hunt or gather food for their families. However, severe food shortages during economic crises fueled by climate change often force men to leave their wives and children permanently. This in search of desperately needed income elsewhere to support their families. Today, we look at stories of women in rural Africa who are left behind and the challenges they often face raising children alone. We also hear what can be done in this situation. Hello, I am Oriani Tangishaka, and this is Our Voices. With me here in studio is my colleague, Jeannie Niwa. How are you doing, Jeannie?
All right.
That's great. Seminesh is out today.
That's right.
Well, Jeannie, separation is devastating for couples and families. Should men continue to leave and, you know, with the notion that life would be better if they go out seeking for food? Or should they stay and deal with the impact of climate change with their wives? Or maybe even migrate together, so for the sake of just staying together?
That's a very good question. I think we have to look at it not, you know, in a Western way. You know, regardless, men have to be a provider. So the ideal situation, of course, is to to have your men near you, but at the end of the day, the man has to provide. So I think it's accepted that the men will leave. However, is he coming back? You know, are you abandoning your family? How do you provide by, you know, being in a long distance? And
Yeah.
that's...
I mean, that's a good question in terms of, you know, is he coming back? Because for me, like you said, I mean, maybe the Western way of looking at it, I want the lovely, lovely husband to be always next to me. But the issue is when he leaves to go provide and never comes back. So essentially, it doesn't become a marriage anymore. It just becomes like a economic arrangement.
Yes, yeah.
And its side.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you. There are men who leave and they continue to provide and maybe even come once in a while, which is very tough. We've seen men have to cross the ocean to go through different lands, European countries and things like that, and they risk their lives to try to provide for their families. The sad part is when they actually leave and find better pastures and realize that, look, that responsibility over there is just not mine anymore, and the women are left to fend for themselves and their children. And we're going to see more of this in today's episode on how the challenges are and the burdens are left on women, right? In a special report produced by VOA's Portuguese service, we take you to the southern part of Angola, where women have seen their husbands leave them behind because of the drought affecting their region for many years. Now alone and abandoned, women say they struggle to feed their children. Israel Campos visited some of the women impacted by the extreme weather conditions and climate, even as this report. He has this report.
These desperate babies crying in the scorching sun have never met their father. He left before they were born. Their mother, 38-year-old Katina Teresa, says the twins, Jair and Jaira, were born in December 2022 and are two of her 6 children. Teresa raises them as a single mother. She says her children aren't orphaned. Their father, she adds, just disappeared.
I have nothing. I have nothing to give the children. I don't have soap to wash their clothing, nor food to feed them.
Do you plan to search for your husband? Do you want him back?
No, he did not call me. He ran away from here. He won't come back anymore. He ran away.
Teresa is one of many women in several villages in the region who saw their partners leave in search of a better life during the most intense years of the cyclical drought that has been affecting southern Angola for over 30 years. The women who in the most intense years of the drought between 2019 and 2022 saw many of their husbands turn into climate migrants. While some came back after some time, others never returned.
This is where the 38-year-old Katina Teresa lives with her children. The mother of 6 has to support and take care of them by herself since the husband has left 2 years ago and gone to Namibia. Here they say he's gone missing since he hasn't said anything or sent any message since then.
Katina has to count on her 80-year-old mother to look after the children while she has to travel long distances in search of water.
When my daughter goes to fetch water, I have to take care of the twins. I can get them back to accompany their mother to fetch water, so I can only sit with them until she returns.
Southern Angola's rural population continues to face many challenges. The lack of food and water is still the main concern. People tell Voice America that they have seen many of their neighbors die of hunger and suffer from malnutrition in previous years.
We had 4 years without rain. Since the famine arrived here in the Bada area, many men had to abandon their women. The men said they were going to get food, but never came back.
Selepo is a farmer. She has 4 children of her own, but still takes care of 2 nephews. Her husband has not abandoned her. She says he's a climate refugee who started going to the capital, Luanda, at the height of the drought here in Shibia. Unlike some other cases, Selepo's husband travels back very often.
He goes to Luanda because of the needs we face here. Because of the drought here, there's no money, the cattle die, and that's why he goes to Luanda to look for better living conditions, and then he sends us money.
51-year-old Mwechia Wiza Kuchia wakes up early every day to take care of the few livestock he has left. Kuchia was in Luanda for almost 2 years. He says that life is not easy in the capital city either.
In Luanda, I worked in an iron factory. It was my brother who got me the job, but things weren't easy.
Now that he's back in Shibia, a town in the province of Huila, it's up to him to take care of an entire Kimbo, which is a set of houses that form a rural community known in the local language Mbondo. He looks after 5 families, including his 4 brothers, who also went to Luanda because of the drought, left their wives and children in his care.
When my brother's children are sick, I use my money to buy medicine, but there are days when I don't have any money either, so I have to go into debt to support their women and children.
The International Organization for Migration, IOM, defines climate migrant as those who must leave their homes and communities because of the effects of climate change and global warming. According to data from Amnesty International, which cites local organizations, in May 2021 alone, more than 7,000 Angolans had crossed the Namibian border because of the drought in the southern part of the country.
The villages are completely abandoned in the hands of women, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities because men are taking refuge to other locations, fleeing hunger and death. They are going to Luanda, Kunene, Namibia, and even to other countries.
Cecilia is a preeminent activist in the southern region of Angola, working with an organization called Association Building Communities. For years, she has been advocating for the rights of the most vulnerable communities. She says the government's lack of action for those affected by the drought is one of her biggest concerns.
Our government does not want to be touched by human suffering. It does not want to be touched by these people who have lost their dignity. In the struggle for human rights, nothing is more painful and humiliating than seeing another human being die of hunger. They die with no dignity.
Voice of America reached out for comments from the Angolan government, but the 2 departments we contacted declined our requests. Priest Pio Wakusanga has been advocating for the hardships many Angolans face in the southern region due to poverty and hunger.
When people heard that we had a community kitchen, they all started coming, including adults, men, women, and children. Some had to walk more than 90 or 100 kilometers, sleeping along the way for a few days, eating leaves along the way, until they finally reached us.
While the situation of poverty, hunger, and food insecurity of Angola's widows of the drought and children continues to get worse by the day, activists and non-governmental organizations on the ground continue to call on the Angolan government to declare an emergency situation so that most vulnerable people can receive the assistance they deserve.
Thanks Israel Campos for that really very good report. A lot of times people might say, we can make issues look like women are affected more than men in many cases. This is a clear example of when that actually happens, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, this climate migration is really an example of, how it's affecting women directly. And I mean, we've seen here like 2 years seems like a long time to
2 years.
Yeah, to look for something. I think we can clearly call it an abandonment.
Yeah, and in rural areas, you can live for 2 years. Women face that a lot. They live for 2 years, no sign of life, no contact, but the woman is left to face the sorrow in the children's eyes and things like that. And then the sad part about it is that in urban areas, women can actually get a job, an extra job, and hopefully have someone help them with the children, but get an extra job. But in the rural area, there's no other options.
No.
They're just still waiting for someone to come through.
Yeah.
And it's very sad when a man doesn't come back or at least show sign of life and send a letter, send some kind of communication. So women are affected more for sure.
Yeah, and we see this man who's taking care of 5 different families.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah, just because one man didn't come back or their husbands didn't come back. So yeah, and the uncle had to take care of his brothers, wives and children, and it's very devastating. Rural areas are very tough when it comes to the effects of climate change.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get back to that. We'll have to take a pause right now. It is time for a short break. When we return, we'll hear from an expert who has hands-on experience with women who have been left behind by their men and share how climate change sometimes is the main reason for their departure. As usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platform at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington, every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices, and we're talking about women who have seen their husbands leave them behind because of the effect of climate change, especially in the rural parts of Africa. Now we introduce you to Jen Naini Meriwos, the Executive Director of Samburu Women Trust in Kenya, an indigenous women-led organization that champions for the rights of women and girls among pastoralists. She joins us via Skype from Nanyuki, Kenya. Welcome, Ms. Meriwos. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me in your show. I'm doing quite well.
Right. Jen, recently in May, the indigenous women from your region of Assal gathered to protest, calling on the government to take proactive measures in minimizing the climate change related disasters like drought and floods, saying these disasters have led to a rise of rising female-headed households as women are left behind or separated from their husbands, unable to cope with the loss of livestock, which is the primarily livelihood for them. What was the government's response?
Thank you so much for having me in this show. And when we talk about impact of climate change, focusing on rural women, mostly nomadic pastoralist community in the region I come from, it has impacted negatively both women and girls because when their husbands move away with their livestock because you're a nomadic community, go look after their animals for several months, like the recent drought, almost like 3 years when we didn't have rains. And then you imagine for a very long time, and then all those animals are wiped away, and then their husbands come back with nothing. And women are there taking care of their children with nothing. The repercussion is, there's a lot of trauma both to the male, but to the women, there's more gender-based violence because men to trigger more violence to the women. So it also impacts negatively to the girl child because definitely they become the breadwinner and the breadwinner where they are trading them for livestock and sell them at a tender age. So in terms of early marriages, so also girls suffer in triple. So basically, in terms of climate change, women have turned out to manual job, moving nearer towns, doing manual job around issues like cooking alcohol, prostitution, selling small dukas, so that they are able to feed their families. As well as also the impact of climate change that you've seen that most families are separated. And you find that in the rural areas, most of the families are headed by women who are taking care of their families. Some of the husbands, when they go looking after their animals, they don't come back to their family when they lost their livelihood as a result of drought. They disappear from nowhere and they don't return. And those ones who returns, they return with a lot of frustration, impacting also negatively to the same women in terms of start now beating them. So more gender-based violence to the homestead also triggered to divorce among the women. And to those families who have girls, you become now the brunt of the conflict because your father now tends to trade you with other men on early marriages so that they can have back to the livestock.
Terrible, terrible situation. And let's touch on that. What about those husbands? Do you think the reason for the ones who don't come back, is it because they're having a hard time to reach their family?
Once, yes, because of the society and the negative put and the pressure on men that you're supposed to feed your family. And because they don't have that courage to come and face the reality, they tend, some of them even to kill themselves, some of them even just to disappear, and they never returns. And because there is no support system in the community where men are supposed to come back and change back in the society, it becomes difficult for them. But again, when you look keenly, I would prefer sometimes it's better if men disappear rather than coming back and start now causing more mayhem to the women who have been trolling and supporting their children in their absence.
Yeah, so do you think that when that situation actually happens where it seems as if it's better that they stay where they are, do the women triumph against all odds? What happens to the women, eventually in your experience?
What we've been doing generally to support these families who are having impacted negatively, both women and girls, to retain them in schools, is that we've been supporting them with seed capital, having them cash transfer, and also giving them life skills, knowledge that they are able to do small entrepreneurship, selling small vegetables, starting kitchen garden, and also having small mobile shops where they are able to sustain their families and to the girls for us to retain them in school so that they don't get early marriages, as well as also being forced to undergo, female genital mutilation and married off at tender age. We retain them in school by one, supporting them sanitary pads, paying their school fees, and making sure that the girls also are safe in some of the areas. For those women who are experiencing gender-based violence, as a result of that, they've lost all their livestock. We also give them social support system, but also supporting them in alternative livelihood so that they can have back their dignity. For those who are affected, impacted by either by beaten or even by, harm by their husband, we give them medical support so that they can also see a counselor and they're able to regain back their dignity and to come back to the society so that they continue feeding their family in a dignified way.
Well, you are really, really supporting those families. You are doing an excellent job. So you also are the national convener of the Indigenous Women Council in Kenya, and your annual conference is coming up. Tell us more about the organization and upcoming meeting.
The key highlights within Samburu Women Trust that this is the 9th annual Women Conference, which we are bringing on board all the leadership, women at the national level, National Assembly, and then also the county government, as well as also other partners across the region, trying to deliberate and assist and access what is the situation we are talking about when you talk about climate change and how it's impacting negatively on Indigenous women, those who are living in rural areas that they cannot be accessed. How do we look critically around issues on policy and see, do this policy that the government is talking about, how is it impacting negatively? How do we also influence some of these issues as Indigenous women, as even voices of women, so that the government can also change the policy we feel that they're not friendly to us. And even our main things here is to make sure that our issue, our collective voice as Indigenous women, is heard by the government. When you look at the landscape where Indigenous women live, most of these issues are underlying. Majority of them, they're pastoralists, hunter-gatherer, fisher folks, as well as also women who live with a disability. And we want the government to hear, one, our issue, two, articulate our issues, as well as also when they develop policy, we want to be on the table, not people to discuss our issues. We want us to discuss our issues on the same table, decision making.
And rightfully speaking, it sounds like you're closing the gaps where government isn't able to reach some of these women in rural areas. But in essence, how many do you actually serve, or perhaps how many would you like to be serving at this time? How many women and children?
This time, so far we are able to reach, for the last 3 months, we were able to reach close to 3,000 women, and we are able to retain 500 girls in several schools, both supporting them, paying them their school fees, buying them school uniform, retaining them by giving them dignity kits, and making sure that during the school holiday, we also host mentorship for them to prepare young girls to equip them in terms of building their self-esteem and making sure that also young girls start preparing in terms of leadership.
So would you want to be working more with the government, and what exactly is your long-term goal of how many people you want to reach, or how many other counties that are going through the similar issues that you would like to touch? Because this is something that is in the sight of climate change is not going to end soon. What is your end game in the future?
We work very closely, both the national government and the county government, trying to engage them in terms of when they're developing the policy, making sure that the policy are very friendly and the issues of Indigenous women are taken care of, and also supporting them, making sure that the policies in place, they are disseminated and simplified in the language that local community can understand, in the language that it is being simplified, but also supporting them going to the vernacular radio station and talking and demystifying the policy, and making also sure participation of rural women is very effectively and understand the issues that the government want to put in place. Our bridge is to make sure that the issues of women and girls is put at the table, and the government can raise our concern at different levels.
What about a last message to men? Perhaps those who are still there, those who have left, what is your message to them?
Pardon?
Message to the men who are still there with their women, or a message to the men who have left and never came back?
To the men who have left their family, we want to send them a very strong message. Please come back and take the responsibility, because those children, those women needs you. For those men who have had the courage to come back and live with their family, please protect their family and protect those women, and don't subject them to gender-based violence.
Thank you so much for your insight in what's going on in the rural parts of Africa, rural parts of Kenya, and the things that people are going through. We've also heard the things that are happening in Angola. It seems that there are different parts of Africa that are facing climate change, and some of the things that are being done. Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Ms. Mary Was.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And that's our show for today. We hope today's show shed light on how economic crisis fueled by global warming is affecting families, especially in parts of the continent. Thanks to our guest, Jane Naini Mary Was, the Executive Director of Samburu Women Trust in Kenya, and was our colleague Israel Campos from the Portuguese division for the report that we've seen earlier. Be sure to watch our voices on VOA's website at voaafrica.com and our YouTube channel, where you can catch up on the latest episodes and top news stories around the globe. Last but not least, thanks to our editorial and production team here on Our Voices. And on behalf of VOA, thanks for watching. Until next time, cheers.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nationwide protest, the federal government has assured the public that it is actively addressing the challenges facing the nation amidst growing calls for a nationwide protest against President Bola Tinubu's administration. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohamed Idris, emphasized that the government is committed to resolving all issues in a manner that upholds the peace and stability of the country.
Any protest, let us all calm down. A lot is happening. Nigeria is going to move and march on, and we believe that whatever government comes up will be in the interest of Nigeria. We don't think that there is need for any protest. We are appealing for calm. We are appealing for a peaceful resolution or peaceful approach to any issue. There's no need for any protest. Let us all calm down. A lot is happening. Nigeria is going to move and march on, and we believe that whatever government comes up will be in the interest of Nigeria. We don't think that there is need for any protest. We are appealing for calm. We are appealing for a peaceful resolution or peaceful approach to any issue.
Additionally, 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, while leaving the country home of Governor Alex Otti of Abia State, highlighted the importance of conducting peaceful protest within the confines of the law, as stipulated by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Within the Nigerian Constitution, protesting allowed. All I plead for those who are protesting is to do so within the law and in a civil manner that allows us as a nation to show that we live within the law. You know, everybody knows the things that are difficult. I always say, when they talk about sponsors of the protest, I say the sponsors are very simple. It's hunger. It's hopelessness among the youths. So we all have to listen to what Nigerians are going through. And I thank our governor for doing so. It is critical and important. Okay. Well, what I said to security agencies is that we will let them ensure that they manage the situation, again, within the law. You know, we should not try to be overbearing. It should be something that we do within the law. There's nothing wrong. Protest is allowed everywhere globally. And I also say people protest in my house. And it's for us to listen to those who are protesting. Why are they protesting? Engage them. That's what governance is all about.
That you get approval from the security forces, particularly the police. And somebody should take responsibility for getting that approval. So if you don't have the approval, then it will be against the law for you to go out on the street to protest. So my final word is that people should think about the implications of pouring out on the streets and restricting movement of other people and possibly inflicting harm and more hardship on the people. For people in Abia, my advice is that people should not pour out on the streets.
Joining us is a global affairs analyst and chairman Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Ambrose Igboke. And we also have a public affairs analyst and good governance advocate, Nelson Ekujumi. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for having me on the show today.
We are quite honored and privileged to have you gentlemen with us. Dr. Igboke, sorry, I tend to sometimes slip into the Igboke district. Yours is without a W. Doctor, I think it's imperative at this juncture that I first ask, what is your position on this planned protest, and why are you holding to that position? Two questions in one, sir.
Well, there's a proverb in Igbo land, which I will translate that he who uses the sword does not allow the sword to pass through his back, to go through his back. So that masters of protests in the past are now afraid of protests. We must give it to some of the key members of the APC now, who were dogged protesters in their time. Remember the Nadeko days. Maybe some people are too young, or they were in deliberate amnesia to don't want to remember history. Let's now talk about the history of Ali Must Go in 1976 and all those ones. Let's come home clearer. When June 12, 1993 elections were annulled, Nigerians hit the streets, and there were the protests and the fight against the annulment of June 12 was orchestrated by many of these people who are in positions of authority today. Our president Bola Tinubu, in fact, left his cozy life and hit the streets with his co-travelers in Nadeko and the National Democratic Coalition. They were in the streets in the heat against their own life danger, against the brutality of General Sani Abacha, against the hounds of Al-Mustafa and co. They were on the street protesting against the annulment. At a point, he forced the then head of state, the military head of state, to step aside, according to him. And then he gave a hell to the regime of Abacha, to the extent that some of them were forced into exile, some of them lost their life, but they kept on, even from exile, and the protests paid off. And that was what ushered in the democracy we are enjoying today, that started 29th May 1999. So let's not forget that the democracy we are enjoying today, 25 years on, was an outcome of protest. And that should be very clear and understood by everybody. And now, between 1999 to now, we have had protests, especially the ones led by Adams Oshiomhole, Nigeria Labour Congress, when he was president of Nigeria Labour Congress, against hardships, against increase in fuel, against all kinds of government policies. Nigerians hit the streets so many times. I remember in 2012 also, when the government of Jonathan wanted to remove subsidy, there was a Save Nigerian group that came up and a coalition of civil societies, and there were protests all over the country. Now, so protests are legitimate. Protests are instruments for ventilating grievances in democracy. Now, government should not be afraid of protest. Government should rather not seek to prevent protest, but how to make sure it is possible.
I'll come back to you, Doc. I want to believe that, put succinctly, you are in support of the protest and you believe that it is a legitimate instrument of democratic practice for protests to happen. Thank you very much. Let me go to your colleague. My brother Nelson, would you be kind enough to let us know your position and why you are holding to your position regarding the planned protest?
Well, thank you very much. I think it is important for us to recognize that it is not that people are afraid of protests. But this particular one, if you observe developments within the polity, since we started hearing rumors of this protest, the organizers or those who are supposed to take responsibility for mobilizing for the protests, went underground. Nobody knew them. That is very, very unlike protests we have had. He mentioned protests now. Those were protests in which the organizers will come out days before. We have never seen this type of guerrilla protests planned, where people who are planning protests will be in hiding. They will be faceless, unknown, only for them to start emerging from their underground 2-3 days to the event. And a lot of Nigerians are still being haunted by what happened in October 2020, the EndSARS protest, where this same side came up, even when the government said we are going to dialogue, they said, no, we don't have any leadership. We will continue to hold our protests. Some persons have told us that if we protest for 30 days, United Nations will take over Nigeria. So you can see clearly that these protests
As much as I'm a product of protest, and I support people protesting, even if you want to protest against your wife, if that is within your rights. But don't infringe on my own rights in the course of exercising your rights, because where your right stops is where mine begins. That is what we are saying. You are free to go on your protest, it's within your rights. But don't infringe on other people's right to life, to businesses, to free movements. Hold your protests in a place where those who are not part of your protest can go about their legitimate business. But when you start hearing words like, oh, we are going to shut down Nigeria, like a young man was arrested in Plateau State who posted a video on TikTok. They will bomb police stations, will burn army barracks, will bomb petrol stations, will burn banks. You can imagine when people who are claiming to be going to hold a protest start using such languages, you become wary and worried that this is uncivilized. When we organize protests, we mention our names, we even give ultimatum. And on the day of the protest, we are there, you see us. Okay. We don't hide behind the finger.
Mr. Kujimi, let me go to your colleague, Doc. Dr. Igboke, it's looking like the government, indeed, the spokesperson of the president said day before yesterday that they were not in any way, shape, or form against protests, and that they believe that it is the constitutional right of those who want to protest that they can protest. However, in the backdrop of the point that your colleague just made now, that this seems to be a protest that is being that originated from a seemingly cloaked environment or movement, that people were originally not surfacing as the perpetrators or the organizers of the protest, and in the backdrop of EndSARS, the unfortunate ending of EndSARS, and what we have seen happen in Kenya, do you still hold on to your position that the protest is a legitimate constitutional right, and even if there were say misgivings about the nature of how it's been organized, it should still go ahead?
Firstly, I want to correct an erroneous interpretation. I think people are just being clever by half. There's a difference between protest and riots. When somebody comes out and says, I want to burn down police station, but that is a riot. That is an insurrection. It is not a protest. Protests are not violent. It is people, either state actors or infiltrators or the people reacting, that make it riotous. So let it become very clear about using of concepts here. Riot is not protest. So what my colleague is talking about is riots, where nobody is backing a riot. We are talking about protests where people come with their banners, expressing themselves, saying that, okay, we don't want hunger in the land, speaking to the government, delivering letters and the rest. And it's not also true that these people are faceless. In the past weeks, we have received endorsements. They're all over the news. Different groups, different CSOs. Some saying yes to protest, some saying no. So why will somebody say they are faceless? So many groups have endorsed the protest and said they are going to join. And that these people are coalitions and CSOs. Why some have said they are not going to join, and urge people not to join. So we have to look at both sides. And then when we also talk about protests, we have what we call intelligence services in Nigeria. We have the DSS, we have the NIA, we have a lot of, even the police have its own intelligence, and the military and everybody. No, what we do is that it is the work of intelligence to be able to detect and beforehand who are those that are trying to make a protest to become a riot. Because a protest is not a riot. A protest is not an insurrection. So with intelligence gathering, we'll be able to do, that is what the civilized countries do. You take out those who want to cause the protests to become riots. And that is the function of intelligence gathering. And then these things can be done easily by our security agencies because they have all the equipment. We have empowered them constitutionally. They listen into conversations. They can do all those things. They can tap. They can do all kinds of things. So intelligence can take care of that. What government needs to do is to actually bring out modalities of how to say, okay, government can say we don't want people moving around the streets because it may be hijacked by hoodlums, by fifth columnists, by infiltrators who are like the young man who was arrested who's talking about burning down things. You'll find out that if such people infiltrate the protest, you'll find out that then these are the people that will turn it to a riot. Therefore, you don't allow those. So you can say, let's bring out parks, like the Eagle Park, like the different parks. There are different parks in different cities in Nigeria. Okay, if you want to do like Roe Park in Yaba, they are different. They're also in different parts of the country. You can say, okay, restrict your protest here. You can have all you have. You can do all whatever. Government can allocate all these parks and centers and say, stay here, do your protest, and make your noise, draft letter, read your communique, and all those things. Then that can be taken. But saying that people will not protest in a democracy because you are insinuating that there will be this, there will be that, there will be that. It's not a function of democracy. The work of the military and paramilitary and intelligence agencies is to ensure that protesters are protected and that protest doesn't turn to riots.
I'll come back to you, Doc. Mr. Kujimi, as a veteran protester yourself, and you know whether he deliberately wanted to praise you and some of the groups you belong to, he had earlier said that you people are quite tested in the area of protesting. You would ordinarily agree with Dr. Igboke that protest is different from riot. And let's be honest with ourselves, we can no longer say that the protest is being organized by faceless people. Once we can now see a senior advocate of Nigeria, who you have, somebody like you has a very rich history with. You now see a number of persons coming out, and that all said and done, like Dr. Igboke has accentuated, the state has the intelligence infrastructure, and it's easy for the state, just like they homed in on the guy that you earlier alluded to and picked him because he had upfront expressed his desire to commit crime. They picked him, and so there shouldn't be any need for this level of paranoia on the side of the government and those who are pro-government that this one can degenerate into riot, because according to him, protest is different from riot.
Well, Bolaba, I'm sure you are aware, if you listen to what my other colleague said, he said some persons have said will join. If you say you will join, does that make you the organizer? Or you say, I won't be a party to whatever party, oh, a party is going on there. I won't attend that party. Oh, I'm going to attend that. Does that make me the organizer of the party? Absolutely no. So we must get these clarifications very clear. Then the fact of the matter is that nobody in his right senses will condemn protest. It's a fundamental right. But what we are saying here, even the senior advocate of Nigeria that you made mention of, he was on a national TV, and when he was asked, are you going to join the protest? He said, I don't know them. I can't be a party to what I don't know what they are doing. So the worry, nobody is saying they cannot protest. In fact, in my own little corner, I've even advised the government, just like my colleague there said, that they should provide a park for them. If they want to protest for the next 50 years, so be it. It's their right. It doesn't concern me. But me, I'm not a party to their protest. So I want to go about my legitimate business to put food on the table of my family. So nobody is against protest. We shall get that very clear. And he made mention of the power of the states. If the states is going to get information, you and I know that human beings will be deployed and technology. And whatever information the state gets, The state will not make it. The state has the discretion of what to do with that information, maybe after processing. But in this case, I'm telling you of a tradition that I belong to. A tradition whereby when we want to hold protests, we announce it and we say, this is the name of our group. We are going to hold a protest XY dates. This is our venue where we'll commence the protest, and this is where we'll go. But in this case, we started hearing about protests, and everybody, even the NLC, was asking government to dialogue with the protesters. And it was like, who are you? Can you dialogue with somebody you don't know? It is when you can identify your objects that you can dialogue, you can hold engagement with him. But in this case, they went underground until just about some few days ago that they started surfacing one after the other. So the right of protest is a legitimate right. But what we are saying is that if you are organizing a protest, of which I have done severally, of which I have been a party to, you must be ready to ensure that your protest is peaceful. The essence of the security agencies is to complement your own security. You must be ready to provide your own security to ensure that infiltrators will not come in to cause havoc.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Kujimi. Dr. Igboke, we have to go beyond sophistry now. We have to go beyond intellectualism and being academic. The truth, Dr. Igboke, as we know, is that there is anger and hunger on the streets of a major city. And if protest is not properly managed by people who are accountable, it could easily snowball into riot. Let's be honest with ourselves. Dr. Igboke, you will agree with me that the original planners of EndSARS never wished it to come to the kind of untidy end it came to, especially when some people, 27 police formations in the greater Lagos area were vandalized or literally destroyed. And so I'm sitting there, and you and I, Dr. Igboke, speaking to real politics now and not intellectualism. Do you think that a protest of the magnitude of the one that has been espoused in the last 2 weeks could go on across Nigeria and it will not easily cross the thin line between protest and riot, especially with disgruntled elements? Dr. Igboke?
Everything we do is about intellectualism, practical intellectualism. Okay, let's use the word pragmatism. As you rightly said, there's an African proverb that says you don't beat a child and tell the child not to cry. So, what is the other way for these people to ventilate their frustrations? Is it by beating all of us that they think that can feed 3 times a day? Is it by laying us on the road? So there must be some platforms. Some people said you should write letters. Some people said you should do round table.
Which in some respects, as you said, which in some respects is already happening. Because come to think of it, I want to believe that the high rate of criminality, high rate of kidnapping, high rate of all these insurrections and this thing may not be too distant from the fact that some people have seen themselves to be hopeless and they just want to inflict harm on those they perceive to be better than them in the society. Am I right?
Okay. Yeah. These things are expressions of frustrations. And that is why we said, okay, instead of saying, don't do it at all, I would have wanted a situation where the Nigerian state would have said, how do we manage this? By first of all, in the last 3 weeks, we would have said, okay, in the last 1 month, when these fillers started coming up, we would have opened a more conciliatory and dialogue position and say, okay, protesters, let us see you. Let us have your dates, as my colleague has said. Let us have your plan. Let us have your routes, your map. Where are you going to? Where will it take place? Okay, don't do this. Let's do this. But what are we having? We are having threats. We are having people say, oh, we have foreigners want to invade the land. These are old stories we always hear. And we heard, even when the court has said that we don't need police permits to congregate, they still say that you need police permits and all those things. These are the kind of soft history we have been hearing from the other end. There was no effort, as far as I know, to say, okay, identify yourself, come forward, let us dialogue with you, let us talk, let us know where it's possible. The state governors themselves have also said, some state governors have also dialogue with their people. It is even more at the state level, where they have dialogue with youth, talk with market women, talk with people, and they have gotten the assurance we won't be part of it. The same thing we expected at the federal level, to say, okay, dialogue with civil society organizations, call them and say, are you part of this? If they are not part of it, can we identify those who are behind it? And let me say something. We cannot, my brother said that how they used to do it, See, we have to be careful how we handle the Gen Z generation. We have to be very, very careful, because this generation, there's a disconnect between us and them. They are not wired the way we are wired. Protests now are more organic than formal, where you write letter and all this. They have the Twitter. They know how to coordinate themselves. Digital life is faceless. Digital life is not. It's very, very virtual. These people, they know how to coordinate themselves using all sorts of social media platforms, digital devices, and the rest that are not known to us in the days of the trenches, like my big brother is in the days of his trenches. Those things were not known then. Those times you need to have physical meetings, you need to identify yourself, you even need to register CSOs and all those things. But these guys, just like what is happening in journalism, where we are having the gatekeepers concepts being crashed, where people sit in their rooms and generate news and send, unlike the traditional gatekeeping concept. So we must move with the tide. And the government must also move with the tide, deploy technology and see how they can also use technology to be able to find out who are the organizers and engage them.
Mr. Kujumi, I want to believe, at least I've seen one or two pictures where you are literally amongst some people that the governor of Lagos State invited for some joining on this issue of protest. And I want to believe that as a veteran yourself, people like you ought to have posited some ideas even if it's just at the level of the governor in Lagos, because I wouldn't know how close you are to Abuja. But like Dr. Igboke just stated now, some of you people trading ideas with how these seemingly faceless protesters can be effectively engaged with a view to dousing the anger and maybe taking the wind off their sail. Because as it is now, it does seem that some of them are digging in. They say they're claiming to want to resist whatever they believe the government is going to do to stop them from protesting. How would you want to respond to that, sir?
Well, Balaba, I want to quickly respond to what I think Dr. Igboke. He said the protest organization now is organic, not like in Addis. But I want him to recognize that we're a society governed by laws. And no matter what you do, no matter how organic you want to organize yourself, you must be ready to conform with the rules of engagement, or else you run into trouble. We saw the way their organic organization of protest ended with the End SARS protest in 2020, where there was arson, where there was rape, where there was cannibalization of security agencies, where police stations were attacked, burnt, arms and ammunition looted. And somebody will come up and tell me, oh, they are not, those ones are not protesters, they are hoodlums. How do I differentiate between a protester and a hoodlum? Is the so-called hoodlum, is he not a human being? Just like the protester? So if you are pampering this generation without telling them that, look, this is how a society runs. A young man will wake up, he will see Dangote having a private jet. He has not worked for 1 naira in his life. He will be envying Dangote that I want to ride a jet in the next 2 years. So what sort of society is that? So we have a role as leaders and elders to mentor these children to realize that the society runs by process. At a point in time, you be a kindergarten, you become a teenager, then you become an adult and you get married, and you start having children. And if God spares your life, your children also have children and you become a grandparent. So we must be ready to educate these children or this Gen Z generation, like you are saying, because we all have them in our homes and we have to play that role. Then talking about the engagement with the Lagos State government, yes, we were invited for a stakeholders meeting as part of the dialogue session by the states to talk to actors. The state governor told us that they've held meeting with market people, they are going to hold with the transport unions, they are going to hold with the local government chairmen and councillors, that they have the mandate of Mr. President to meet with the spectrum of the society. And at our own meeting, we gave the government some advice. And we got that message from the government that, look, this is the situation we are all passing through. Times are hard. It's affecting everybody, both the rich and the poor, you know. But the reality of our situation is that we need to maintain the peace in whatever we do. Even if we are going on a protest. Nobody has said nobody should go on a protest. But what we are saying is that maintain peace. Some elders have said don't go on a protest. It is not out of place for an elderly citizen to tell a young man, don't climb a tree without a rope that you can fall down. It doesn't mean that even if you're an expert in that field, that you could not have an accident. That's the role of elders in any society. They will admonish you. So in this case, we have passed our own recommendations on what needs to be done, because majorly what is fueling anger in the land is the cost of living. And we can see the efforts being made in some areas, and we are asking that more needs to be done. So we know the feelings of our people because we are on the same page with them. And it is our responsibility to take our message from the grassroots to the government, because we are the voice of those people who don't have that opportunity that some of us have.
I'll come back to you. Let me get to Dr. Ogboke. Dr. Ogboke, your colleague is of the opinion that we must not sustain the delusion of these Gen Zs. We tend to be ascribing too much to them. The one that we witnessed during NSAS did not end well. What we have seen in Kenya ultimately is very, very disturbing, because it has ended in just about the same way NSAS ended. Major destructions, no much progress. The man ostensibly disbanded his cabinet. When he reconstituted it, about 70 to 80% of those he ostensibly sent home, he re-engaged, and now everything has died down. Is this what the protesters will be aiming for too in Nigeria? And the degree of economic damage that will cost innocent entrepreneurs, especially SMEs, during NSAS. How would you respond to that?
I will interrogate that issue with a rhetorical question. Why is it that always when there is protest in Africa, that's where you see a lot of violence, a lot of killings, a lot of destruction? But most of the time, when you see protests in the West, even in some parts of East, eastern part of the world, you don't see all this kind of violence. Was it in Hong Kong?
Dr. Ogboke, I beg to disagree. You need to look at some of the protest reels from the rest of America towards the end of Trump's last tenure. You need to look at some of
that was not a protest. The people that stormed Capitol Hill was not a protest.
Even before that, all the protests in some of these Rust Belt states where people were even killing themselves. My brother, protest anywhere in the last 10 to 15 years, especially in the West, has been more inclined to violence. You want to quickly do a cursory examination mentally to just review what I'm saying, sir?
Well, that is also like yellow vest protest that happened in France the other day. It was the way the state handled it. Macron was talking tough, and the police came out with brutality, and some people were killed. What did the people do? They wore yellow vests, and some of them, because of the increase of petroleum, diesel costs, and other gas costs, they went on. The truck drivers blocked the road and were making their protests known. The next thing, the police came in, and some people were killed, and it went out of hand. So most of the time, it is always the response of the state actors that trigger of violence. And as we have said, if we do more of proactive and preventive measures, some of these things will not happen. But when you now said, don't protest, it is not possible for human beings in a democracy not to protest. Now, what we are going to be looking out for is how.
Are they saying no protest, or they're just saying the protest should be within the context of the law?
We are saying because of the fear of protests turning to riots, that protests should not hold. That is what the people who are saying no protest are saying. That is the point. And we're not saying that the people, like my big brother Alujimi, when they were going towards the bullets of Al-Mustafa during Abacha's time, they knew that they knew they could end their lives there. They still went out to protest. Some of them lost their lives, but that did not deter them. So what we are now saying is that what cause is the protest for, and how do we guide the process? And that is like the engagements the state governments have been making. I'm not saying that engagement at the federal level. I said it earlier before you said it, that there were some state governors making some engagements. I'm not seeing it at the federal level. All I see is, tough talk, stand rhetorics, and the rest. And that is where the issue lies. Whether we like it or not, the generation we have created and our children is different from what we inherited from our parents. We have created a generation of children who question everything, who don't just take instruction because it came from an elder. In our own time, they said the elders are full of wisdom. But over the years, the elders have disappointed in Africa and turned Africa to a pariah continent. Therefore, the youth who are trained interrogate everything. Those days, if they tell you don't do this, we say, well, the elders are spoken, don't do it. But now, it is not true anymore. The elders are no more the embodiment of morality. They are no more the embodiment of wisdom. They are no more the embodiment of honesty. And that is the challenge we are having as a society. And sometimes when we talk to this, so the approach sometimes we use is very wrong. And that is the problem. There is a disconnect between us and the Gen Z generation. And until we start begin to tackle that and not talking down, these people want to engage intellectually. They don't just want to take anything. My colleagues say we have them at home. Actually, we have them at home.
Nelson, we are at the point now where, you see, I must ask this question. It's tough and it's unfair to you as a person. With what I know to be your pedigree and your antecedents, fighting for democracy and, although within the context of the rule of law, I am thinking if the government has an asset such as you, it is surprising to me that you people will not know those who are organizing this protest. And let me be very personal with you now. I put it to you in a way that I find it difficult that Nelson Ekujimi, with the network you have out there in the ecosystem, in the ecosystem of democratic activism in Nigeria, that you will not know the people behind this protest. What would be your response to that? If I just get a bit personal, I know it's unfair, but I'm just putting it on.
Quickly before I respond to that question, I want to correct an impression by Dr. Igboke, and that is that when we went out to protest during our own days, of which we are still on the field, even when we are assaulted by the security agencies, we don't burn shops, we don't loot, we don't attack police stations, we don't rape women on the streets, we don't extort people on the roads. So ours is quite different. Even when we are assaulted by the security agencies on the day of protest one, we still come out the following day because we have a goal that we want the society to hear our message. It is not about attacking policemen, killing them, burning police station, carrying their arms and ammunition. So go and do what? When we are not armed robbers. So our own protest is quite different from these so-called organizers. Secondly, you asked about knowing about those who are organizing these protests. I will tell you for free. I've seen snippets, but I don't. Yes, I've seen snippets of those. Hold on, I've seen snippets to identify some persons, but I don't work for the government. It's not my responsibility. We have agencies of state statutorily empowered, funded to do that job. So let them do their job. If they need information from me, I will gladly oblige if I have it. But I don't have that fact. All I hear is, oh, we are going to protest. And I know quite a number of those who are making all this noise are not going to be part of the protest. They are just inciting. Look at the young man in Plateau State. He said he was just doing a skit, that he didn't mean it, that his friend told him it will put him in trouble, and right now he's in trouble. There are so many of them like that. Oh, we are going out there, we'll protest. And I've told some of them, we are veterans in protest. If you feel like protesting, go there and join the crowd, but ensure that you respect the laws of the land. The right that you have as a protester is a right that I have as a non-protester. You should not, because you are protesting, infringe on my own right. That is where the battle line, you cross the battle line. And that is the message we are passing to them. Free, go ahead, is your right. Even if you like, have a party, enjoy, engage the services of a DJ or a musician. It's a free world. It's your right, but don't infringe on other people's rights. That is that.
Like I was unfair to your colleague, I think it's about time I asked you a seemingly unfair question. Dr. Bokwe, putting your hand on your chest, do you genuinely believe that at this point, given the socioeconomic milieu of the country, that if an ostensibly innocent protest were to commence, it could not likely degenerate to something untoward? Can you consistently say that at this point?
Well, for a second, when you told me to put my hand on my chest, I thought you wanted to tell me to recite the old new national anthem.
Well, must you be in every material particular chicken? Why that backhand again?
Well, the issue is that truly there is tension in the land. There is palpitation. There is fear that the frustrations of people, the anger may go overboard. And it is the truth. So what needs to be done have already been started. For example, the issue of engagement is very, very important, because whether we like it or not, there are cells that coordinate these things. And it's not faceless. Somebody was just like Mr. Lijimia said that the boy in Plateau talked to some friends. There are cells and all those things. So if you have community leaders, the traditional rulers of some states have been engaged. They have gone home to talk to their people. The political leaders, in fact, the National Assembly the other time had to go for a recess so that those people can go back home to talk to their people. These are the engagements to keep to the and at this point, I think also the government, for those who are insisting that we come out or whatever, you can, get like what Mr. Olishimi said, let's get a small place, give them DJ, let them stay there in a particular environment, in a park or whatever, and make sure the police is there, the security agencies are there, the DSS, everybody is there to guide the process. That my fear is that if we allow it to spill to the streets for a parade or a movement, that is where the infiltration will come. So even if the protesters have a genuine intention And my fear is that they will be infiltrated if it is allowed to be a procession. Therefore, the way to curtail it is to see if at the local government level, at the community level, at whatever level, they can bring out spaces for them to, sit down, ventilate, carry their plaque, and let them be in a particular entity so that the police and other security agencies can be able to provide adequate security.
Okay,
and as we say, so that it doesn't infringe on the rights of those who are not joining the protest. And I think that is the most feasible thing to be able to do between now and the 1st of August.
Doc, I'll come back to you. Mr. Kujimi,
or the other. Good enough. Most of the schools are now on holidays, especially secondary schools, but many universities are on holidays. So it's good for parents also to look out for their children to see what they are doing and what, because the truth is that many of these children, many of these youth are misled. They don't even know the import of the activities they are doing. A lot of them lack media literacy, so whatever they see online, they just, take up the content without even being able to interpret what they say. Like the young man said, it's catching cool. Meanwhile, some other people have, some gullible youth are taking the content and the rest. So protest is not against the state. Protest is supposed to give you an ability to ventilate your frustrations, tell the state your problem and the rest. This is not to go and burn down police stations. It's not to go and attack military people or paramilitary or security agencies. That is riot. That is insurgency. That is not even riot. That is insurgency because you are fighting against the state. So that is not people who are, trying to compare protest as that. I think I'm not doing protest any justice. Once it goes beyond showing your placard, singing solidarity song, putting your DJ and showing the government, writing a communique and giving to government and all those things. Once it goes beyond that, then it's not more a protest. It has become to either riots, insurrection, or all kinds of attacks on the state. And parents, the church, everybody that play a role to ensure that even when there's protest, let it be confined to spaces that can be managed and controlled.
Are made available. Is it not important at this juncture that designated places are made available for these people, as we have traditionally? Mr. Femi Falana was saying the other day and was alluding to Hyde Park in London, a place designated for those who have issues to express. Is it not imperative at this juncture that as those guys in Abuja have requested for the Eagle Square or somewhere in Lagos where security can be provided so that law and order will be maintained, just as Dr. Ibuke has suggested? Is it not proper to do that than just to allow people to go on the streets and some miscreants can start committing crimes of opportunity based on the fact that it's an itinerant protest movement? What would be your response to that, Mr. Kujimi?
Absolutely, I agree that. I said absolutely, I agree, because we have a lot of facts that people or groups who want to hold protests can be availed, such that they don't.
You have to unmute. You have to unmute, please.
Like you said. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
So that we don't have.
It's tripping.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
I think it is imperative that we continue to engage ourselves and make ourselves recognize that, look, there are identified spots or locations for protests or things like this. Like in Lagos, we have the Gani Fáyẹ̀mí Park in Ojota. There's also the MQ Abiola Park, also in Ojota, and so many other parks. So if the protesters in Lagos have told the line of the people in Abuja who are requesting for an identifiable venue, a lot of the tension in the land would have gone down that, okay, they are holding their protests in XY place, so they are not going to affect my movement. Oh, I can open my shop and do my business. Oh, I can go to the bank to, But when you people continue to hide their identity, continue to spread messages of incitement. Oh, I saw a release from one of the groups that is also joining the protest, saying we'll shut down Lagos. And I'm like, what right do you have to shut down a whole state. So because you are protesting, you want to deprive me of my constitutional rights to movement, then that is uncivil. That is undemocratic.
We have to be wrapping it up now. Let me give Dr. Egbuke the opportunity to do his wrap up. Doctor, how would you want to wrap it up? Especially you now talking as somebody who functions in an industry that is somewhat connected to Gen Zs. I want to believe that one of your portfolios speaks to Gen Zs. You are a lecturer. How would you want to? What would be the word of wisdom from an elder like you to? I want to believe the Gen Zs that the organizers, not the senior advocate of Nigeria or the take it back people.
Well, by experience, I've always shown that these people interrogate everything you tell them. One of the things I want to tell the young people is that we need to interrogate some of those people that say we should come out to protest. Some of them, their children, they are not even in the country. They just go to their Twitter, go to their Facebook and post things and ask you to come out, shut down, use all kinds of complimentary language. Their children are nowhere to be found. Their children are schooling some schools in UK, Canada, so don't be an example. Don't be like the jobs of what is happening in Hamas, where a lot of the Hamas officials, their children are outside the Gaza, and they are killing the people in Gaza. So we need to put our thinking cap, know how to engage government. If the people are telling you to come out to protest, tell them, okay, get a place for us where at least security people can be there, whatever, if you must go out. And again, engagements have passed the issue of even coming out physically to protest. With digitization, with social media, with all kinds of things, voices can now be heard without physical protestation and gathering.
At this juncture, I have a confession to make. Because Dr. Egbuke, before we came on air, he lambasted me, or politely, he didn't quite lambaste me, politely said, after all, you are outside Nigeria. And I took the pain to accentuate that my life is in Nigeria as in my wife. Apart from that, the most valuable assets I own on the face of the earth are in Nigeria. I may be doing this interview live from London, but I don't also want destruction, and I support you, Doctor, for this last word of wisdom from you as an elder who has seen it all. You know, some of us cannot have our children abroad and be calling for protest when we know it could easily degenerate to. But let me allow Mr. Nelson Ekujumi to do his wrap-up. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, my admonition also, we follow the same line like Dr. Egbuke, and it is to the young generation, like I also do to my children at home. Unfortunately, Dr. Egbuke said that in our own days, we don't question our parents, but our children these days question us. Let me tell you, Dr. Egbuke, I question my father, and right now my children also question me. So it's a generational thing. It's human nature that children will ask, Daddy, why do you say I should do this? In this case, I want to acknowledge...
Mr. Nelson, Mr. Ekujumi,
yes.
We even used to think you were wiser. You see, because my own mother was she was an illiterate. I used to believe that I was more intelligent than her. Now that I know that even in her sheer illiteracy, she saw many things that did not see.
Wiser than you 1 million times. So I just want to admonish our young ones that, like he has rightly said, they should interrogate issues. They should not join the mob in doing things. Don't say because your friend is a party to this, then you also want to follow. A lot of our young ones have met their untimely death traveling on that route. So we encourage them. They have the thinking faculty that has been endowed in them by the Almighty. And the reason for their thinking faculty to reason.
We have to really wrap it up, gentlemen. I really appreciate the two of you. You've been very resourceful and very engaging. We want to thank you, people at home. This is where we wrap it up for today. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff-puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff-puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours, like I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you did go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say then go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you. And that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived. But she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helped really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around, we were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was... So I remembered what the other guy said at the... where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to maybe hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main hillocks box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold. 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down, and then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not, the very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of, the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like, it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is the person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat. Like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, you now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first, and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything, and I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before what had happened. She did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He He said they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason I'm coming to work for someone, why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. You only need to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt that I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she'll be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in 2. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny, or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. Like, so he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about a year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was a year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point, it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about, when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions, because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions, and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office, and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information, and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back, and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo. Ìmọ́tótó ló lè ṣẹ́gun àrùn gbogbo.
Cholera is defined as an infectious disease that is caused by ingestion of food and water contaminated with the bacterium Vibrio cholerae. It usually occurs as diarrhea, dehydration, and may lead to death if left untreated. Cholera was first discovered in 1854 by an Italian physician, Philip Pacini, during an outbreak in Florence, Italy. Also, record shows that cholera was detected by Robert Koch, a physician and microbiologist in India in 1883. In Nigeria, since its first appearance in 1972, intermittent outbreaks have been occurring. The later part of 2010 was marked with a widespread in the northern part of Nigeria, spreading to the other parts, and involving approximately 3,000 cases and 781 deaths. Unlike many other infectious diseases, cholera persists as a huge public health problem worldwide, even where there are accessible and effective methods for its prevention and treatment. The main reasons for its persistence are socioeconomic, since cholera thrives in unhygienic conditions and environments with a reputation of already fragile sanitation, especially in overcrowded areas. The major symptoms of cholera are diarrhea, nausea and vomiting, dehydration, muscle cramps, and shock. To prevent being infected with cholera, you should provide safe water, basic sanitation, and maintain adequate hygiene practices. If infected, the first aid treatment to assist the sufferer, if medical professionals are not readily available, is to get oral rehydration solution to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. Without rehydration, approximately half of the people infected with cholera will die. Severe cases need rapid treatments with intravenous fluids and antibiotics, which are to be recommended and administered by medical experts. There is currently an increase of cholera outbreak in Nigeria, and the Lagos State government declared a cholera outbreak on the 9th of June 2024. 3 suspected cases of cholera have been reported respectively in neighbouring Oyo and Ogun states. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, reported that as of 11th of June 2024, 1,141 suspected cholera cases had been recorded across 30 states in Nigeria, including Bayelsa, Lagos, Abia, Cross River, Delta, and Imo, with some situated further north, Katsina, Nasarawa, and Zamfara states. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, says Nigeria must prevent spread in schools. With the intervention of all relevant bodies, individuals also have a relevant role to play. Prevention is better and cheaper than cure. Here are a few prevention tips. Drink and use safe water. Flush or bury poop. Wash and peel raw fruits with clean hands. Also, cook food thoroughly. Thoroughly clean toilets and surfaces contaminated with poop. Remember, health is wealth. Stay safe.
There are 2 words I think shouldn't go together: sibling and rivalry. Siblings presupposes relationship, it's family, brother, sister. Then rivalry, unhealthy competition. How can they go together? And yet the reality is that there is sibling rivalry, and there has always been from the time of Cain and Abel. And so I ask myself, how did it arise? Abel was a different kind of person from Cain. And the suggestion is really that he was loved more. So did that create an undertone that led to Cain taking his life? But Abel himself was also a generous person. So it comes from 2 sides: who we are and how we're treated. This is what we're going to be talking about today in the lounge: sibling rivalry. The usual, dare I say, suspects are here. Ebu, Omoye, Saudat. But we have a guest today, Shirley Ann Bello. And she has 11 siblings. So how do they live together? I'm Ifeoma Idigbe. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to The Lounge. It's TW Conversations, and you know that we talk about things that don't necessarily concern women, but people. And sibling rivalry is a very, very tricky subject. It's very sensitive. And I know that growing up, we knew the people we considered to be mommy or daddy's favorites. And I don't know how that shaped us, and that's why we're here to have this conversation so that we can reflect on those things together. So, Shirley Ann, you have 11 siblings, and you are the fourth.
Yes,
so it
I'm
means
fourth.
you have 6 other siblings, 6 younger siblings, which is more siblings than I have. And I know what it was like growing up with that many. I have 4 siblings, right? Tell us a bit of what growing up was like.
Well, I would say it was like every other regular family, to be honest with you, you know, because when people hear so many siblings, 11, everybody's like, how do you live? Do you climb the car and all that? Do you have space inside the car? How many cars do you use and all that? It's not that, honestly, it's not that scary. I would say it's like every other normal family, you know, maybe just twice, you know, but it's the same thing. Of course, everybody had their own friends, but we did mostly everything together. Yeah. So we just grew up with that togetherness mentality, that whole family thing. So yeah, that's basically that. I don't. You know.
What causes rivalry? Yeah, what causes rivalry amongst siblings?
I think that first of all, we're born a certain way. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some are more jealous than others, or envious, or whatever word you want to apply. Some need more love and care than others, and that's from...
I didn't need no love and care. I thrived on no love and no care. And so one day I said to my mama, Mama, I know you love me, but I want you to show it some more, please.
You're not serious. So there's one, your own side, and then there's the side of how people treat you or how you perceive they're treating you. I think it's easier in a family with lots of people for there not to be obvious favoritism. I think that in a family with just 2 or 3 people, maybe it's more noticeable. I suspect. That's what I think.
Rivalry normal?
Is it normal?
Is it a normal thing?
But it has to be normal. They're people, first of all, before your siblings.
Okay.
You're people.
Yeah.
And so you have reactions and emotions like other people. It's just that because you're blood relatives, we think that the things that apply to other people shouldn't apply to you, but it will. And if it's a polygamous home, then there's an introduction right there of we're slightly different and competition. The basis of rivalry is competition. It's just, it's unhealthy. It's like, I have to be better than you. And so there's that competition that goes on. And sometimes parents themselves promote it. Because they think it's the way to make their children competitive in the real world. And so they do it by giving gifts to particular ones when you've done well. And so you create something that is often unhealthy.
So I'm thinking about my siblings. I have 2 older brothers, an older sister, then a younger brother. And I'm checking all the relationships. And so my sister and I are right next to each other. There's 2 years between us. And I really wanted to be like her a lot, in a lot of ways. I wanted to be like her. And we just, I don't know how, I don't know what my parents did or didn't do, but we just never compared ourselves to one another. However, there were times when I felt treated badly because, you know, for example, as a middle child, you're never correct, you know. If I had an argument with my older sister, then I had no respect. But if beat my younger brother for being disrespectful or something, I was taking the law into my hands. Or if we had, an argument, my father would say, for example, my dad, I remember once, my younger brother said to me, I was an idiot or something like that. And I go stomping to my dad's room. I said, Daddy, Nosa called me an idiot. My dad said, my dad is the king of sarcasm. My father says, are you an idiot? No, I'm just asking you a question. Are you an idiot? Of course I'm not an idiot. Said, so why are you angry? Is that all? No, I expected the rod to come down. And one day I remember crying to my mom, when am I ever right? When am I ever correct? When is it never my fault? You know, if it's this one, then this is it. And if it's no, sir, then... And my mom, yeah, you know, my mom just never, you know, paid me. She just ignored me. But that happened, and we've grown up and we're adults, and it's not a big deal. Like, we know how to handle one another. But I don't know how. So this is a normal. I imagine that this scenario, this picture I've painted is a normal situation in families. Yes. Where does it now turn rancid? You know, when does it now become...
It does turn rancid for so many people, because I know that scenario and how it has damaged a lot of children when they grow up, especially when we don't validate our children. Yes. Because every child wants to be validated. The first person that should love you, the first person that should see you for who you are as an independent person are your parents. The moment they deprive you of that, you are going to search for it for the rest of your life. You will just be looking for validation here and there. You will never be enough. Yeah. And some parents, so for me, sibling rivalry, if it's toxic, is the parent's fault. You have to, I know having 12 children or 5 children, it's very difficult for you not to have a favorite, especially when it's that you have that one child that you don't have to wake up, and that one just goes to brush their teeth, get ready for school, and you have that one that you have to really threaten before they get up. You know, so that happens. Then you have one that maybe looks like you and has taken the good part of you, and you look at yourself and say, yes. Then you have that one that's taking your bad habits, and you hate it, because whenever the person does that, it reminds you of your weakness, you know. But then again, that is an individual child. And if that child is not validated, the person is going to hate or not like their sibling, and that is going to affect that child. And it does affect.
Sorry, a situation where the children are competing for the parents' attention or love. You know, that tends to happen, and when that happens, it means that, oh, it's like a rat race, you know, if you knock that person down, then, and so you have a chance to help your sibling, and you don't. Because if you help them, then they shine, and it rubs off your shine.
But what happens is, I think that also comes from parents comparing children.
Yes.
Okay? He just laughs at everything. He makes everyone laugh. And if you can't see those two as individuals and celebrate the richness and the beauty in each of their personalities, then it's going to be like, oh, why can't you be more than like the other one? And that causes rivalry. When you're comparing children and you're saying, why don't you be like this person or that, that causes rivalry.
Yes,
you know?
I think personality has a lot to do with, you know, whether or not siblings would compete against each other and all that. One thing you find is parents don't necessarily have to spend the equal amount of time with every single child, because you find that every single child has a personality trait that either requires you to spend some time with them or not. There are some children that are really independent and can do 1 or 2 things on their own, and they don't even need that much time. They don't need that parent's attention for that period of time. But there are some children that actually need some extra support or some extra guidance. And so as a parent, I think you have to be able to know who needs your time at a particular time and who is good the way they are.
But the problem I have with that is that I think it's a bit of a fallacy, because even children who appear independent need love. Yes. And even those who do, and I'm not talking about love, I mean, they need that attention. They may not appear to. And I say that because there's some children who are independent, yes, but they need the validation that comes from an older person. And but they'll always get on with it, and they'll always leave you to tend to the others.
Definitely.
But it's a burden.
Yeah.
And there's a tendency to load that child with responsibilities. And that child will feel that, no, it's too much. And they may not voice it. They may not know to voice it, but it'll come out at some point, because what it means is that they're not being allowed to be enough of a child. And that has its own consequences. And there are resentments that might simmer. Oh, you have more time for the others. Because I do things on my own, you think I don't know enough. And I liked what you said about your children and what you call them, because I have 2 sons as well. And I call one a country gentleman. I mean, he's the kind who can live in the country and walk the dog and have elbow patches, you know, on his, yes. And the other one is a city gentleman, bowler hat and umbrella, go to the men's clubs, you know what I mean? But they're just 2 different kinds of people. And they need to be pushed in different ways. I always say that parenting is individual. It can't be a general rule. So I admire your mother Because parenting is individual, a particular way of parenting for a particular child. And that is why I think there's sibling rivalry. When parents don't recognize that and treat the children as if, oh, you're all the same, there's no template.
Okay, so what I mean by time doesn't mean that you wouldn't spend time with a child. Okay, so for instance, if there's a child who knows how to... an example with your siblings. Okay, so I have a sibling that's maybe, okay, if I have a sibling that's really good at math, for instance. Now, if he needs to solve a problem, for instance, if he needs help with a problem, my mom would help him with the math problem. But my sister might not be as good as math as my brother. So she would need more time from my mom than my brother, who is really good at math. So that's actually what I mean with time. You know, it's not, like, she will need to spend 3 hours, as much time. So that's what I mean when I talk about time.
I hear you, but I'm talking about time in a different context. You know what I mean? Because this time you're talking about is different.
Yes,
it's activity-bound.
Break. And we'll come back to delve into this subject even deeper. Don't go away, it's TW Conversations. Welcome back to The Lounge. It's TW Conversations, and we're talking about sibling rivalry. Now, here's a story, and this is a sharp deviation from the point, and I would like us to find our way back to sibling rivalry. Here's a story. A friend of mine talked about how when her mother was terminally ill, she was a primary caregiver at about 15 or 16, and she was alone. And she was making all those hospital visits. She was caring for her mother. We're talking toilet runs, bathing, and all that as a child, you know. And her mother had siblings who lived in the same city, who never came to help. And she, you know, she was very resentful. And she was, so, you know, it was a group of people in a conversation. And I was thinking, would there ever be a time when my sister is so sick and Omorefe will be left to care for her on her own? And like, how would my relationship with my sister or any of my brothers deteriorate so far that I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't even be, not even say I'm not able to, I wouldn't be there. And somebody said something that struck me. He said that your relationship with your siblings is something you have to cultivate the same way you cultivate your friendships. The fact that you're born in the same family doesn't mean that you're going to care for each other just because you were raised, because you're all different people. And he made the point that you had to actually actively work at being even friends with your siblings. Who agrees with that?
That is very true.
I absolutely agree.
I agree. You can make certain assumptions based on blood relationships, but after that, there is a relationship you need to develop. There's some siblings who don't like each other.
True.
You know, it's not about rivalry. They just don't like each other.
Because they're used to each other. You've known each other all your lives.
It doesn't matter. I have two girls, and I don't know if this sibling rivalry thing is different when you have the children of the same gender or from different gender. But I have two girls, and when they fight, I always consciously tell them that Jasmine loves Raima, Raima loves Jasmine. I tell them, I consciously tell them, so that they would know. And I tell them that you are blood. You must look out for your sister more than somebody else. You know, if you don't, you have to tell them. No, you love them. I have to tell them all these things because I'm not the only one bringing them up. They're going to see other things outside. So I have to tell them that you have to love your sister. You will love your sister. She might have done something wrong to you right now, but you love your sister and she loves you. And you're supposed to look out for you. So when they're going out, I call them, apart from, don't make sure nobody touches you here, don't go to this corner here. Look out for your sister. Make sure that you get her food to eat. Make sure that if you look for her, you don't find her, you look for her wherever she is. You love her. You must protect her, you must fight for her.
But aren't you putting pressure on the older
I don't care what the pressure is.
No,
you must. Two of them. I tell the younger one and the older one. You must love.
I even have an issue. You can bring your children up that way, and you're a very wealthy parent, and then you die, and they start struggling and fighting and killing each other over property. What's that? How does that happen? So were they pretending before? Because they seemed they were supposedly close, but all of a sudden, which means that at the end of the day, personal self-interest sometimes. So we must teach our children to be generous of themselves to their siblings. and to be content with what they have. I mean, I know there are parents whose children don't know what they have because their parents don't want a problem later on, or that's why there are wills, because there's an understanding that there may be issues.
Yes.
There are families where when the parents die, all of a sudden somebody becomes an ogre and wants everything.
Exactly.
And doesn't want to give the others anything. And that's why they're administrators. But you have to ask yourself, so what happened? Weren't they brought up together? Weren't they brought up closely with values? And there are siblings who don't see each other often. But whenever there's an issue, they will come together to solve that problem.
Who is going to do that? Whose role is that? Is it the parents? Is it the parents that are supposed to make sure that happens?
Eventually, there's only so much parents can do after a while. After a while, it's your responsibility to develop a relationship with your siblings, and which means that there's a sense of, with siblings, there has to be the love that is beyond what I want.
Yes.
It's not always there. So what is it that'll put it there? Yes. What is it that we can do to put it in our children?
Okay, so in my case, I think the parents have a huge role to play with bringing the family together and bringing in that love. Because, truth be told, at the end of the day, siblings will fight, siblings will have disagreements, but it is that love that binds them together.
Okay. Tell me about any type of rivalry that, I mean, you've talked about how you are all each other's best friends, but I'm sure that you weren't best friends all the time. What are some instances where you've disagreed, and how have you resolved those conflicts?
Okay, so, well, first of all, there are girls and there are boys. I think there's one instance where maybe if we want one sibling wants to watch TV, for instance, maybe wants to watch a football match, and then the girls want to watch something else. So it's always like, okay, it's always like who will get to the TV first, And then you find out, okay, the boys always get to the TV first, and they have to watch their match first, and the girls are like, no, we want to watch our musical, or we want to watch our movie. 6 boys, 6 girls.
Wow, even.
Yes. So it's an even battle. So, before I continue that statement, I actually want to say something. So from when we were young, from when we were small, my parents actually have always tried to create this togetherness with everyone. My dad always liked us going out together, doing things together. And my mom always taught us how to share things. So for instance, when she comes back from work and she buys something, she'll be like, oh, bring a flat plate and knife. And everybody knows that, wow, something is coming, we're all going to share something. So she brings it and then she shares and all of us take a piece. And then sometimes if someone wants more, someone can say, okay, I'll just give you some of my own or something. So from a young age, we learned to share things. And then even if we have disagreements about who has this and who has that, my mom will be like, okay, do you know what? Can you use this for a while and then let this person use it? So basically, from a really young age, we were taught to kind of have compassion for each other, and then coupled with the fact that we used to hang out a lot together. So back to the football and the musical or football and movie. So in that instance, we learned to come to an agreement. Okay, we know that 7 o'clock is your match. So we'll try not to disturb you. We'll try our very best not to disturb you. But that after this match, we must watch our own movie, So there are instances like that. But when you kind of have grown with this innate, will I say compassion or love? I just like saying love. It's more of love because at the end of the day, you will definitely fight. But what still kind of stops it or brings you together or makes you try to reason, be realistic or whatever is, okay, this is my brother, this is not my friend.
But what it means is that you're saying that the principal responsibility lies with the parents to create that environment.
Well, I think from the beginning, the parents have to start.
I agree.
Yes.
But I'm saying the next step I'm going to, because we have to be realistic. We wouldn't be having this conversation if there wasn't sibling rivalry and if something didn't cause it.
Yes.
Life then happens.
Yes, of course. Definitely.
Life then happens, and then you remember the times when you felt you were hard done by one sibling or the other, by one parent, and then how how can it be dealt with?
As an adult.
It's as an adult. I think
how can it be dealt
also
with?
depends on you as well as an individual. First of all, people are different, personalities are different. You have to understand who you are as a person. You have to understand who your sibling is as a person. If you're an extrovert and you like to talk and you like to, you like people around and you like, I don't know, how will I put it? And then you have a sibling who's mostly to himself, and you're definitely going to have clashes.
What I'm going to say to that is, again, I'm playing the, forgive me for using that expression, devil's advocate, right?
Yes, yes.
It's an assumption that I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just living my life every day. And there are these issues that bother me.
I'm not going to
How am I going to deal with it? Because the truth is, there is a lot of sibling rivalry, even in families that seem to be near perfect.
Yeah. Yes, of course, yes.
So what is it we're not getting?
I would suggest that if a person who's fully grown has no, need to report to their parents' authority and whatnot, I think that it's a good idea to have a conversation with your siblings about how you feel. I feel daddy always, for example, I feel daddy always paid you a lot more attention and he neglected me.
I totally agree.
I think that mommy gave you more money. I feel that you had all the, and I think that you were born at a time when this, and when I was born, this is how, and this is why I don't.
And I totally resent it.
Yes, I don't like it.
Very difficult, because I know that a few months ago, I was having a conversation with my sister. We're 2 girls and 3 boys. And I consider myself a middle child because the second, the firstborn is a girl. And the second girl, then I have 3 boys after me. So I see myself as, they now have their firstborn. And they now have the 3 boys that they want. So I'm just there,
the extra thumb.
trying to, I'm here, notice me, So, and I remember I used to tell my sister, I'm like, they treat me differently, don't you see? She's like, no, nobody treats you differently. And about 2 months ago, we sat down, we now had this conversation, and we were not really close because I really was the middle child, because I saw things and I used to pull away, So it's either I'm hiding behind the curtains or I'm doing stuff, because I just didn't want my mom to be upset with me, so I'd rather not be where she will see me, because I used to feel as if every little thing she'll pick on me. And what if I pick this and she shouts, if the other person picks it, she doesn't even see it. So I used to overblow. So 2 months ago when I was having a conversation with my sister, and we're now reliving so many things that happened, and she was like, oh my God, I never really saw it that way. No wonder this, no wonder that. So she now saw it differently,
Let's talk about the musicians, P-Square. They're twins. They're twins. And a lot of the time I ask, this must be a PR stunt. I don't want to believe that it's actually true, but these things do happen.
I think in that scenario, they've grown up. You're in an enterprise. And I think what has happened there can happen with any 2 friends who go into business and then get married. I think that is where the dynamics change.
For their family.
No, they're there. They're in a business.
Third parties involved.
Third parties
involved. Or do you think they themselves, they're about grown themselves? Do you think?
Third parties make a difference, change
Absolutely.
the whole equation. When siblings get married, depending on who they get married to, things can change. And that's the truth of the matter.
That's the truth.
And then things that you didn't talk about, which is why what you said about talking about it is really important. I'm the second child, but the first girl. And I always felt that I had more responsibility than the others to do things and to make sure things happened and that everybody was taken care of. And I remember at some time just thinking to myself, this is just too much responsibility right here. But the truth is that if you're the responsible child, the lot falls to you. And if you're the irresponsible child, you're the one who doesn't get given any responsibilities. It's like even at work. If you do the work well, they're going to give you more work. If you don't do, they won't give you. So at the end of the day, I think 1, conversation, 2, allow that indeed they're all different. And allow that somebody can love you without being the same as you. And that you can love a person you don't like, and you can like a person you don't love.
So what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that I think really we should all learn to talk to each other. We should find a way to say it when it happens and not let it just fester. Yes.
Oh, wow, this is so... Yeah, for me, I think that as parents, I think it really does start there. And as parents, we need to focus on what's important when we're raising our children. Allow them to focus on the things that matter, which is, the bond with each other, and not so much material things, because I think when that comes into play, it really brings, a lot of rot as well.
I want to talk about the parents as well. We should validate our children. Let them learn compassion, but also look at them as individuals. You treat them as individuals. And very importantly, see them and validate them. Everybody, you love them and you validate them and you say it, let them hear it, let them know it without a doubt. That you see them, you love them, you validate them.
Yes, I think so too. I think from the beginning, it's the parents that, actually have most of the work to do. It depends on what you instill in your children. If you instill the right virtues in your children, then, it eventually sticks on. They say the first 1,000 days of a child is really important. So if you start early, then you find that in the long run, when they get older, things like contentment, like you said, the material things are actually what does affect sibling rivalry most of the time. You're sharing TV, you're sharing bathroom, you're sharing so many things, So I would say if the parents could start early, the children, it would be easier for the children too.
This is so serious. It's a serious matter.
Serious because it's a really sad thing.
It's
not something you want to see.
Especially when it comes to sharing of, maybe properties and,
So we've come to the end of this conversation. I'll say this, as an adult who is in that, situation, I'd say, remember that family is a big deal, and the place that you should feel the most safe is with family. So mend those broken bridges and be friends with family. Imagine how beautiful that would be. Thank you for watching Sibling Rivalry. We'll continue this conversation on the social gram, So all the handles are right here on the screen. Talk to us. Let's have this conversation all over again. Take care. Bye. Bye.
On Plus TV News Now, nationwide protests, federal government warns against violence, declares prisons red zones. Falana Adegborowa, NBA, to lead meeting with Inspector General of Police. France shifts Western Sahara stance, seeking closer ties with Morocco. Good evening and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. Ahead of the planned nationwide protest bill to start August 1, the federal government has declared all its 256 custodial centers across the country as red zones, whose sanctity must not be violated under any guise. The Controller General of Corrections, CGC, Haley Nababa, gave the warning in a statement issued on Tuesday in Abuja. The agency stated that custodial and non-custodial centers are critical national assets which are germane to public safety as well as national security. The move comes after a similar one by the Nigeria Customs Service NCS, which directed the beefing up of security around the country's borders. Other security agencies like the Nigerian Army and Police have also cautioned against violence during the planned protest. A senior advocate of Nigeria, Ebunolu Adegboruwa, has again written to the Inspector General of Police to make available the contact details of its officers who will be designated to cover the planned public meetings, rallies, processions to ensure a peaceful and crisis-free outing. The lawyer, writing as solicitor to the Take It Back movement, also listed some of the points of convergence of the said public meetings, rallies and processions, including Eagle Square, Abuja, Alausa Park, Lagos, and opposite Wema Bank, Akwakwava Lane, Benin City. The other locations are opposite the School of Agric, Bauchi, Rosewell Filling Station, Iwo Road, Ibadan, Maiduguri Roundabout, opposite State Stadium, Damaturu, Yobe State, Rainbow Roundabout, and Patani Stadium, Rivers, and Freedom Park, Oshogbo. With regard to the request of the IGP for a meeting on Tuesday, Adegboruwa requested that the meeting be enlarged and held virtually to give room for all stakeholders to attend. He specifically mentioned that the meeting will be led by Femi Falana and will also have in attendance representatives of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, and lawyers, and also civil society organizations. In the meantime, organizers of the planned End Bad Governance demonstrations slated for August 1 have rejected the proposal by the Inspector General of Police IGP Kayode Egbetokun for confined protest. At a meeting with the organizers on Tuesday, the IGP suggested confined protest in identified locations and advised against street rallies. However, Ebunolu Adegboruwa, one of the lawyers to the Take It Back movement, one of the groups organizing the protest, rejected the proposal of the IGP. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has appealed to youths in the nation's capital not to join the planned August End Bad Governance protest against hardship and economic woes. The former Rivers State Governor had last week said the FCT was not available for any protest attracting a barrage of strong reactions from youths who vowed to stage a rally at Eagle Square come next month. However, the minister appeared to be soft-pedaling in a town hall meeting with youth stakeholders in the Buhari Area Council of the FCT on Monday, when he urged them to talk about their grievances and shelve the planned nationwide protest. Area Council chairmen, traditional rulers, religious bodies, representatives of women and youth groups were present at the meeting. In his welcome address, the FCT minister appreciated those present at the town hall meeting for embracing dialogue, even as he maintained that President Bola Tinubu continues to do his best to move the nation forward. On infrastructure development, Wike announced the president's approval to create a youth secretariat in the FCT administration and police stations in each area in the nation's capital. He called on youths in all the area councils to shun the protest and embrace dialogue, assuring them that things will get better soon.
I don't want anybody to go out on the road. Will you go out on the road? Are you joining them for the protest? Are you joining them for the protest? So you want us to talk? You want us to talk? We must talk. All those roads will be commissioned out this December. Will directly benefit. I continue to urge them to be calm, to be patient. This government is fully prepared to turn things around.
The Minister of Education has assured Nigerians that President Tinubu is fully aware of the situation in the country and is working 24 hours to address the problems. He stated this in Yola during a town hall meeting with critical stakeholders in the state. This meeting of critical stakeholders in Adamawa State attracts the attention of a large section of the residents, students, youth leaders, market women, people living with disabilities, political and religious leaders. They gathered to brainstorm and provide workable solutions to President Tinubu to address various challenges bedeviling the nation. Various speakers expressed their frustrations over the rising inflation, hunger and poverty across the country, but thanked the federal government for initiating the process, which they say will go a long way in proffering solutions to the myriads of challenges confronting the nation. Speaking separately, Honorable Aliyu Wakali Boya, the member representing Fufore and Song Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives and former Deputy Speaker of Adamawa State House of Assembly, Sunday Peters, thanked the federal government for initiating the dialogue, adding that it will go a long way in ushering renewed understanding between the leaders and the led.
We want to believe in you. As we believe in you, we continue to believe in you. We will keep on supporting you, and we are ready to give solution of all the problems that is going on in this country.
Our husbands, and we as women, we are mothers, we are wives, and anything that will destroy this country, will destroy the people of this country, will affect the women.
Reacting to the submission of the various stakeholders, Professor Tahir Maman, Minister of Education, appealed to Nigerians not to partake in the nationwide protest for peaceful coexistence and more dividends of democracy in the country. He said President Bola Tinubu has done a lot for Nigeria within the 1 year of his administration, and more would be achieved in the next 3 years.
How important the message is that look, as a nation, we have to move forward. And we shouldn't, people shouldn't go us back by backing blockade and political violence. When there are other people there to take advantage of it. These small people on the fringes who can take advantage of it. So we shouldn't allow that to happen. And that's why, as a responsible government at the federal and state level, we are all on the same page. Communicating the same message. Calm down. These are temporary hardships. Sooner than later. And we get out of various policies of the government.
This will be the first meeting that Adamawa stakeholders from different political parties will come together to proffer solutions to address economic challenges bedeviling the nation since the Tinubu administration came on board. Ahead of the forthcoming nationwide protest, a coalition of civil society organizations operating under the Coalition of Genuine Civil Society Organizations and Rights Activists has urged President Bola Tinubu to take appropriate measures to prevent the continuation of the process. This statement was made during a press conference at Ijaye in the Fakwe Ijaye local government area on Tuesday in Lagos State. The coalition affirmed its decision to proceed with the planned protest due to the prevailing hardship in the country, despite not being the primary organizers. Representing the coalition, Comrade Declan Ihekare from Activists for Good Governance stated that the organizers of the protest had provided the Tinubu administration with ample notice regarding the planned demonstrations.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu met with some so-called civil society organizations, CSOs, and personalities over the planned End Bad Governance in Nigeria peaceful protest slated for August 1st to 10th. We wish to let the whole world know that these so-called CSOs do not represent the End Bad Governance in Nigeria protest. As such, the plan to use them to disorientate, destabilize, and demobilize the planned peaceful protest has failed woefully.
While noting that it is too late to stop the exercise from holding, Ihekare pointed out that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration should be blamed for failing to take the right steps to halt the process. He explained that in case the rally went violent, the government should be blamed, alleging that in most past cases of protests that went violent, the government had been found wanting.
We learned a lot from EndSARS, and we want to also advise the Inspector General of Police to ensure that coordinating the affairs of all the State Commission of Police, the area commanders, the DPOs, that they will be on ground. And then Nigerians, thank God for the power of social media. We all have mobile phones. multi-dimensional camera phones. Let us all make use of it to cover all events at every places, at everywhere, at every corner. We will be interested to see the faces of people that will unleash terror on the pride, especially Lagos State.
For the major thing that we are seeing as a threat to them, which is our joy, it's like we want to make the world know our pain. But they felt that it will be destructive for them, for the world to know our pain. I don't know, for today in this country, in this Nigeria, no household has not felt the impact of what we are talking about. We are saying hunger. And if we truly will know, if truly we mean, and we know what hunger is.
What I'm saying is that the protest is tagged a peaceful protest, and nobody should require it to be a violent protest. And is allowed as enshrined in our constitution. Mr. President should respect Nigerians for that. And don't forget, he was a master protester. I remember when we were still smuggling during the reclaiming of Abiola's mandate. We were all on the barricade, at the barricade with him, with Mr. President. We were all there together. I was very small then. And so for him now, that taught us how to protest, to use protest to send our messages, coming to tell us now that that method is not necessary, I think it's an aberration.
Similarly, the Igbos resident in Lagos State under the umbrella of Coalition of Igbo Political and Socio-Cultural Group in Lagos State have dissociated themselves from the planned nationwide protest built to commence on Thursday, August 1. Addressing a press conference in Lagos on Tuesday, Anatu coordinator High Chief Anselm Joku declared that the entire Ndigbo in Lagos are not in support of nationwide protests being orchestrated by some unscrupulous, faceless elements using Igbo nomenclatures to fan the embers of unsound agitation. Njoku therefore urged Nigerians to develop the culture of dialogue with the government and deploy constructive criticisms without recourse to unnecessary proactive or provocative protest and violence.
We enjoin all Igbos of all extractions, stakeholders, residents, traders, captains of industries not to join in the protest. Lagos State is a Yoruba land, and Ndigbo, who are residents here, have contributed immensely to its development, so cannot be used.
So I want to use this opportunity, my brothers in the press, to make it clear that Ndigbo are legitimate gentlemen and women and youth doing their legal and legitimate business. We cannot leave our Far East, come down to Lagos to do protest or to start destroying things.
That thing that they are pointing at using figures is totally wrong. It's something that we don't know anything about. So we want you, the press people, to send this message very clean and clear that Igbo are not part of the planning. We are not part of the execution. We are innocent.
Everybody knows that things are very expensive in Nigeria today. I want to call on the president to restore the fuel subsidy. Bring down the dollar from where it is to at least 300 to 500. I can assure you the commodity of this country, the commodity will crash. By this man began, the banditry and kidnapping in Southeast will be drastically dropped. Please take the message to all our brothers and sisters in Lagos to please do not be a victim of the protest. We don't need any of us to lose their lives, their properties in Lagos. And you people know that we are the business people here in Nigeria. So once certain things happen like this, the direction will be targeted to the Igbos.
Nigerians have been charged to seek means on how they can help alleviate the sufferings of the people around them, rather than depend on government alone. This charge was given by a resident of Edobo Street of Ego local government area of Edo State, Peter Egigi, who has taken it upon himself to provide social amenities for the people living within his street and environs. Appreciating the kind gesture of Egigi, residents of the street said they were speechless with the display of selflessness by an individual, even in the current situation of the nation. They, however, called on all well-meaning Nigerians to emulate the kind gesture of Egigi by reaching out to those less privileged persons around them, especially in these most trying times. As Nigeria prepares for a nationwide protest against hardship and bad governance on August 1, the Niger Delta Peace Movement has called on citizens to reconsider their participation due to security concerns. Alhaji Harmony Destiny Awolowo, the national leader of the group, warned that the protest might be hijacked by opposition leaders seeking to destabilize the country for their own gain. Awolowo cautioned that a repeat of the destruction witnessed during the EndSARS protest, where terrorist groups exploited the situation to cause havoc, could be disastrous. He highlighted the significant damage and losses experienced in Lagos and other states as a result of those protests, emphasizing the potential for similar chaos if the August 1 protest proceeds. He urged Nigerians to use diplomatic channels to express their grievances rather than resorting to potentially violent street protests. Awolowo criticized the protest organizers, suggesting that they are driven by selfish political motives and the participating youths could be manipulated and used as tools for political thuggery, ultimately leading to further suffering for ordinary citizens. The Coalition of Civil Society for Good Governance has admonished Nigerians, especially youths, to shelve planned protests given volatile experiences in countries like Kenya and Pakistan in recent times. Addressing journalists at a press briefing, the spokesperson for the group, Barrister Adedotun Ajulo, and Barrister Kayode Magbojuri, pleaded with all youths in the state and the nation at large to shelve the planned protest in order to allow for proper and more discreet means of passing their demands. While acknowledging the peaceful protests are a powerful tool for civic engagement that allows the populace to communicate their concerns and hold leaders accountable, the group noted that the anxiety related to the impending protests is not heightening, especially given the volatile experiences in some countries. The group also spoke extensively on other challenges ranging from issues of economy occasioned by unbridled, vicious inflation to serious security challenges diluted with the pro-people's judgment on local government autonomy, among others.
It's in this light that we plead with all youths of the state and the nation at large that the planned protest should be reconsidered to allow for a more discreet means of passing the demands and ensuring they are met than hitting the street for a protest we all later regret. The best we can do is what we are doing currently, and we are not going to stop at that. To tell our people, please, there are so many frustrations, political frustrations, tension outside there. Let people not come and take undue advantage that will take us 10 years, 20 years back.
What the protest intends to achieve has even been achieved before the protest is going to start. As we speak, the presidency is not finding it easy. You can see that the president has been running from pillar to post, and I can assure you that is the only thing the protest is meant to achieve, to draw the attention of the.
The Ekiti State Police Command has appealed to stakeholders in the state to shun violence and embrace opportunities for peace availed to them by the government. The State Commissioner of Police, Adewale Adeniro, made this known during a stakeholders meeting held in Ado-Ekiti, the state capital, ahead of planned protests in Nigeria. Speaking at the meeting, the representative of Nigerian students and other stakeholders said current hardship in the country needed urgent attention and called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to act fast. In his speech, the representative of Ekiti State Governor, the Special Advisor on Security Matters, Brigadier General Ebenezer Ogundonu, retired, said Nigeria's problems cannot be solved within 1 year in office of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and charging citizens to be patient with current administration.
Those students can beat 3 years in the dinner. This way, we have to survive. Things are getting hard. Cost of transportation is not easy. Our parents are suffering. Our parents are lamenting. They are reading. All is reading, but we are still regretting it. Sir, if you really want us to join the protest, I just think as I said that earlier, if you really want us to join the protest, please, let the government do it.
But if at all, by Bonaventure, we are preparing and we are strategizing to ensure that we can challenge anything that comes. And we are going to confront you with figure. But we don't want violence. We don't want destruction. That's why we are talking to them. And I believe we not. But if it happens, we are still on the ground. We continue to fine-tune our strategy to ensure we are able to cope with any situation.
To talk to them so that they can go back home and talk to the people at home that for now, let's give government a chance. Let's see how the government can go as far as ensuring that there is peace, ensuring that there's a good standard of living for the people. The 1 year of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is not enough to solve the whole lot of Nigerians' problem. So,
the young entrepreneurs of Nigeria, through their leadership on Tuesday, urged the Nigerian youths to shelve proposed nationwide protests scheduled for the 1st of August 2024 and embrace dialogue with the government. The group, through their coordinator, Honorable Chris Kohu, made this appeal during a press conference in Abuja. According to him, every other country has gone and is going through a lot of challenges, which Nigeria is not an exception. Kohu noted that the issues are pressing national matters, but pleaded that if the protest is held, it will lead to economic sabotage, among many other things.
I urge you all to reconsider and shape this protest for our national interests. As Nigerian saboteurs are now exploiting on our genuine concern to further their evil interests by destabilizing our economy, our polity, our national unity, and our national stability. This protest, if held, will definitely lead to chaos, economic sabotage, wanton destruction of lives and properties, which is not in our best interest for now.
In support of this, some members of the group stressed that it is not time for protests, but they should wait for the government to do the needful by embracing dialogue with them.
Things have gone beyond repair for years, and we cannot say that we want a miracle within 14 months. Yes. And the truth is that even when we go into this protest, we can't say what the outcome is going to be. And then if we look at history, I believe we don't want war, because we are still going to be the ones that will suffer it. So Nigerian youths, with what everybody here has said today, I hope we pick one or two things and embrace dialogue over protest.
I agree with everybody that Section 39 clearly states that we have the right to protest, we have the freedom to speech and the expression of ourselves. We can express ourselves according to Section 39 of the Constitution. However, in doing so, we should look at the dire consequences of some of our actions. At this time, in our critical nation, in the life of our nation, I think it is pretty premature for us to embark on this kind of protest.
Ahead of August 1 planned nationwide protests against hunger and end of bad governance in the country, the Kaduna State Police Command says no group or individual has informed them of any planned protest, either by written or verbal communication. The State Commissioner of Police stated this at a stakeholders engagement town hall meeting in light of the planned nationwide protests. This high-level dialogue organized by the Kaduna State government provided a platform for stakeholders to address fundamental issues surrounding the planned national protest. The town hall engagement brought together security agencies, traditional and religious leaders, trade and student unions, people with disabilities, women leaders, among other groups. The discussions focused on the planned national protest and its consequences for peace, national security, and development of the country. Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani explained that most of the crises in the state over the past 50 years have resulted from protests with many killed. He appealed to youths to refrain from actions that could destabilize the state.
We are in such moment. That is why it is important that we have this dialogue today. At this time, our peace and stability are fundamental. The current times demand deep and sound reasoning, high sense of patriotism, and sacrifice for the collective good. It is therefore imperative on us to toe the path of wisdom and focus on the brighter future that is in sight.
Kaduna State Police Commissioner Ali Dabigi highlighted procedures for any protest, noting that his office is yet to receive notice of protest from any group or individual.
Of this protest come about, we have been listening to people, and nobody has come to my office with such an issue, like stated by His Excellency. Even in this gathering, you could see that he beckoned on me, and I still confirm to him that up to this moment I'm speaking, nobody.
Both religious and traditional leaders, as well as labor unions and other groups, have said no to protests organized by faceless individuals, stressing the negative impact of hijacking the protests.
We have started a journey into progress. For those of us who come from southern Kaduna, in the past month, we were wailing and crying about deaths and kills. In the last 8 months, whether we say it or we refuse to say it, at least there is a change. Because there is a change, if we allow this protest to go on among us, criminals will hide under this protest and take us back to that era.
I will advise the government not to look at them as enemies, but let us try and see how we can avoid infiltration by these undesirable elements. The government can do it in many instances. So whether I call on everybody not to protest is not the right way, especially when you have a listening government, a government which is ready to address people, a government which is ready to sit down in a town hall. This government should be given a chance.
But let me be clear, we are not part of this national protest.
3 groups, Take It Back, North Central, Middle Belt Economic Forum, and Renewed Hope Prosperity Ambassadors, have called off the planned protest in the northern states, including Abuja. The convener of the group, Dr. Amodu Ben, who made this known at a joint press conference on Tuesday in Abuja, said the decision was made after a careful appraisal of the situation and a fruitful interaction with the Minister of Water Resources, Professor Joseph Utsev, adding that it has the potential for destabilization and harm to their communities as a reason for their decision. Dr. Amodu, however, stated that he recognized the right to protest as an inherent and fundamental aspect of citizenship, but emphasized the need for peaceful and constructive dialogue to avoid catastrophic consequences.
We issue a clarion call to all citizens of the North Central region to immediately cease all protests and redirect their energies towards constructive dialogue and engagement with the government. We firmly believe that this approach constitutes the most effective means of addressing grievances and contributing to the development of our beloved nation. Let us join forces to build a brighter future for the Middle Belt region, one that is founded upon the principles of peace, prosperity, and cooperation, and where the collective efforts of our citizens can flourish, yielding a harmonious and thriving society for generations.
Former governors in Taraba have raised an alarm over the planned nationwide protest, describing it as a plot to undermine Nigeria's democratically elected government. In a surprising turn, key youth groups and student organizations in the state have opted out of the protest. Our correspondent Jude Nuhu Gundali filed in this report.
The former governor of Taraba State, Jolly Nyame, expressed grave concerns about the nationwide protest. He asserts that the protest is a deliberate attempt to overthrow the democratically elected government through disruptive means. Nyame made a statement in Jalingo urging the youths to refrain from participating. As momentum builds for the nationwide protest against perceived poor governance, various youth groups, including the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, and the National Union of Taraba State Students, NUTES, convened in Jalingo to voice their stance. In a unified voice, these unions have decided to withdraw their support for the protest, emphasizing the need for the government to address their concerns through initiatives like scholarships and food security programs.
The youths are not happy and are not willing to go into protest. This is the voice of Taraba youth. This is the voice of the voluntary youth organizations in Taraba State. This is the voice of the over 104 youth umbrellas that are saddled with the responsibility of coordinating youth activities in Taraba State.
We don't want protests in Taraba State, exactly. We don't want protests. But students, are we hungry? Yes! Are we hungry? Yes! We want scholarship? Yes! We want protest? No! We want protest? No! We want to protest? No! Your Excellency, our message is simple.
Former acting governor of Taraba State, Sani Danladi, condemned the anonymous sponsors of the protest that he had chosen to abstain from, labeling them as cowards. Danladi stressed that the nation is facing challenging times and requires time to navigate its difficulties. Also, Jolly Nyame, the first civilian governor of the state, urged the federal government to subsidize essential services like petrol, education, healthcare, and agriculture.
Protests at this moment can only escalate the situation. Yes. I'm calling on the youth to run away from this protest. Some of those that initiated the protest are faceless. And you can't join somebody who is not on ground. Then who is going to direct you?
I must warn you against joining the so-called national citizen protests planned against government under the guise of advocating for good governance. This action can only worsen the situation and endanger lives of thousands of people.
The Taraba State government has not released an official statement on the matter, even as some youth voices emphasize the need to prioritize public safety and security over the risk of potential unrest.
The House of Representatives Public Account Committee has given a 60-day ultimatum to the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Accountant General of the Federation, Oluwatoyin Maiden, to deploy the automation of foreign currency collection in Nigeria's foreign mission. The chairman of the committee, Bamidele Salam, gave the charge on Tuesday in Abuja at the public hearing on the status of automation of foreign currency collection in Nigeria's foreign missions. The automation exercise is to facilitate the control generated by foreign currencies from embassies by the federal government. Addressing the committee at the hearing, Maiden said that the File Solutions Limited was awarded a contract for the automation of the foreign currency collection at Nigeria's foreign missions across the globe. She added that a contract awarded on April 28, 2021 was worth a total sum of $83.6 million, apart from the commission of 1 to 5% depending on the amount the company can collect. She added that 90% of the contract sum amounting to 75.2 million naira has been paid to the contractor. On his part, the managing director of File Solutions Limited, Nekon Olateru, said that the company concluded all the processes in the technology in the last 3 years. In his contribution, a member of the committee, Tamehin Adelegbe, lamented what he called the lack of transparency in foreign revenue collection, stating that the automation would address the challenge. The committee further mandated the Accountant General to submit records of the gross revenue generated for all foreign missions in the past 5 years. The senator representing Borno South at the National Assembly, Alin Dume, has rejected a new office allocated to him by the Senate Service Committee. According to preliminary or parliamentary practices, Ndume is expected to move to another office following his sack as the whip of the Senate. Plus TV gathered that Ndume was asked to vacate his current office and move to the third floor to allow for the new whip, Senator Tahir Monguno, to take over the office. Responding to his allocation to a new office on the third floor, Ndume, in a letter addressed to the chairman, Senate Services Committee, Senator Sunday Karimi, on Tuesday and signed by his chief confidential secretary, Shaibu Gawu, said the office given him does not reflect his seniority as high-ranking posture at the Senate. Recall that Ndume was in a letter by the All Progressives Party, co-signed by the chairman, Abdullahi Ganduje, and the secretary, Ajibola Bashiru, recently stripped of his position as chief whip of the Senate. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has emphasized the need for recognition of technocrats in the civil service, stressing their crucial role in driving reforms and effective governance. Speaking at the Aige Imokode Foundation's national workshop in Abuja on Tuesday, Obasanjo referred to the permanent secretaries and other civil servants as the technocrats. He highlighted the importance of collaboration between political heads and technocrats, citing examples from his own experience. In a keynote address, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi-Oson, emphasized the importance of understanding why many reforms in Nigeria fail and how to address these challenges. Oson identified several impediments to reform program implementation in Nigeria, including a lack of inclusive implementation strategy, poor funding, and resistance to change. She highlighted the Office of the Head of Services efforts to address these challenges, including wide stakeholder consultation, governance structure for foreign initiatives, and capacity building. In his welcome address at the Foundation's national workshop, the chairman of the Aige Imokode Foundation, Aigboje Aige Imokode, highlighted the importance of efficient and motivated public service in achieving good governance, production and distribution of public goods, formulation and implementation of economic policies, and management of public expenditure. He noted that Nigeria's current Human Development Index ranking of 161 out of 189 countries is a reflection of the performance of the government over several decades. Today is the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. It is observed annually on July 30 to raise awareness about human trafficking and to promote and protect the rights of victims. And in Bayelsa, the State Commander of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, organized a roadwork to create awareness on the dangers of human trafficking. Dakoro Gray has details in this report.
This year's theme is Leave No Child Behind in the Fight Against Human Trafficking. The diverse group of stakeholders, including the Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, Nigerian immigration officials, the Ministry of Women Affairs, and secondary school students participated in a road march that began at Okeki Park and concluded at the Peace Park in Yenagoa. Children represent a significant number of trafficked persons. 1 in 3 victims of trafficked persons is a child. So as state actors, as caregivers, you ought to educate every child. You ought to empower every child to say no to human trafficking, to say no to pornography, to say no to commercial sex. The Commissioner for Youth and Social Development, including the chairperson of Marriage Bayelsa State Chapter, also lends their voices to the fight against trafficking in persons.
The economy is not as expected, but it also presents us an opportunity to be creative. The Bayelsa Command is doing the best. From my point of knowledge, they are working tirelessly, and the incidences here are minimal, even if it desires a lot of concerted efforts to ensure that it doesn't go beyond what it is, and it's further reduced. There are many fantasy stories there that are not true. Stories such as people telling them, people trying to convince them that we are taking them to places with greener pastures, or we want to say better places, but the intent is to enslave them and sometimes even kill them. And they should also understand that in the course of this movement,
There are many hazards. We've seen boats capsizing, people dying. So children just need to understand that this is a kind of human fraud, out there.
Now what they have been in the forefront, soliciting that humans should take humanity seriously. You cannot traffic human beings. You cannot traffic organs. It's prohibited. So now what is in support for the fight against child labor, especially the girl child, using her to do domestic and hard labor is prohibited. Now what is saying no to human labor, child trafficking, and human trafficking generally. According to NAPTIP, about 8 million Nigerian children are engaged in exploitative child labor. Dalko Rubri, Plus TV News, Bayelsa.
Still ahead, Venezuelan protest, Latin American leaders call for full review of election results. Details when we return from the break.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Thanks for staying with us. We move now to other parts of Africa. France has backed Morocco's autonomy plan for the disputed Western Sahara, shifting a decade-old position and adding itself to a growing list of countries to align with Morocco as the United Nations mediated peace process remains stalled. In a letter to King Mohammed VI, France's President Emmanuel Macron called the plan that Morocco proposed in 2007 to offer the region limited autonomy under its sovereignty, the only basis to solve the conflict. The shift deals a blow to the pro-independence Polisario Front, which has for decades claimed to be the legitimate representative of the indigenous Sahrawi people. France's departure from its historic position is a major victory for Morocco and follows similar shifts from the United States, Israel, Spain, and a growing list of African nations which Morocco aims to deepen trade ties with. An international rights group on Monday accused a paramilitary group in war-torn Sudan of sexual violence against women, including rape, gang rape, and forced and child marriages. It said a smaller number of incidents were also attributed to the military. Human Rights Watch called for the United Nations and the African Union to establish a joint mission to protect civilians in Sudan, as more than 15 months of fighting between the military and the paramilitary rapid support forces has shown no signs of abating. The group also accused both warring parties of blocking survivors' access to critical emergency care and said the military has willfully restricted shipments of humanitarian supplies to RSF-controlled areas, including medical supplies and aid workers, since October last year. The RSF, meanwhile, has pillaged medical supplies and occupied medical facilities. RSF fighters also committed sexual violence against service providers, the group said, citing local responders.
We received a case of a mother and her 4 daughters who were raped in front of their father and brothers. They were not able to leave their home as the RSF placed them under some sort of house arrest. These women were raped repeatedly for days. One of the daughters was pregnant when they were able to reach to us. So this is one of the trends that we also captured when we see cases of women and girls who have been raped in front of their family members.
Outside Africa, top officials with the United States Secret Service and FBI testified before 2 Senate committees on Tuesday about the security lapses that led to the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump during a campaign rally in Pennsylvania. The joint hearing with Secret Service Acting Director Ronald Rowe, the FBI Deputy Director Paul Abbott, grew heated at several points, with senators pressing Rowe for explanations about the security failures that allowed 20-year-old gunman Thomas Matthew Crooks to open fire at the rally on July 13. Trump and 2 others were injured and 1 attendee was killed. Senators on the Homeland Security Committee and Judiciary Committee questioned Rowe about the planning for the event and the communication breakdown between Secret Service agents on site and local law enforcement who were helping with security. Rowe said local officers were stationed near the roof where the gunman was perched, should have seen him before he opened fire, but acknowledged the Secret Service was ultimately responsible for securing the site and was ashamed by the shooting. Rowe took on the role of acting director of the Secret Service after the resignation of Kimberly Seattle, who stepped down as head of the agency after a disastrous performance before House lawmakers last week. The Organization of American States, OAS, election observing department said on Tuesday it cannot recognize the results by Venezuela's National Electoral Council declaring President Nicolas Maduro the winner of Sunday's disputed vote. The 35-member regional body, which is to meet about Venezuela on Wednesday, said Venezuela's National Election Council, CNE, had shown itself biased towards the government. The CNE said Maduro had won with 51% of votes, but the opposition said the 73% of votes tallies to which it has access shows its candidate Edmundo Gonzalez had more than twice as many votes as Maduro. Protests have erupted in Venezuela, while the United States and various Latin American leaders have rejected the results or said greater transparency is needed. Maduro says Venezuela has the best and most transparent vote system in the world and accuses violent right-wing actions of seeking to overthrow him illegally with foreign support. He has received backing from China, Russia, and some left-leaning Latin American nations. The OAS report concluded that without public documentary support of the election results announced, they could not be trusted and should not be recognized.
The Secretary General commends the Venezuelan people for their determination to express their will peacefully through the ballot box. We have taken note of the announcement made by the electoral authorities, as well as concerns expressed by political actors and members of the international community. The Secretary General calls for complete transparency and encourages the timely publication of the election results and a breakdown by polling stations. The Secretary General trusts that all electoral disputes will be addressed and resolved peacefully and calls on all Venezuelan political leaders and their supporters for moderation. He recalls that electoral authorities should undertake their work independently and without interference to guarantee the free expression of the will of the electorate.
Massive landslides sparked by torrential rain swept away homes and hilly areas of southern India's Kerala state on Tuesday, killing at least 93 people and leaving dozens more missing. More than 100 people were injured and admitted to regional hospitals. The landslide struck several areas in Kerala's Wayanad district early Tuesday morning, catching people off guard as they slept. Videos broadcast on Indian news network shows houses, cars and even roads swept away by torrents of muddy flood water as rescue workers tried to bring people to safety. Hundreds of Indian Army, Air Force and disaster response members were assisting in the rescue work, but several areas were cut off as many regional roads and key bridge in the area were washed away by the floods. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan ordered the deployment of police drones and K9 units to help the search and rescue efforts.
The last time we got a confirmation from the hospitals, we have about 70 plus dead bodies that have reached our hospitals, and so steps are being taken for the inquest and post-mortem. But we have news that there are more people missing, and casualty number may go up.
The NDRF teams are deployed at various locations where the landslide has occurred in Wayanad, and even in Kozhikode there was suspected a landslide. And maybe our team is also deployed in Kozhikode for further any case of contingencies and other things.
Up next, hundreds of dollars laundered out of Nigeria every hour, says Interpol. That's in business news. After this short break, stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
In business news, the International Police Organization's investigation has shown that every hour, hundreds of thousands of dollars are being laundered out of Nigeria across the world. This disclosure was made in Abuja on Monday by the Interpol Vice President for Africa, Garba Umar, while declaring open a 4-day training workshop for Nigerian law enforcement agencies at the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC Academy, Abuja. According to Umar, money laundering across Africa and the entire world has assumed a monstrous dimension, and Interpol has designed silver notices to combat the menace. He stressed that hard times awaited money launderers, as the silver notices would make illicit funds more difficult to launder in any part of the world. Speaking on the theme of the workshop, strengthening capacity and coordination among financial crimes, Umar pointed out that financial crimes had become transnational, and law enforcement agencies needed regular training for their workforce to be ahead of fraudsters. He urged participants at the workshop to make it a duty to discuss and learn about transnational crimes affecting their regions, identify possible solutions through a review of policing capabilities to support the country, and facilitate direct and in-person interaction among law enforcement networks across the country. Let's now join our entertainment desk for some entertainment news.
Veteran Nigerian musician Gentleman Mike Ejeagha has unexpectedly become a global sensation. His 1983 folk song Kaisi Leonye Isioche has skyrocketed to number 14 on the global Shazam chart, thanks to a viral TikTok trend ignited by comedian Brain Jotter. The catchy tune, which tells a playful Igbo folklore tale, has captured the hearts of millions worldwide. Joining the ranks of international superstars like Kendrick Lamar and Megan Thee Stallion on the prestigious chart, Ejeagha's resurgence is a testament to the enduring power of music and the unpredictable nature of internet fame. And moving on, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's son, Pax Jolie Pitt, is recovering in a hospital after a scary e-bike accident in Los Angeles on Monday. The 20-year-old collided with a car on Los Feliz Boulevard, sustaining head and hip injuries. Paramedics initially feared a brain bleed, but Pax is now in stable condition. The incident serves as a stark reminder for the importance of road safety, especially for bike riders. And finally, speculation about a potential split between Hollywood power couple Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez has reached a fever pitch. The couple, who remarried in 2022, has been noticeably absent.
And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. 5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. I'll be looking at protecting minors from predators in this holiday season. Elijah will touch on leadership transitions, global diplomacy, and lessons from Freetown in Sierra Leone is Abdul Malik. He'll be speaking on enabling technology for Africa. Bola will be talking us through the lessons from protests and political dialogues. Inikwe will similarly be highlighting some of the lessons from the Senate President's derogatory remarks that sparked debate on gender respect across Nigeria. Elijah will lead the way right after this short break.
Leadership transitions, diversity, equity, inclusion, global diplomacy, and lessons. As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. And that's from Nelson Mandela. Of course, we're in the Mandibas month in July. In a significant move, President Joe Biden has announced his intention to step down, signaling a responsible leadership transition. This decision contrasts sharply with the reluctance of some African leaders to relinquish power, underscoring the importance of democratic principles and leadership accountability. Concurrently, the emergence of Vice President Kamala Harris has invigorated discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) in leadership, setting a global example of progressive governance. In Nigeria, planned protests are stirring tensions with the presidency, accusing political opponents of fueling the unrest. These accusations suggest a fragile political climate where transparency and dialogue are critical to maintaining stability. Going back to global front, peace talks are gaining momentum with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the US for discussions just about a month after the visit of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. These talks emphasize the need for diplomatic engagement and conflict resolution in maintaining global peace and security. Lessons from these: leadership transition, embrace democratic principles for smooth transitions. On diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in leadership and decision making for a prosperous and sustainable national growth. On gender equality, ensure respectful treatment and equal opportunities for women in politics. Transparency, foster transparent and open continuous dialogue between the government and the masses and various stakeholders. On diplomatic engagement, the journey to global peace is very tasking and requires intentionality in prioritizing diplomacy for conflict resolution and peace building. Now, my fellow advocates, before we respond to this, let's observe a moment of silence in commiseration with the families of the victims of the plane crash that occurred on Wednesday, the 24th July, during the takeoff at the Kamandus Tribhuvan International Airport in Nepal, where over 18 persons lost their life. May the soul of the departed rest in peace. So I was going to talk about leadership and responsibility. You saw what happened. President Joe Biden, after due consultation, decided to step down. Okay, I'm not running again. Or even if some quarters were saying, if you are going to step down from contesting, then you should actually step down from being the well, let's leave that. But in Africa, we've seen situations where some persons have refused to relinquish power, and then the citizens are helped. There's a question: how have this country fared? There's argument that some of these countries are better off, and there's still argument that they were not better off. So I want to hear your take on this. Let me start with you.
I was actually going to hope that Inikbi would come in at this point. No, but I think the most glaring one we have, the father of them all, is Paul Biya, a man who rules from Paris and all that. The point you would look at is who is supporting this man. They said when you see something dancing on the road, the people beating the drum for him are just, inside the forest and stuff like that. So Joe Biden, the last time we were together, when we talked about this, I said, when people saw that debate, they realized that something was off. And it didn't help that he goes back and comes down with COVID. A man that has integrity will always demonstrate leadership. Because there is no point, if you want to be president now here of this advocate group, and by the time two of us back out, she's willing to walk away, who are you going to be advocating for? So I think the man saw the handwriting on the wall. And the Democrats have always been a group of people who always believe in setting a precedence, in letting integrity rule. That's always been their watchword for a long time, and they like fair play. So if your donors are saying, we're not giving you any money, we're not going to stand by you, what are you going to do? You will leave. If the Republicans come out tomorrow and say, Trump is a convicted felon, 34 counts, we don't want to support him anymore, he's not going to have anybody to work with. So in Africa, we have had one of our former presidents, still living, who wanted to do third term, and people said you cannot. He didn't stay. We are privy to Babangida's speech of stepping aside. So when the people make enough noise, their opinions will rule the day. So Biden just had a listening ear. That's all. Nigeria now, we have enjoyed democracy since 1999, uninterrupted, and nobody has overstayed. When Goodluck Jonathan, they were like, should it be like this? Or the man said, I know, I like peace. I'm ready to give up. So I think Nigerian leaders, to a very fair extent, have actually done the right things in terms of passing the baton when the time comes for them. So I don't think we can really say, Nigeria. No, we're actually setting a precedent or an example for other African states. So Nigeria is a bit different. When you look about, if you say we have elderly leaders, that is another conversation. But Nigeria, no. Ghana, when the time for transition comes, they go. Yeah. So when you look at Paul Biya, you can look at Rwanda, but when you go to Rwanda, you find that the people actually like Kagame. So I really don't know.
That's sustainable for them. That's the question. They want Kagame. They like Kagame in power. He has been doing very well. But is it okay to have someone?
But he's there at the moment, okay. And we're not Rwandans. Okay. This is what the Rwandese people want. So.
I think I'll basically just dwell on lessons from, President Biden's action. So I think, first of all, what global leaders, or you were asking about African leaders, can learn from this is, understanding and adhering to democratic principles and values. So if our leaders, this is beyond Nigeria now, Africa and, globally, understand adherence or understand democratic principles and values, it would be really, really essential. And then again, I think that from President Biden's action, we can see that he understands that leadership is a temporary service to the people. So it is not a personal, achievement, but a temporary service to the people. So yeah, those things are all.
So like you should always look at the end goal, not your personal ambition.
Precisely.
Leadership transition.
Okay, so my take is that African leaders should have the interests of the people at heart, not just their selfish interests, because I wouldn't want to say Africans are not ready for democracy yet, to understand the rule of law, to understand things, and to follow through. And so understanding that the interest of the people comes first is the first thing they should always consider. That's my take.
All right, thank you very much. So it's up to the people of America to decide who is their president based on what they think is good for them. Continue to advocate with us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous brokers, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Okay, Bola Yaya will be next after the break. Do stay with us.
Safety and respect, lessons from protest and political dialogues. It was a sad and bizarre sight in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, where two women were half buried by gravel while protesting road construction, highlighting the dangers faced by protesters and the urgent need for safety measures during demonstrations. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, Senate President Akpabio's remarks to Senator Natasha Akpoti underscored the importance of maintaining respectful dialogue within legislative bodies.
lessons to draw from this. First, protesters' safety needs to be ensured, promote respectful dialogue, and address underlying issues in protests.
So protest is all about the issues, not the protest itself. If the protest cannot address the issue, then there is no need for protest.
You know, saying from the Indian perspective, you know, domestic violence is like prevalent in that country where women are being raped, abused. Just imagine they were having a protest, they ignored them, they did that on purpose and poured the gravel on them. They were half buried, and it was more like detrimental to their health because women were fainting. They were trying to, they were reviving them and all that because it was all over the place on
this
internet.
occurred last week actually. I don't know whether you followed the story. Yeah, so and it's gender-based violence.
Gender-based violence. So I would like to know our takes on this, like especially considering women's rights and women's place in the world.
I think India suffers from violence against women. It's prevalent because of how women are regarded, and this is not too far-fetched from how women are regarded in most places. Now, the backstory to this is that these women lease this land, and of course, subsistence farming, it's there in India.
Yes.
It's rampant because a lot of the people there are poor, so you just lease a land. So I think they had a problem with an area father or a family member who said, do not touch this land, it's our land. So whilst the mother and the daughter, or the family, because they have the same surname, were there protesting that they should not cut this road through the land, the guys with the tipper, the truck came. So what they were saying, no, they wanted to build a road across the land that they leased. So what the people said, pour the sand on them if they do not move. And this is what happens here a lot, because people don't have respect for women and for poor people. I can assure you that if this set of individuals were men and poor, the Dalit is a lower caste in India. They have four, the Brahmin on top and the Dalit at the bottom. They're supposed to be the toilet cleaners and whatever. And in India, not slaves, in India, the caste that you're born under, you're not expected to rise above it. So just stay there. Wow. So I'm guessing these women are one of those, or they have to be. Pour sand on them and then let them go. One fainted while she was there because they were half buried in the sand, and then before the people raised alarm and they called the police. Now, depending on who is supporting the police, you ask yourself, what is the space for humanity under this? And Rewa, under something Pradesh, it's controlled by the BJP, or what will come and torture the woman to say, oh, women do not own land in this place. So I'm happy that you said, you know, drawing that example from India, I'm just trying to say that it is happening right here in Africa and in most places. So I think it's for the community and the government at large to make sure that the rights of women are protected. No matter the level where they are.
Yes, it's not like the party not practicing what they preach.
Yeah.
No, they are not.
Protecting women.
No, they are not.
Women are being abused and violated, even raped on trains in India.
Women are being abused and raped everywhere. There are people who will tell you, I will.
It's more rampant and common in India.
That is the same way they are going to say that about us.
Okay, let's just say because the media attention is on them. But let's go to this angle because you raised something aside from this issue of women protesters. You said something about caste. The fact that caste system still exists in India is a problem.
I want to tell you that we have caste system in Nigeria. Yes.
But then I'm saying that is a problem.
It is a problem.
Humanity is more important than this.
Yes, and in the way which again alludes to the fact that, you know, this is primarily tilted against women. In a world where we have, as Nigerians, I'm saying at least standing on, you know, the law in Nigeria, we have two genders, male and female. You find that it's always the men who have the upper hand in most things. They say, who is talking? It's a woman. There's a cultural practice in Igbo land, in some parts of Igbo land, before Ohaneze will come after me. if 20 women are here from age 10 to 100, the woman will not be allowed to break the kola nut. They need to bring a 2-year-old boy to first touch it, and not, you know, before. So that's how to show you that women are not really expected to do a lot of things. Some things are just.
And it's common in
for
other
men.
tribes, one way or another.
Yes, so that's
another issue
point.
I think we should not neglect is the issue of protest. Now, you were saying something that protest is about the message. Listening to the message is feedback. Now, we're in Nigeria where this, from August 1, people are clamoring that there should be protests. And some other persons, the presidency is saying, please, don't protest.
Sorry to cut you. There must be a reason to protest. People don't just wake up from their rooms.
My point is,
to protest.
I think the Nigerian masses, the government, we are being distracted from what is the issue.
The issue
is not about protest or no protest. How about we focus on the issue? Is there a way the government can talk, dialogue with different stakeholders about, okay, we acknowledge the hardship, but this is what we've been doing, and this is what we're trying to achieve. And then let's see how to go so as to reduce the rates of violent infiltration.
There is this slogan that when diplomacy fails, war ensues. That's what happens most times. The people have had it to this place that they are no longer having it. You see, things are just moving without regulation, no price regulation, nothing. Even if there are committees or parastatals set up for that, it's not functioning. We are not seeing it.
Is it not people that work in those parastatals? See, my problem with protests and all that, but having said, I have a problem with the control of it. NSAS protest is rife in our memories, and I think when the government thinks about that, you know, and I was right in the midst of some of the protests, and I saw the looting that happened after the protesters, the official had gone, or when the Wahala started, the main protesters left. Now there's a saying that people go mad in herds, and they come back to their senses one by one. But not everybody. There are people who are disgruntled, fair enough. Things are terribly bad. I mean, sometimes when you sit back and you're almost doing rationing in your homes, you're like, how did we get here? But we know the corruption is there, the bad leadership is there, the lack of integrity, the flagrant abuse of power and looted wealth. We know a lot of people that government has sent to EFCC, blah, blah, blah. They just get a tap on the wrist and they go. And then you open the papers, you see somebody was sent to jail for stealing chicken. And you can direct their looting directly to hunger. But my point is, somebody owns that chicken that you stole. What is going to happen to that person? So if people want to protest, now we live in a country where people still depend on daily pay. I want to guarantee you that if we embark on this now, the people who earn their money daily, and we have a 10-day protest, how are they going to pay those people? Some people have not recovered from the looting. And again, protest is brief. I went to Unilag. So when you call Aluta majors, we are here, you know, and we had a reason, we had a purpose, and we were limited. We could talk to ourselves like, you know, don't destroy this, don't destroy that. When the buses were destroyed during NSAS, what happened after that? If you came out the next, you see people on the streets. Nobody to carry them. Nowhere. Shops were destroyed. How did those people replenish? Then when we finish destroying these things, we now say government, we need funds and resources to build these things back. Yes, so if we can have tactical ways of doing this.
Expressing.
Yes. Those. It's the looting that everybody is afraid of. We were talking of rape earlier. It's the looting, the raping, the maiming, the murder. The murder. How many policemen were killed? How many civilians were killed the last time? They are not coming back. We keep saying Kenya, Kenya, Kenya. Kenyans, a lot of Kenyan, they've died. And so people are regrouping and trying to follow up this protest in another way. We can even protest with integrity. Henceforth, when we are driving, we are going to drive on the right side of the road. We will not litter our environment.
That's the right kind of protection.
Yes, if we see a government official driving on the road the wrong way, we will march up and say, no. So we can actually do these things in a better way. My own is, it's that looting and that wanton destruction by people who feel yes. So if you are throwing stones or whatever at a military man or somebody with a gun, what is he going to do? So, and at the end of that, more problems. So my own protest is, I did a looter. I will not stop someone who's my age then not to do a looter. But I can stand here and tell you, I did not destroy anything.
And you will not therefore encourage such, but you will rather encourage continuous dialogue with you. At this point, I think it's better
what's your take on it?
Okay, so just like you said so far, addressing the root cause. So Elijah talked about having a dialogue, right? So if our leaders and then can come out and be accountable, right? What are you doing to address this issue? Because just like you said, there is an issue. And that's why people are, fed up. It has gotten to this place, and then they want to come out to express themselves. So if our government our leaders can address the root cause and then come out and let us know that, okay, this is what we're doing to address this. This is what we're doing to address that. I think it would help to, it would help to reduce. Is it reduce now, or it's help to address? To reduce how people feel, or citizens feel, reaction precisely.
Yeah. And this is the point where I was going to say that earlier this week, the Minister of Information, or last week, the Minister of Information and Culture, Minister of Information and National Orientation, that is Mohammed Idris, right? He was addressing the concern that the youth should not come out and saying those things. I've spoken with the president, he's assuring us. This is the time I'm going to.
You're assuring.
This is the time I'm going to call on.
This is beyond assurance.
Please
no longer
come out yourself and address
the game of assurance.
Yes.
Young men and young ladies, please calm down.
This is what we are doing. This is the actions we're putting into place to address this issue.
It's the case of the knee-jerk reaction. Oh, they are going to do this, and then this is what we're going to do. The government has their chance to do the right thing. I must say that I think the government is really trying. But the thing is about, is it medicine after death? Or medicine while whatever? I believe that if we give the government a peaceful environment, they will continue. You can see that, seriously, you can see that the man, look at the president. What else does he have to do other than leave a good name? No, what else? If Nigeria disintegrates under him, is this what his ambition was all about? No. So I think on his own, he has good intentions. But what he promised us was that he was going to have a cabinet or people around him that are going to be people of integrity. So I would ask him, sir, are you looking at the people working with you? Can you stand up and say, I have put the right pegs in the right holes? So if they're just making mouth, just paying lip service to it, there's going to be a problem. People need to see that truly he's walking his talk. His policies look good, but we just want to see that translation from just talk to action. He promised us that he would deliver. So, Mr. President, we are waiting for the fruit the seed you've been planting to germinate and take root. We understand that he needs time, but I also want to call the leaders of this protest to make sure. We've had Gandhi conduct peaceful protests. We've had Martin Luther King Jr. conduct peaceful protests, and it worked. It worked. You will always continue to point at these men in history for leading peaceful protests and the results that came from it. So if the leaders of this protest will say, my people, don't burn, don't destroy anything. What we destroy, who are we affecting? It's us now. Those big boys up there, it doesn't touch them. They'll continue to speak English for us.
As much as possible that I like the fact that protest is part of fundamental right of labor, but in my own opinion, considering what has been happening, even what happened recently in Kenya, there's heavily, just like what the Nigerian intelligence and the law enforcement agency were saying, that there is a very high probability that this protest will be hijacked if it does happen for political gains and other reckless gains. I don't think, as much as possible, I'm not saying that I'm trying to tell people not to. Right? We can't decide for them, but we're saying that as much as possible, let's promote peace.
Peaceful protests.
Peace and dialogue first. Peace and dialogue. It's not about the protest. Protest or no protest, the issues will still be there. Let's promote dialogue and continuous engagement on how to solve this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Am I supposed to?
Just this one.
Okay. So with that peaceful dialogue, you're advocating for peaceful dialogue, and everyone's just saying that continuous engagement. And you were saying protest is not the byproducts like casualties and all that. Yes, it's true, because we've seen these things happen before, and it's not really very good. The outcomes really did not turn out to be what we expected.
Hunger, 10 days of people not going out,
those ones living by the day.
Most Nigerians are living by the day.
10 days of terror in some area where people will start going into people's houses.
And looting and even killing them for their properties, for food.
For food, basically.
To eat, basically. So, yes, we should think about dialogue, peaceful dialogue, and peaceful ways to resolve this issue. Next, we have Inikpi after the break. You stay tuned.
Senate President's derogatory remarks sparks debate on gender respect. Senate President Akpabio has apologized after making a controversial remark to Senator Natasha Akpoti during a legislative session, addressing her not to speak like she was in the nightclub. The comment has sparked widespread criticism, with many calling it disrespectful to women. Critics argue that such comments could normalize similar behavior in professional settings if not addressed. Gender equality advocates stress the importance of challenging such behavior to ensure respectful and harassment-free workplaces. Experts recommend that women assertively address inappropriate comments and that colleagues publicly support those targeted. Organizations are urged to implement policies and training to promote respectful communication and prevent gender discrimination. Senator Akpoti has received support from various quarters, with many calling for stronger measures to prevent such incidents in the future. The Senate President's apology has been acknowledged, but the call for greater respect and equality continues to resonate. So I'm very particular about this discussion, right? The respect or disrespect, of women, right? I think I was telling Elijah some days back that I had a similar experience, right? Where it was in the workplace, and I'd just spoken with the boss or director, and then one of the male colleague came and said, why do you talk to the boss like? So he just seemed like, you speak seductively to the boss, and I found that very inappropriate and disrespectful, very offensive, right? And so I understand people's point of view, or Nigerians' point of view, or people who also saw this comment as very inappropriate and disrespectful as well. So I feel like if it is not addressed, if it is not cautioned, if it is not shunned, right, it would become normal, and people, it would happen in the workplace, in politics, everywhere in the surrounding, and people would just take it normally. And
there's something called gender-based remarks.
Okay.
People make
gender bias.
People make these remarks sometimes innocently. You get? They tend to say things like, because you be girl now. They actually most times do not say it out of like being spiteful or anything,
Or
but
they
it's
do not
now
say, okay.
engraved like in their subconscious. So you now what I try to tell people is that educate yourself about remarks, because we now live in a sensitive era. You understand? People react easily. People react quickly. And you have to understand that things you say goes a long way in affecting how people think, how people view, how people react. I'm a feminist, you get. There are some things you cannot say in my presence. I will take action. I'll counter you. I process, my mind processes things differently from the average person who is not a feminist. So you should consider that as if you want to go far, if you want to understand processes, you need to educate yourself about remarks. So in light of what happened, was it this week or this week? Last week, yeah. In the light of what happened, with such sensitive position as the Senate President, you should be able to understand and caution yourself.
Yeah, because the thing is, people look up to you.
People look up to
your
exactly.
position. So, the Senate President did it. Well, of course, what's there? Other people can just take it up from there.
Anyway, I have two stories to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, the first story is just very brief. Two brief stories. The first one is during the election, I think 2019 election, and I was in the vehicle and had the opportunity of interacting with some persons, fellow commuters. I was, what is the possibility of a woman being the president of Nigeria? And the men there in that group, including sadly a woman.
I think I have something to say.
The man said, how can a woman
like
be
that?
president of Nigeria? What if she's pregnant? How should be? That was on that note. And the woman was like, oh, women, they don't think a woman can be president of Nigeria. Nigeria is too big for a woman. And then the second story is about Natasha Kuti. While she was running for 2019 election, she contested for governor, right?
Was he governor?
Yeah, governor.
Okay.
She was contesting for governor, Kogi State.
Yeah.
The then governor at that time, who you call, some people call him the White Lion.
Is it White Lion?
Yes. White Lion. That's what some people. Because he was actually not very fair in handling her because of his political interest, but he stretched it further and started attacking her based on agenda. When they were making some certain comment, which I find condescending to repeat on her personality, because she is a woman who has worked hard to aid whatever she needs to do.
Yeah.
So saying this thing, that was Senator Akpabio later listening to what people were saying, and he apologized and said, I even have 4 daughters, and I want my daughters to grow and emerge into big women. But beyond Senator Akpabio, this is not about Senator Akpabio, it's about the society at large.
Precisely.
Can we be more intentional, women, and talking to myself and other men out there?
And even women.
And even women too. Can we be more intentional? Everyone, then please respect everyone, irrespective of the agenda. Respect their office. If you must address someone, say it properly, respect them. Don't use sexy slow.
Precisely. I find that very condescending. And I think that organizations should also create policies that promote respect to both gender, women and men. I don't know if you understand me.
Gender equality.
Yes.
Gender equality.
Yes. So I'm grateful for the organization where I work. They respect both male and female. I work with the UN. So yeah.
So Chile wants to chip in something.
I don't look. Like I said, this matter has been so overflogged that at some point, I'm not even sure a lot of people who are raising up their hands even understand what happened or the backstory to this thing. Now, I'm of the opinion that I'm not even aware if Senator Natasha came out to say, I don't like what he said to me. So this has become a situation of manufactured outrages. Oh, this feminist group is calling for this thing. And then he gives a very manicured response. I said, was this what they wanted to hear? All this trouble that we're all clamoring for the man's head. I'm not a fan of any politician, but I'll call this one as he said it. He never said, you are not in a nightclub. He said, we are not in a nightclub. What happens in a nightclub? Everybody is screaming and shouting at the top of their voice. So it was if she had come out to say, do you know what, sir? I'm not comfortable with the things that you said. I would say, okay, Senate President, please apologize to this woman. Are we trying to say that Natasha Akpoti does not have agency to say this is not right? When I heard this, I thought maybe she was dressed. I mean, she's a beautiful, beautiful woman, and she's covered totally and all that. But my interest beyond all this outrage was the prayer she was asking. Inland waterway transportation, all these people screaming, and the man knocked it down. Even Senator Kingibe's own was the fire that happened in Abuja. And the way he just casually said, like, this is not our responsibility. That is what I wanted the outrage to be about. This is where we're supposed to call, okay, if Tinubu is our father, right? The vice president is what? Our stepfather or what? What's his name? Akpabio is our uncle. Is the national uncle. For him to say, oh, the nays have it, for me, that was my outrage. What these two women were saying was something that is so important to our lives. How would women who have just lost everything, or people, and the senator is saying, we need to help these people. You just say, no, that is not our whatever. And we know how much they are using to buy their cars. We know how much they are using to live their lives. It's our communal, it's our commonwealth that is keeping most of them there. They just say the nays have it and whatever. So my own is, what was she saying? And all of that has been lost to this noise while we are looking for apology. So what did he say? If I said we're not in a marketplace, say, oh, she says a market woman. If you say you're not in your kid, you'll say it's this. For me, that is not relevant. And like I said, Senator Natasha did not come out to say, I'm outraged. But for those who manufactured this outrage, I hope his manicured response was okay for them.
Okay, so although the issue is not about Natasha.
It's not about precisely. It's beyond that. It is being able to identify that, okay, this is a disrespectful statement.
Exactly.
It is actually an appropriate statement and needs to be cautioned. So it is beyond. She doesn't. I think it's good that women or other men can also come out to recognize that, okay, this is a disrespectful act or statement and it needs to be addressed. So
we live in a patriarchal society and everyone is aware of this, and people are sensitive to these remarks. Precisely. And they feel that most of these are to cut you. Most of these remarks are deliberately being pushed to women, to downgrade them, despite their place in life, despite how much they've achieved.
Right, just like the experience I had, and I was like, I have heard whatever response I'm able to get, right? Just like you said, right? I'm able to give suggestions. I'm able to, they've seen me deliver. So if my director or my boss is, welcomes my idea, it's because they've seen it, not because I am a woman, or not because I am a lady or a female, or not because I spoke to them exactly. For
God's sake, a feminine way of speaking.
Oh, that's what the colleague was trying to say. I'm just trying to
No, but I get no men that have very sexy voices. Exactly. They do. See, look, do not let us cry wolf. Women also look at men in a sexist way. We do. You can say, this man, is it not men? That's how men behave. We say that every day. We say that every day. So do not let one party claim complete innocence. Yes. So that means that all of us should now draw up.
Caution ourselves.
Pocketbook for talking.
It's just not for women.
It's not just for women.
It's for men.
Yes. But I know it's tilted more against. But where colleagues can no longer banter about things, and we carry ours. Okay, let us look at all that he said and see which statement we can beat to death. That's what I'm saying, that my personal opinion is that whatever they are doing there, they obviously have a very decent interaction or relationship, as colleagues and all of that. My point is, where we are going to take umbrage, let us have some sense of quality attached to it. Let him revisit those prayers she had that we need, yes,
Yeah.
we needed, or we still need, our waterways to be developed for transportation. We need it. We need that those women in wherever, in Abuja, where that fight, we actually need that there should be a response, yes, to support these people, because women are almost always whatever. What people have failed to recognize with Uncle Akpabio now is that as they were going on their holiday and they've approved the 70,000, you say, okay, now, and I think again, that statement is tilted towards whatever. If you just had a baby and you employ a housemaid, it's 70,000. No. If you have small tailoring outfit, it's 70,000. No. It's not only government. So are we going to now sleep and say, okay, women are the ones that carry babies. Women are mostly tailors. But I'm just saying that you have just refused to help support a bill that will help women rebuild their businesses, or people rebuild their businesses. And then so if the person starts to have a little tailor machine by the side, you say, oh, the person must pay 70,000 naira. Why would you now say such a thing? For me, such statements are the ones we should catch him on. Not, yeah, okay, if Senator Akpoti is upset by that statement that time, fine, his apology. But for me, is that an apology? That's just another statement that he made. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay. But I believe that Senator Natasha Akpoti has agency to say, this I didn't like, and this I like, or this one, I do not even want to dignify this statement. We paid this statement too much attention, and he ran with it. That's my own. Like I said, it is the meat of her gist that was more important to me. That her bill, we should say, take her seriously. That's it.
Right. Yeah. But then, let's just be intentional about doing things right.
Yeah.
Oh, certainly, I agree. Our words matter.
Including people and respecting people, including people living with disability. Those ones too. Some persons all tend to look down on them in some area. You see someone, you cannot, you don't even provide social amenities or support or facilities to support them. These guys are part of the society. Their input will still drive the economy and development. So everyone should be respected.
Chinedu will be next after the break. Just stay tuned.
There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Nelson Mandela. Holiday vigilance, protecting minors from predators. It's holiday time, but there is no rest for the wicked. Schools are closed and children are excited to be home to enjoy the unstructured time away from teachers, assignment, and academic rigor. But as children relax, it is time for parents and guardians to be on alert for the dangers lurking around. Predators are on the loose and are smirking at their potential victims. These victims are your children, boys, and mostly girls. And most of the perpetrators are familiar to them. Uncles, cousins, lesson teachers, domestic staff, pastors or imams delivering children from stubborn spirits, and in some bizarre cases, their fathers. Defilement of minors occurs in your homes, churches, summer schools, and uncompleted buildings, especially for child hawkers. UNICEF says 6 out of every 10 children in Nigeria experience emotional, physical, or sexual abuse before the age of 18, with half experiencing physical violence. Dear parents, be extra vigilant. Due diligence is required when outsourcing the care, entertainment of your children and words during the holidays. One of the most important skills your children need to learn this holiday is self-defense against the minors, against the monsters in our midst. So how do we protect our minors from the menace of rape and sexual assaults, child labor, and the incidents of rape? Now, every day when I open the newspapers, the pictures abound. 14-year-old girl molested, 2-year-old molested by somebody. It goes on, and boys are even part of it. a research was carried out, informal research, and found that a lot of children are molested in their homes. Nigerian children, their foretaste of sexual violence or sexual assault happened right in their homes by people, relatives who are living in their house. And now that it's holiday time, as children, parents won't stop work. So when they go off and all that, they leave their children. And some send their children to churches. If a child is being a child, you say, oh, this child has some stubborn spirit. You need to go and, you know.
According to the WHO, 1.7 billion children are being molested, abused globally. And from these statistics, 1 out of 5 females have been abused and 1 out of 13 males. You see the disparity that women, children, female children are more vulnerable. So who are these abusers? We ask ourselves. They are within us, you get, within our spaces. I'm sorry to use
familiar spaces,
uncles, aunties, teachers,
even fathers.
Yes.
Fathers, you know, so, and in some rare cases, mothers. Yes.
Mothers. So we cannot rule out anyone. Everyone's a suspect in this case. So how do we now protect these children? Well, first, we have to educate them about their bodies. You understand? Educate them about their bodies. We educate them about, we give them sexual orientation. We run away from sexual orientation too much. You see, there is someone, a friend, I think her child is like 6-7 years. I was just telling her, I was advising her that start giving this child sexual orientation. No, she's too young. She was shying. There's this thing we shy away from talking to children about their bodies, about their private parts, about telling them no one has access to your privates. You are a child, yes, but no one has access. I am mommy. Most times I have, because I clean you up. I'm more like your major caregiver. So anyone else out of that box is not allowed. You should know, you should voice out. Now, most of these children, they are being told by these abusers that they will kill them, they will harm them. You must not tell mom, you must not tell daddy, I will harm you. It is your duty as a parent or a caregiver to tell these children that you can confide in me. No one is going to hear. No third party. Create this safe space.
Psychological space.
Safety. You have to create this psychological safety net for them.
Another issue I'm interested in what you said, the issue of poverty and child labor.
Yes.
Now you talk about child abuse, sexual abuse of children. Now coming to the angle of other form of abuse of children. God gave you children, or let me come from the religious perspective. You got married, you prayed to God for fruit of the womb, and you got it. Now you got it, rather than investing in this human that God gave to you to grow to become someone great and responsible in the future, to grow, have a legacy or something, or perhaps call it your legacy. You rather see them as cash cow. You know, I have 5 children, I'll send them on the children. I carry this on your head and go and sell. And these people are, for God's sake, under 10, under 5.
Do you know
poverty starts on the internet. You see your children are cash cow at that young innocent age, rather than impacting in them and securing them.
You saw that clip on the internet where the young girl at 17, 16, she was already providing for the family.
There was a clip trending, you can tell them.
And she's not educated, like she's not in school.
She's not. She was saying, what are you doing? My boyfriend says
the family.
Can you imagine?
Just imagine that.
See, that is a failure of the society. And I'll tell you why. One of the saddest days for a mother is the day you carry a tray of oranges and put on your child's head and say, go out
there.
But
these women don't know this. Is there a way we can educate?
No. See, you are not, you didn't hear what I said. I said one of the saddest days for a woman is the day you put your tray of oranges on your child's head and say, okay, go out and hawk. Because you know the dangers. Maybe you also born into poverty, and this is the only way. Growing up, we encourage children. You see, Oyibo kids, they have lemonade stand. You know, they are selling lemonade. They are making small. We're encouraging entrepreneurship for the children. My point is, there are times that children will have to help their parents because things are difficult. You cannot have a house full of children, maybe 10 to 15, 16, and then every day you go out and you come back home with 1 naira. My point is there a way, back to the government now, government intervention to support families. So you hear, oh, they are giving 5,000 naira or 30,000 naira, and you're asking yourself, a tuber of yam is 8,000 naira. How? Beans and whatever, 8,000 naira for this and that. So my point is, how do we, child labor, by the way, is a crime.
Yeah,
It's a crime, you know.
But the government has decided to look away like this.
Because the government is wondering, if we carry them, where are we going to keep them? How are we going to feed them? You know, so even so you hear, oh, people went for some sporting program, they'll come back, they give them $10,000, blah, blah, blah. You'll say even this one, you can have places where these families can go. And again, I'm happy that we're having the local government being empowered. So local governments now, you can go to them for support, or they can create these safe spaces where you know, oh, a woman has to work. There are some offices now, they have daycare, they support holiday program for children, because an unsettled mother is an unsettled staff.
Sure. I remember this story. I met a woman recently, I think early this month of July or late last June. Within that time, a woman, she had a daughter. She was working with her daughter in the night, begging for alms and food to eat. And I was looking at assessing this woman. I know she has hands and legs that can walk. She's not mad. She's not mentally.
What work would she be doing?
Like whatever. But I asked.
No, you cannot. Whatever it is.
She can actually do things. What I mean, she seems healthy. Whatever work she wants to do. So I asked her, Madam, why are you in this situation? And she told me, okay, the place I was staying, they actually drove us out. They want to demolish the building because they want to sell it or something. And then she was going to do other things, but I think she lost money in the process. So her business was gone down. So she and her daughter was not, I think I asked how old is your daughter? She said the daughter was about under 17. She was not up to 18. So what is the plan? She said, I asked her, okay, can you go, do you have, and she's a Muslim. Have you seen your imam? Your cleric. You go to a mosque. Can they help you? The community, the Muslim community, maybe set you up. She said, unfortunately, she went to the imam so that the imam could be of help. Guess what the imam was telling her? The imam is interested in the girl after having 2 wives. She said, like, I want to marry your daughter. So now the issue is, she said she doesn't want her daughter to marry the imam because she believes her daughter has a future.
That's a good one.
She said that she's hungry, but even if the man denies them food or shelter, she believes that she wants her daughter to go to school. And I said, okay, can you go to the local government? At least try. We have welfare services in the local government. So this is a very big problem.
It is, and you know, as you're taking it to religion, I'm saying that a lot of the churches have responsibility to the society. Churches and mosques, they have. But again, I don't like this where people abdicate their responsibilities and their senses to the man of God without you knowing. So when you have, this week or last week was reported, a pastor was raping a girl. He's been raping her since she was 10. This matter came to light when she turned 14. She had had 3 abortions for him. Yes, she's had 3 abortions for him. You know, and because the mother took this girl to stay with the pastor because she was stubborn or whatever, you know. So it's not even about I put the child in church. That is no longer good enough. It's just to make sure that you are very, very vigilant. You know, parents will now have their own parents brigade. That anywhere you have a cluster of kids, there will be a parent monitoring. Technology is helping. CCTV and all of that, but we know that the man who raped a 2-year-old girl, he knew where the CCTVs were, and he moved away from it so that, you know, he will not be seen. So I'm just saying that sometimes you don't have to have it all. You can't have everything. If you choose to have children, you should be able to take care of them. Some of these children that are abused are not indigent children. They are not. Their mothers or their fathers would be able to say, okay, let me take a different kind of job that I'll be more available, or let me take other hours. Thank God now for remote jobs. But even inside those homes, you find women who don't have time for their children.
You're talking about intentional
You have fathers, you have fathers that the children cannot even talk to. Their fathers are still like Samanja inside the house. You cannot, they are not approachable. They just want children where they will demonstrate during graduation, we wear cloth and come, ceremonial parenting, you know. So I'm just saying, But for those ones who really are interested, teach your children self-defense. That would be the first line of protection that they have.
I think schools should also, incorporate the self-defense.
Schools can, but parents can. It's your child. It's your child.
Of what use was 13 years old?
You will know where to bite them. No, you know where to bite them.
Whose children are taking those what do they call
self-defense,
taekwondo and all that.
I understand that.
Their skills improved. Like the woman was like, one day the child, it's more like this reflex action. That the child was so strong. She can't even imagine that. It's a 10-year-old.
No, it's good.
It's not going to protect all children. It can't protect a 2-year-old or a 6-month-old who has just been defiled. But I'm saying largely, if you take your 10-year-old child for deliverance in the church, and the pastor wants to come and deliver her in a special kind of way, she can do something to him.
In fact, sorry to question. There's also something I wanted to say, right? The deliverance with clergy, men of God. I feel like I'm of the opinion that parents should, I don't know if there are times when
how do you leave your underage
exactly that's without
they are talking with the Holy Spirit, so it's just one-on-one.
You can speak with the Holy Spirit with me being with my child.
No, the Holy Spirit wants privacy.
No, so I think the parents should also
Holy Spirit doesn't work like that.
Stop saying this man as God.
I think the pastors themselves, if they are responsible, they know the right thing to do.
They are charlatans. They are charlatans that have opened churches.
If the pastors or imams or religious leaders are responsible people and sincere, men of integrity or women of integrity, they know the right thing to do. That will not be questionable.
And there are babalawos too, that also, people take their children to, and then they give them ogunfe. Instead of doing the right thing, they give them ogunfe, and the girls start to follow them. So it happened. So don't. It happened. My lecturer told me the experience. Love charm, yes. Bottom line, the holidays here is a time for fun. Is a time for the children to run free. But please, parents, all I'm begging is that do not let them be afraid. Do not let fear interfere with the pleasure and the fun of the holiday. Be vigilant, monitor everybody, and please take care of your children. That's it. Happy holidays, kids.
Alright, so with that being said, the end always seems to come too soon on The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on Plus TV Africa DSTV, channel 408. Let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of NigerKids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how NigerKids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? You know, when I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Niger Kids game instead? So for him, that's, you know, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. You know, and then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, you know, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent, and that's really what brought about Niger Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, you know, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, you know, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, you know, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did for fun. You know, I tell people that, you know, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, you know. This is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, you know, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. You know, so those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing it against, you know, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, you know, Niger Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. You know, so that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, you know, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate, but all that while I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just, added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Niger Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Niger Kids. I say, yes, I'm Niger, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. That kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited and of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many ththings. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are are making money, what are not, how do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money, what's coming in, how is it coming in, what are you spending money on, do you have money, what we call runway, do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months, what if this doesn't work out, how do you keep the books, how are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, "You are so organized." I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. But I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son, so hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money, and you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think. It's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that. In terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, and we went live this week to have our games, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating what are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. So when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. So we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who is the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? It was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? There's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, patriotism in the next generation through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, Keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. All sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning, because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, there was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just started to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or they're willing to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on the breakfast this morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji, and the month is winding down. Soon we'll be talking about a different month, which is August, and we're thankful that we are here today. Today on the program, we'll be looking at the fact that the President Tinubu has ordered NNPC to sell crude to Dangote Refinery in Naira. That seems to be very good news. And more momentum as youths begin protest ahead of August 1. That is also a hot topic that we'll be dealing with this morning. Of course, we're going to have our top trending issues, issues that captured our interest in the course of the last 24 hours. We also are going to be looking at what the papers say. What are those headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our newspapers? That's how it's going to be today. And of course, there'll be some spices here and there to make your day a wonderful one. Once again, welcome to the program this morning, the 30th day of July 2024. If it were not a month with 31 days, today would have been the end of the month. But tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be together again to celebrate the end of the 7th month of the year 2024. And hopefully, August will come in peace and go in peace. But before we continue, let's just take a breather and look at what the quote for today is. Don't become a slave to technology. Manage your phone. Don't let it manage you. That's according to Richard Branson. Don't become a slave to technology. Manage your phone. Don't let it manage you. Wise words from Richard Branson there, and it's very apt. A lot of us, when we go to bed, the last thing we see is our phone, and when we wake up, the first thing we see is our phone. We're pressing the phone all day round. We are on a bus. We cannot make friends. We are talking to people we have never met instead of making friends with the people that are sitting next to us. We are on the dining table. We are pressing our phones. We are in a family gathering. We are pressing our phones. Nobody is bonding anymore, and all our time is taken by the phones. We have no time to pray. We have no time to bond. We have no time to do what we're supposed to do. We're only buried in our phones, especially now that we have games on our phones and everybody wants to play a game or wants to tap out some money, as some of these games are these days, and then you bury yourself inside this phone. At the end of the day, you're losing productive hours. So use your phone wisely. That's the bottom line of everything. Use your phone wisely. Don't be a slave to it. When you hear addiction, addiction doesn't only mean that you drink too much or you smoke too much or you do hard drugs and all that. Addiction could also be a habit that is taking your time, your productive time, uselessly most of the time. So like you're pressing your phone 24 hours. There are people who do not put their phones down. So long as there is power on that phone, they'll be pressing it. They don't have any care in the world about whatever goes on around them. They just care about what is inside that phone that may not be happening in their vicinity. So don't be a slave to technology. Manage your phone and don't let your phone manage you. Even the good book says Sabbath was made for man and not man for Sabbath. So no matter how important you think a thing is, it was only made to make you happier and a better person. Don't think that it's the other way around. So if Sabbath was made for man, then how much more a phone that was supposed to be for communication and for connectivity, and then now you're overusing it, because there's something like overusing the phone. Everything that you do, you have to do it with moderation. Even the eating that you're supposed to eat with moderation. Otherwise, you'll become a glutton, and if you're a glutton, that amounts to being a sinner, as it is. So, well, manage your phone. Don't let the phone manage you. Be the lord of your phone. Don't be a slave to your phone. Those are the wise words of Robinson this morning. Okay, we'll go straight ahead to bring you the top trending issues. IGP orders officers to protect protesters nationwide. That's the first one that we're looking at. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has directed the Deputy Inspector General of Police Operations and Intelligence to the Assistant Inspectors General of Police, AIGs, in charge of Zonal Police Headquarters, and the Commissioners of Police, CPs, in charge of state commands across the country to protect protesters. Egbetokun issued this directive in response to a request by human rights lawyer Ebunolu Adeborowa, who sought police protection for End Bad Governance protesters. The directive, conveyed in a letter dated July 29, 2024, signed by his Principal Staff Officer CP Johnson Adeola, emphasizes the importance of safeguarding demonstrators while maintaining public order. The IGP has also scheduled a meeting with Adeborowa at the Nigeria Police Force Headquarters, Abuja, on July 30, 2024, that's today, to discuss further details and ensure adequate arrangements for the planned protests. Okay, I'm glad that the IGP has made a U-turn and called for the protection of protesters. Protesters who want to be peaceful and just make a statement to the government about what they're feeling in Nigeria should be protected. And the IG didn't do well when he said that they were going to come out in full force and show the protesters their might. More or less, in small words, that's what he said. And that's what a lot of governors are saying. Don't come and protest in our state, don't do this, don't do that. In the first place, if anybody understands the protest is not about the state governments. The protest is about the federal government, policies that were made at the center that are affecting Nigerians. For instance, the unification of the dollar naira is not a state thing. The subsidy removal is not a state thing. And so many other things that have been promised by the federal government that have not been done. Those are not state things. So the protest is not about states. So if someone is protesting in Lagos, for instance, it's not because Lagos is not doing well, but it's because they want to send a message to the center. So to say that Lagos or Cross River or Yobe are states that are doing well, so people should not protest there, that means you don't even understand what the protest is about. So I'm glad that the IGP has made a turnaround to say that they should be protected. And another thing I'd like to point out is I'm so happy that people are protesting against protests, which means you're protesting about protests. I don't know how that even sounds, but if this protest against protest is peaceful, then the protest that was scheduled and time was given is supposed to be peaceful, except something else, something sinister by some people who are trying to use that against the people of Nigeria are going to make it so dangerous for Nigerians and make it so volatile and all that. So if this process before the protest is peaceful, then the other one could have been peaceful as well. So I don't know why everybody's warning. It will be hijacked, it will be this. Do you know something we do not know? But even then, I'm happy. The people will be protected. They will go out, they will make their grievances heard. And I use this opportunity to beg the people of Nigeria. We are all hungry. It's not the opposition and everything. But while we are making a statement, let's be sure that what we have already had is protected. For instance, if the federal government has bought a bus, you should not destroy a bus because you are asking for more buses. It doesn't make sense. So whatever our national or state assets should be guarded jealously while you're making your demonstrations, while you're making your voices heard. All of us are in support of making a statement in whatever way, whether we are writing letters. We've seen people writing letters to the president. They may not be on the street, but they have done what they know how best to do. And some people are going to go on the street. Some people are going to meet with, like we've heard this morning, a senior lawyer is going to meet with the IGP to talk about other things, details about the protest and all that. So people in their various capacities are doing what they can do. So if your own capacity is to go to the street and peacefully make your statement and then go back home and make sure that everything that we already have is not destroyed so that we don't start from square one. In the first place, if we're starting from square one, it's going to affect us. And in the second place, if you're talking about corruption and you don't want people to be corrupt anymore, people in government to be corrupt anymore, and you spoil those assets, you're also giving them an opportunity to even be more corrupt. Because if you burn one car, the money that they will use to buy another car that they already had before you're burning it will even be maybe double of the money that was spent to buy this one. So if you understand what I'm saying. So don't give those people you're trying to prevent from being corrupt the opportunity to be corrupt, and do not spoil our national assets or state assets or local government assets. Our collective assets should be protected. Lives and properties should be protected. Make a statement, carry your placards and all that, but do not fight, do not burn, do not maim, do not do anything that will be violent. And for those people who will want to come and foment trouble, I hope that the police will capture them. We're glad that the police is already saying they have intelligence that some people want to disrupt the protest. I think this is the best time to pick them up so that they don't even get to that day of disrupting the protest. It's not to wait for that day to come and then you say, we told you. So if you know them, why not pick them up now with credible intelligence that you've already had, with evidences that they were the ones planning to disrupt the protest and all that. You can do that. You have that capacity. So kudos to the police. The second thing is that the federal government has established centers nationwide where 50 kg bags of rice are being sold for 40,000 naira each as part of its efforts to address the high cost of living. Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris announced this initiative while briefing on the outcome of the Federal Executive Council meeting. Idris highlighted that these measures are part of the Tinubu administration's efforts to meet the demands of the planned nationwide protest and make such protests unnecessary. The Federal Executive Council believes that many of the protesters' demands are being addressed through government interventions, such as the distribution of rice and students' loans, and appeals to protesters to reconsider their actions in light of these measures. I like what is happening. In the first place, when the federal government sent rice to all the states, 36 states, most of the states had just 1,200 bags of rice and so on. And then you discover that you don't even need to do a research. You know that will not even be enough for one village and all that. And even then, there were some government officials that were still selling this rice. We saw videos on the internet where this rice was being rebagged from the bags that the federal government provided the rice with. They rebagged this rice and they were selling in some warehouses, and people invaded those places and did what they did. So now if the federal government has opened these centers, another thing is to make sure that somebody doesn't just go and get all this rice. Because some people, when it happens like this, they can go give some people some money, because not everybody can afford 40,000 naira. But if that rice is sold for 40,000 naira for a very long time, the people who hoard this rice may not make any gain, so they will see it as unnecessary to go and hoard the rice. But right now, I know that there are people who may buy in bulk. If they don't allow them to buy in bulk, they will be passing through proxies that may not have 40,000 naira to be buying this rice, and then they will go and hide the rice and be selling at exorbitant prices. So monitoring should be a very, very important thing at this time, so that they make sure that the people who really need this rice will get the rice. And even if you cannot afford it, if your neighbor has sufficient, then we'll begin to see a lease of life somehow. Because there are people who were also funding some families, taking care of some families, supporting some families, because the things are high now, they cannot do that anymore. But if these people can now afford rice for 40,000 naira per bag, that means these people they were supporting can also have a few cups or a few mudus or a few rubbers of paint rubbers of rice and all that, if you understand what I'm saying. So it's a good thing for the federal government. But at this point, I'd like to just make an appeal, and I've said it a lot of times. I'll make an appeal to the president. It may seem like if the president is on seat and he sends his minister of information or for information, it's going to be a very good thing. After all, you have people doing the job and all that. There are some things that the president himself needs to talk. I would have wanted a situation where like today, at least, the president addresses the nation by himself, tells the nation, apologizes to the nation, even if he thinks that he's working for the nation. Tell the people, I see what is happening and I'm sorry. I've been saying this all the time. He has been saying it, that he knows that Nigerians are suffering, but tell them again that I know you are suffering, but this is what I've done, this is what I've done, and this is what I'm going to do in this XY number of months to come. Give me some time, please. It's humility. When people were voting for the president, he was begging the people. Anybody who is voted into any position of authority practically begs the people for votes. So you don't enter there and then you think that the people are beneath you. I'm not saying that's what the president is thinking, but I'm appealing to the president to make a pronouncement, talk to the people. If you can't do it today, tomorrow is another opportunity. The protest is supposed to happen on the 1st to the 10th. Talk to the people of Nigeria, let them know that you have even heard that they are planning to protest. If your wife tells you that I'm going to park out of your house in the month of September because you've done this, you've done that, you've done that, the wise thing to do is to sit down with her, appeal to her, talk to her well, not threaten her. That you are going to return my bride price, you are going to do this, all the money you are going to pay me for the time you have been living in my house, you're going to pay rent. You don't do that. If you love your wife, you have the interest of your wife at heart, you want your family to stay together, sometimes you apologize for no just cause because you know that you should know better. So now people who are saying they're going to protest give a date. It is not enough to say that Oro Festival that has been happening in February or March every year will now happen in the heat of the rainy season, and people are saying the timing is wrong. Even if it is true, the timing is wrong because everybody just feels that it is so that people will not protest. It's happening on the same 1st to 10th or 15th. What kind of coincidence is that? The student union body is going to do a peaceful march from the 1st to the 10th. What kind of coincidence is that? That is not enough to make people not to protest. Please, Mr. President, our president, talk to the nation. Make the tension go down. Your lieutenants are threatening everybody. Your lieutenants are pointing accusing fingers at everybody, but everybody else is hungry, whether we like it or not. And they say a hungry man is an angry man. But Nigerians are not difficult to placate, as it were. Just tell them what you're going to do, show working, as we say it in Nigeria, and maybe every other thing shall be added on to us. Even if they still go on the streets, they will know that it is useless, but they still just needed to make that statement. So please, Mr. President, address Nigerians. It's not enough for Idris to come and talk to us. It's not enough for Ajurin Gilali to talk to us. It's not enough for anybody else to talk to us. It's not enough for Wike to come and be threatening everybody. But if the president talks to us, he's the father of this nation. I'm sure the tension will be doused to a lot of, to a degree that is acceptable and that will not lead to any chaos in Nigeria. We don't want another EndSARS, because if it begins now and then one violence leads to the other, maybe a life is lost, the people who are close to the person whose life is lost will rise up one way or the other, and it will continue like that, and we don't know where it's going to end. We don't want the Kenya experience here. We don't want the Arab rising here in Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that can resolve its own issues. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, the National Open University of Nigeria, NOUN, has abruptly cancelled its LLB law program, leaving many final year students devastated. Ade Oludokun, who had invested over 2 million naira and was close to graduating, is deeply affected by the sudden termination, exacerbating his financial and emotional struggles. Bertram, a student from Port Harcourt, faced severe personal challenges, including kidnapping and system crashes, but despite his efforts and appeals, the program ended without resolution. Sadiku, who completed his coursework with his wife's support, is calling for intervention to allow students to finish their degrees following the program's unexpected halt. Now, NOUN's program's closure is linked to ongoing accreditation issues and regulatory conflicts over part-time law degrees. Legal experts criticized the decision, suggesting alternative solutions should have been provided for students nearing completion. Whatever the reason might be, those little examples that were given are just a few. I'm sure there are hundreds and hundreds of other people who will suffer a lot and who have suffered a lot to get this law degree. But whatever the excuse might be, like the experts are saying, please look for alternatives to this so that these people can finish, especially those who are in their final or just 1 or 2 more years or so to the end, so that they can finish it. I don't know if a transfer is possible. I don't know if expediting action for the accreditation is possible. I don't know what you need to do, but consider what these people have suffered. It's not as if they did something illegal and that's why you're expelling them. They were going religiously to school, they were paying their fees, they were selling their fortunes as it were to make sure that they get their dream degree. So find a way around it, please. Whatever it will take, it will be the right way to go. That's just what I can say at this point. Well, that will be all for top trending issues. We'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at the papers and the headlines that made it to the front pages. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thanks for staying with us. It's time to look at the papers now and see what made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. And to discuss that with us, we have Mr. Chris Kehinde-Nwandu, chartered arbitrator in the UK. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning, sir, and welcome to our viewers.
Okay. Today we're looking at, we're starting with the Punch newspaper, and the Punch newspaper leads with security agencies begin massive soldiers police deployment. That is hardship protest. That's what it's saying. They begin massive deployment. NPF places operatives on red alert. NCASOs fortify custodial centers. NSCDC deploys 30,000 personnel. So hardship protest is coming up, and the security agencies are deploying a lot of personnel for this. I'd like your comment.
First and foremost, if the government had done the needful, there wouldn't have been wasting of resources on deploying security agencies, because there wouldn't have been the need for Nigerians to protest. That is the fact. So what the government is doing is just wasting resources as far as I'm concerned. These are resources that would have been poured into, even deploy that money into the security agencies and getting them necessary equipment and other, trying to improve their welfare. It have gone a long way, because at the end of it, billions and billions of naira. You don't just deploy security agencies. You buy food for the vehicles. You're going to pay the security agencies, the logistics, and the rest. But that is even not the issue. The fact remains that it seems that if you listen to what the statement from the IG yesterday, the IG has finally succumbed to that. It has lowered down his initial threat that there will not be protests. Then from there, he moved that the protest leaders should go and put down their names at the various police stations, write down their names, their contacts, and the rest of them. Yesterday, he has toned it down to Nigerians can protest, and has asked all the DIGs, AIGs, commissioners of police to make sure that those going to protest are protected, and so that it will not be hijacked. And that is what we have been saying all this while. Every Nigerian has a right to protest. You don't need a police permit. You don't need any permit from anybody to protest. That has been decided even up to the Supreme Court. So what the police can only do, or security agencies can only do, is providing security. And you see what has been happening within the last 24 hours, where you are now seeing, we are seeing allegedly government-funded protesters against protesters, rallies holding in some parts of the country. But this is right. If government have done the needful, if the president hadn't done what he did on the 29th of May by unilaterally stopping petroleum subsidy when he came in, when he would have sat down to look at the situation and able to take an informed decision on issues like that, when he floated the Naira the way he did, and other policies which he took unilaterally without even giving it a second look, when the government refused to meet its own demands of providing certain palliatives to Nigerians, that is the result of what. So what Nigerians are protesting against is hardship. They are protesting against inability to feed themselves, their families, inability to move around because they cannot afford it, inability of their children to go to school because so those are the basics. But in as much as this protest is going to take place, it will not be on the security agencies to make sure that it is as peaceful as possible.
It's possible that the protest against protests is peaceful, and the one that was scheduled for a long time now is anticipated that, or is going to be violent according to how the people are thinking. The government has been saying that it may be violent, it may be hijacked and all that, but people are protesting right now and it is not violent, which means protest is possible for protests not to be violent in Nigeria. Why is that other one labeled as a protest that might escalate into something else?
When the protest is violent, you know that there are certain people within government that are fueling that. Let me give a classical example. In 2012, there was the Occupy Nigeria protest in Lagos, and in Lagos, it lasted for several days. Thousands and thousands of people trooped to the Ganipa grounds at Ojota, beating drum. That's under a good talk, Jonathan. For the duration of that protest, there was no single incident because the government of the day allowed Nigerians to express themselves. A few weeks ago, there was a protest by the Nigerian Labour Congress and TUC over a minimum wage. And across Nigeria, that protest was so peaceful. Police provided security for those that were engaged in the protest, and it went all successfully. The protest at the NSAS protest in Lagos was very peaceful at the Lekki toll gate for several days. We had the celebrities, Nigerian youth, and rest of them converged at Lekki toll gate to protest, beating drum, making noise, merry, and the rest of them. It was not until security agencies came in and started using weapons, tear gas, and the rest to disperse the protesters. That, if you remember that even the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, came to the protest ground and even joined the protesters, as it were. It was not until security agencies started shooting, started throwing tear gas, and everything went out. That was when hoodlums took over the protest and now unleashed mayhem. So protests can be peaceful if we want it to be, which is why I said security agencies. But let me tell you, the basic fact is that it has gone beyond just protest. The view of the government is that if this is allowed to fail, then third, fourth colonies and Situa may be able to take over the protest, and the outcome may be terrible. It might be to unseat the government and the rest of them. So the government needs to do the needful. But all this meeting, personally, if you ask me, this protest is already successful, even if you don't hold, because the government is now listening to the people. You've been seeing them calling traditional rulers, calling on this, calling on that, and the rest of them, and saying that they should be given time, whatever that means, to be able to meet the demands of Nigerians on issues like this. For me, whether it holds or not, because I don't know whether it's going to hold or not, on Wednesday. But even if it doesn't vote, the fact is that the government know that Nigerians are suffering, that Nigerians cannot be taken for granted again, that the excesses of government should come to a stop, that the government should really sit down and look at the issues affecting Nigerians as it were. Even if this is not successful, if this continues, you can be rest assured in the near future, the one that is going to happen, it will be organic in nature, that there will not even be notice and rest of the Nigerians might just put into the street, and before you know it, what we are trying to avoid will happen.
Okay, well, but what is your take on the body language of the president, not just the presidency, but the president himself? We have seen that his ministers are begging for time. Governors are begging for time, that he's meaning well for people. We've also seen the president sign the minimum wage, 70,000 naira minimum wage into law. Just this morning, we're hearing that the federal government is going to start the selling of 50 kg rice in designated centers for as low as 40,000 naira. But are these enough to douse the tension in Nigeria regarding this hardship that we're facing?
It will not. All the government to do is go back to status quo. If there is only one problem that issue that started all this, and that is the removal of oil subsidy. My brother, that was where the problem started. And after that was done, then, the government say, oh, the petroleum subsidy, it was not removed by us, it was removed by the former government. Before we came, it was not budgeted for. But who announced it? It was the president at his inauguration. The president didn't even wait to look at the books. He didn't wait to take over and look at the issues as well. He didn't wait to have a meeting with stakeholders within the industry and be able to find a better way of handling. He just came and unilaterally say, oh, the subsidy is gone. As if we're in a monarchy. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So the economic policies of government, so all these necessary palliatives to come and sell rice, where are you going to get the rice? Is it not the same one that they send to the state? That most of the states have not gotten the so-called rice. You send 20 dollars to a state, something that cannot feed a one village. You say a state, you say you have. That is not. We're just wasting time, wasting money. The president to go back. So I still believe that, and you know that the subsidy is being paid, whether they like it or not. So many people have come out. Those that know have come out to say that subsidy is being paid. As of last time, the one we read last week was that about we subsidized petroleum products to the tune of about 770 billion naira on a monthly basis. So who is fully good? So those are the issues. On to be able to sort out the fundamentals, all this little palliative here does not fit the needs of Nigerians is just a waste. So let us go back to status. If that is done, and just as they have done now, by giving Dangote, asking Dangote to pay the code, they are going to supply Dangote with about 425 or 450 barrels of crude oil for the refinery, and they should pay in dollars. That is
naira. You should pay in naira.
Yes, in naira. Yes, to be paid in naira rather. Those are some of the issues that because we realize that even within the system, there are so many cabals that don't want us to work for the president, and that is what you should be looking at. It's bloated, over-bloated cabinets. Why do we need the 42 ministries in Nigeria at this period? What the constitution says that every state should have a minister. So even if you put at that, so we say 36 states and FCT, that is constitutional, that is 37. Every day you say Nigeria should tighten their belt, you are buying a new plane that is costing billions and billions of naira. That's why the fact that you have over 9 to 10 planes within your fleet, you are building new house for the vice president, and you ask yourself what happened to where. So those are the, so he has to be able to show some level of empathy to Nigerians that you really care. That is what Nigerians need at this point in time. And not also asking, and your aides are now talking down on Nigerians and say Nigerians are their servants. This will not happen. This will not happen. Nobody can do this. Anybody that raises their voice is trying to show. Those are the issues. Those in government are supposed to speak for government are not speaking for government. Rather, they are to a large extent try to boil Nigerians into going on this strike. Those are the issues that for me are fundamental. Let the government do the needful. A price of yam is as at 10,000 naira now. That is a tuber of yam. We are talking about, oh, we have signed a minimum wage. Now, every day should pay about it. A bag of rice is over 80,000 naira. So even if the person that receives that 70,000 buys the rice, what will you use in cooking it? Transportation is off the roof. You have seen what is happening now. Petroleum, because of the scarcity, petroleum is about over 1,200 or 1,300 per liter in most parts of. So what kind of country are we running? Those are the issues that should be addressed. And not just government calling certain people to Abuja, giving them transportation, feeding them, and they say they will go back. And you have seen the kind of thing that's going. We now see pseudo groups that are non-existing saying, oh, we are pulled out of it, protest. We are pulling out of. We are not part of those that organize it. The government should be engaging those that are organizing this protest, so as to be able to listen to them and also put things in place to be able to. As I said, the protest may not go on Wednesday, Thursday. It may not be successful, but if we don't hold on to this and be able to make sure that government will not make sure that some of these issues are not addressed, then the one that will happen later is the one that is not organized, and that is the most dangerous. And Nigeria, I continue to say, a hungry man is an angry man. A man that has nothing to lose is ready to give in to anything, and that is the situation as it were.
Yes, because there are some people who will feel, if I stay at home and don't protest, I die. I go to the protest, even if they shoot me, I die. Something must kill a man. And that should
be. The most terrible state in a man's life is knowing that he has nothing at stake as far as his life is concerned. So he doesn't even care. He's ready to die, whether you are shooting or not shooting. I know what they used to say, how many people soldiers will kill. You know that slogan. It has gotten to that point, and I don't think we should allow this to happen. So government should listen to the people who are doing the need.
Okay, away from the protest, do you think, you just touched on Dangote, do you think that now selling to Dangote in Naira and other things that those incentives that you mentioned are enough to, or this is an end or the beginning of the end to this war that we've seen between Dangote and the stakeholders in the oil industry?
I can tell you for free that certain people within the NNPC will also want to frustrate that directive. It has happened in the past, not only with in the oil sector, but other sectors. I've said time and time again that there are always some people within government that want to, because of their service. For goodness sake, somebody that is making billions and billions of dollars on a monthly basis from importation of refined crude and oil to be able to make sure that this doesn't succeed. So it is for government, the president, to make sure that it is within the prerogative of the president to make sure that this works. You know that the president is the Minister of Petroleum. So if that directive did not succeed, then he will be held accountable and responsible. This is what we've been saying in the past. But look, come to think of it, even if you are directing that the Dangote should be given, should be allowed to get that level of crude oil, especially for local consumption, the question will ask yourself, what is our total output in terms of production on a daily basis now? If you understand what I mean, Nigeria production has dropped to between 1.2 million to 1.3 million barrel per day. Ordinarily, there was a time that we are hitting about 2 million barrels per day in Nigeria. So we don't even have enough production, which is why we also come down to the issue of insecurity. We have certain people derive so much, everything boils down to corruption. We have certain people derive so much pleasure is stealing us blind. Most of the crude are being stolen on a daily basis. And we have security agencies we are supposed to do the needful by making sure that this happen. We have gone as far as engaging a private individual to secure these pipelines and making sure Nigeria is paying billions and billions of naira on a daily basis. But you still see this thing. So it takes the political will within government to be able to, if the president wants this thing to stop today, it will stop, because government knows those behind this sabotage, they know those stealing this money and the likes. Look at what came out from the Interpol yesterday. When the Interpol at their meeting yesterday stated that thousands and thousands of dollars are being shipped out of Nigeria on a daily basis, and that they know some of these people. So that you and I don't have dollars. Anyway, if he get to, then me I no get. So, so when you hear such things, then you realize that we are really in this. But I hope that this works out, and it will go a long way to be able to solve some of this problem. Because if we get, you see what was said, they say about we saving about $7.9 billion on a yearly basis by just selling crude in naira to local refineries. That to me is a welcome development, but how that is going to work out is what we are yet to see.
Okay, so the president has signed the minimum wage into law. Will it have a very significant impact on our economy or not?
Well, whatever is fine, in as much as it does not impact the pocket of an average Nigerian, that is the issue for me. It's not just what Nigerians need is a living wage, not minimum wage. You can get a minimum wage, but if your minimum wage, you have a take-home that cannot take you to the bus stop instead of taking you home, then there's a problem. As I said earlier on, I talked about, I said, if somebody, and let's even ask somebody in 7,000 naira, how much is a mudu of gari? How much is a mudu of rice? How much is pepper? How much is tomato? How much is condiment? Some people have been living with that. You remember when we were in secondary school, when you used to say, give me rice, and you remember now? Yeah, you remember when you say, you say, let me put this in, no, just give me rice. People are eating without the necessary protein. So if the government can be able to put all the necessary things in place, 70,000 naira may be enough for certain people. If you know that your transportation is not going to, if you know that the cost of food items comes down, because those are the issues that need to be addressed. Nigerians cannot feed themselves. Cost of food item is so high. If it's brought down by making sure that the government do the needful, by making sure that people can go back to their farms, making sure that they are secured, nobody's going to kill them, and we engage so much in agriculture, we spend so much. Some of this money that we are wasting on palliatives and unnecessary can be channeled into serious mechanized farming. And we are going to use so much that Nigeria has the capacity of feeding itself and even exporting more to other parts of the world. So we cannot even, we are just an elephant with clay. Nigeria is now an elephant with clay feet. It's so terrible. That is how bad the situation is. So it's not about signing 70,000 naira as minimum wage. The fact is that what Nigerians live is the living wage. It's 70,000 naira, but let them be able to go to market and be able to purchase food items that they can eat. That is the issue. So government should be addressing the issue of food. What we need now is a total revolution in the area of food. Revolution area of food. And once we can be able to do that, then we can feed our populace, we can have enough to feed. So whether it's 70,000, 80,000, don't forget that this will not be reviewed until the next 3 years.
Okay, but there was something scary about air travel, but the Minister of Aviation, according to report, Keyamo, has directed suspension of NAMA's 800% charge hike. There was this anticipated hike from NAMA, and it was also anticipated that if it comes, that means that air travel will even be worse than it is right now. Right now, it's difficult to travel by air, even though it's like the safest means of transportation, right, in Nigeria. But if it had gone up 800%, that would have been really, really crazy. He has reversed it now. But I don't know the reason why they would have hiked it 800% if it has been met, and if it has not been met, whether this is even a good news for the aviation industry.
Well, the minister said he's putting it on hold. It's not like it has been totally cancelled. You know that everything is on hold, just like the one with the telecom companies yesterday, and they continue to ask yourself, what is wrong with us? Nigerians are planning to go on protest, and somebody just wake up one day and just say, all the lines that are linked to me should be bad and should be blocked. I've done my own name linked to my phones about 3-4 times, and they still went ahead to ban me from making calls or receiving calls. Then somebody just wake up just about 72 hours to the protest and now say they banned all this. And you saw what happened, the mayhem all over. That is when the protest would have started. If they don't come, if nobody say they can't get sense about that thing. Now yes, now because we've already seen what people are doing. So people are already protesting at most of the telecom company offices and rest of them, pulling down their pens and rest of them. It will be worse today. But thank God, common sense prevailed. Then back to the issue you raised. Now 800%. I don't know why the minister did that. I will tell you that air transportation is so expensive now. I just came back from Port Harcourt last week. 1 way ticket from Port Harcourt to Lagos, I paid 176,000 naira. Just 1 way ticket, not 2 way. So you can imagine that I must have paid over 350 for a return ticket just going to Port Harcourt. That's a 1 hour journey. So with this 800% that being envisaged, now you are going to Abuja, the least flight you can get is about 250,000 naira. So if you are doing a return, about 300,000 naira. So how will Nigerians be able to go? The road is not safe enough for anybody to move. If you just look at the comparative advantage and what people do like this, well, I have to pay this 150,000 or 170,000. Because if I go on road and I get kidnapped and they start asking for 10 million naira, so what are you talking about? It's not even paying the ransom that they pay. There are instances that people pay ransom and they still get killed. So it's the high level of insecurity. So what we should be doing is that making sure that, one, we get most of this aviation, because most of this aviation, these airlines pay for most of what they use in dollars. Like aviation jet A1, and most of them are imported. It is only Dangote that have started. So if we can be able to feed them properly, through locally, and make sure that they can get these products locally, I'm sure the airfare will come down. And other aspects, the president, the minister have given a directive that the 800% charge should be reduced. And even the airlines came out that if that has been implemented, then that's practically the end of airline industry. We don't just job. There are services that Nigerians are supposed to enjoy, no matter how remote it is. Subsidy, so many things that need to be subsidized. There is nothing that is practically not subsidized in other parts of the world. Other parts of the world subsidize energy, they subsidize food, they subsidize even the bank. You remember what happened during the meltdown in the US when during the COVID, that the government had to give loans to the aviation sector. Give them not even bail, it was called bailout. When it also happened in the energy, they gave out also some kind of subsidy so as to be able to retain that. So ask yourself as a Nigerian, what do you gain as a Nigerian? What is it in Nigeria? The only thing that have not been subsidized, will be subsidized very soon, is the air that we breathe. So that will not be subsidized, that will be taken, subsidy taken off, is the air that, because sooner than later, there will be tax for breathing in Nigeria.
Airfare that 3 years ago was 20,000 naira from Calabar to Lagos. Yes, Port Harcourt to Lagos and all that was just for between 20 and 25,000 naira. It's now.
And at the point, it peaked at 50,000 naira. But the next time you move, it was 100%.
It's terrible. Well, let's hope that one day we'll get to that El Dorado, but let's hope also that we don't have to go to the streets to fight all the time before our voices can be heard. We'll get to that point where it's a true democracy, because democracy, as far as I'm concerned, is the ability of people to get their voices heard. You say something, you have an opinion, and you let the government know. You're angry about something, you say it, and they listen to you. That's why there's representation. It is not in building roads and in building houses, because any government can do that. Even a dictatorship can do that as well. I'm sure that they're building roads and houses and everywhere else in Afghanistan and all that. It doesn't have to be a democracy for people to do that. It's representation and hearing your voice all the time. But this is where we'll wrap up, Mr. Nwandu. Thank you so much for being a part of our program this morning. As usual, we're glad that you were able to make it.
If you build road and you don't have human beings to use it, then it's useless. So the first thing is to make sure that you have people living to be able to enjoy some of these facilities that you are talking about. Have a wonderful day, my brother.
You too.
God bless you.
You too. Okay, we've been reviewing the papers and seeing what the headlines are. We've been talking with Mr. Chris Nwandu, a member of the arbitrators in the UK, and we're going to take a short break now. When we return, we'll be looking at Tinubu orders NNPC to sell crude to Dangote refinery in Naira, and let's see what advantage that will bring to our economy. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. Now, President Bola Tinubu has instructed the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC, to sell crude oil to Dangote Refinery and other new refineries in Naira. The decision announced by Special Advisor Bayo Ononuga aims to stabilize both fuel pump prices and the dollar-naira exchange rate. The Federal Executive Council has approved this policy, starting with Dangote Refinery, which needs 15 cargoes of crude oil annually at a cost of $13.5 billion. NNPC will supply 4 of these cargoes. The new arrangement involves offering the 450,000 barrels designated for domestic use in Naira to Nigeria refineries, with Dangote Refinery as the initial pilot. The exchange rate for these transactions will be fixed, and Afrexim Bank, along with other Nigerian banks, will facilitate the trade, removing the need for international letters of credit and reducing dollar payments. Our guest to discuss this with us this morning is Mr. Bola Bolawole, a veteran journalist and public affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning, my brother. I'm happy to be here.
Okay, finally, we've heard that Dangote will now be buying crude in Naira. Let's hear your opinion or your take on this. What effect will this have, really, on our economy?
Yeah, thank you very much. That is the first ice that has to be broken on this matter. Dangote wanted to buy crude in Naira, but the government was the IOC, that is the International Oil Companies, wanted to sell in dollars. And their argument was that they paid the signature fees in dollars, all the equipment, all the exploration, processing, and whatever, everything was denominated in dollars. So they couldn't sell in Naira, and they were selling to their contract partners in dollars. So why should they now sell in Naira? Because Nigeria was not collecting money from them in Naira. But now the government has decided that its own share of the crude oil that is produced there will now be sold in Naira. So let's get it right. It's not the IOC that will be selling crude to Dangote and the other refineries in Naira. No, those ones will not do. Their own part of their own portion of the oil, that the crude oil that is produced there, they will continue to sell to their buyers in dollars. But Nigeria will also sell part of its own crude oil, because it is a JVC arrangement, joint venture arrangement between Nigeria and the oil producing companies. Maybe Nigeria has about 60%, some 55 or what percentage of oil that is produced. Now, out of Nigeria's own share, 450,000 barrels per day had been set aside for local consumption. It is that 450,000 barrels that have been set aside for local consumption that will now be sold. Not all the crude oil that Nigeria is entitled to. If Nigeria sells all the crude oil it's entitled to in Naira to Dangote and the other refineries, we will not have anything to sell in dollars. We will not be able to earn dollars. So it's just a portion. Assuming that Nigeria produces 1.6 million barrels per day, and that Nigeria's share of that 1.6 may be 800 or 900,000 barrels. So 450 out of that will be set aside, that have been set aside for local consumption, will now be sold to the oil companies in Naira. But the remaining percentage will now be sold. Nigeria will continue to sell that percentage in dollars to its contract partners. And don't also forget that these 450,000 that have been set aside will not be given to Dangote alone. Dangote is one of the oil refineries that have come online. There were some other modular refineries, like about 4, 5, or 6 of them, that are also roaring to go. So they will share out of these 450,000 barrels of oil that Nigeria will now be selling in Naira. So all the 450,000 will not go to Dangote. It will go to all the other refineries. And don't also forget that Dangote's needs is 650,000 barrels per day. 650,000 barrels per day. The 450,000 that have been set aside to be sold in Naira now, even if it is given to Dangote fully, cannot meet the needs of Dangote. So Dangote, we still need to source for crude oil elsewhere. And I am sure you know that wherever he goes to source for crude oil, whether in Brazil or in the US or wherever, he is going to pay dollar in those areas. Those who are going to collect Naira from him. And like you have just read out, his needs cannot be fully met. He needs about 15 cargoes, and Nigeria is going to supply just 4. So he still has to look elsewhere for 11 cargoes. So people who are already shouting, Eureka, there's a solution, they should know that the solution is limited. The solution is limited. I bet is a positive sign that both the government, the NNPC, and Dangote, they are trying to reach an accommodation, reach an agreement. But that agreement has not fully solved the problem of Dangote, and it has not fully solved the problem of the other refineries. It has only gone a little bit. If somebody needs 15 and he gets only 4, you know, he still has 11 to go. That is more than double, well, about triple what he still needs. So where is he going to source for those ones? And how much is it going to cost him in dollars? And what impact is it going to have on the local price of petrol product? Yeah. We have to see as we go on.
It's worrisome because I was going to ask how much impact that will be. 4 out of 15 is not very significant in number and all that. And now that we're talking about other refineries sharing out of the 450,000, which is not even enough for Dangote alone and all. So now we're at this point now where we're going to have, or let me just cut it to the point that we're thinking about how the impact will be on our economy. Are you saying there is nothing that's going to come out of this?
Yeah, something is going to come out of it. There's going to be an impact. Depending on the agreement, we have not been told the agreement between the NNPC and Dangote refinery. What is the agreement? Now, 450,000 barrels of crude oil had been set aside for local consumption.
Now, my question, Mr.
Bolawole,
just a moment, Mr. Bolawole. The reason I was even asking is that, are we not doing what they call penny wise, pound foolish, when we say that if we do not have some crude to sell out, we will not earn foreign exchange, earn in dollars and all that? What is better to do? To have this crude sufficiently for our country to produce everything that we need here and export these finished products, and then to sell the crude oil to the other countries and have them produce all those things and sell back to us? What will be more beneficial to us? What will earn us more dollars? Because if you sell out crude, that means the production of candles, Vaseline, other things that come out of crude oil will be produced by those countries and sent back to us. And even the oil that we are going to be using for aviation industry and our cars and all that will also be refined from other countries and sold back to us. Are we gaining more by doing that, or would gain more by producing here and doing everything in our country and exporting the end products? Can you hear me, Mr. Bolawole?
Yes, government has a lot of other obligations. Government will fund education, government will fund hospitals, government will pay salaries, government will build roads, government will fund security forces. So where is this money going to come from? If you give all the crude oil you produce to Dangote and the oil refineries, and then they refine it and they sell and they make profit, are you going to share profit with them? What profit are they going to give you? Are they going to give you profit in Naira, or are they going to give you profit in dollars? It doesn't work like that. All the crude oil that is produced in this country cannot be given to the refineries. You have contract obligations. NNPC has contract obligations with some of the people it has been supplying this crude oil to for ages. We have contract agreements with companies in India, in every other places that must buy our crude oil. Some of these people, if you are not aware, some of these crudes that we have not yet produced have been sold upfront by the previous government of Muhammadu Buhari.
They're still selling in this government.
Into,
NNPC is still selling in this government.
Yes, since this government came into, at least on one occasion now, this government had sold crude oil up front and have collected dollars, and they were negotiating to sell another one the other time. So if you have sold, some of these crude that we are talking about had already been sold, and the money had been collected. It's like a worker who already collected his salary up front. So what he's doing now is just working for that salary. Nigeria has sold some of these crude oil that we are producing up front. They no longer belong to us. They belong to our creditors who have paid us, we have collected the money, and we have spent the money, whatever. And now we must fulfill that obligation by supplying them the crude oil. So all the crude we are producing now, they no longer belong to us. It's only a percentage of it, a fraction of it that belongs to us. It is that fraction that the government will now think about what do we give to local refineries because of the problem that we have at hand. And what do we have left to sell so that we can have money to run the government. The government must run. So, and it is not all crude oil, it is not all petrol. So there are a lot of other services that government must provide for. Our embassies abroad must run. You must send them money. Your ambassadors, other things, you must send them money. There will be meetings to attend, meetings of ECOWAS, meetings of AU, meetings of United Nations. You have meetings to attend. You must travel. And then you have salaries to pay. You have infrastructural deficits to meet up with. You have security issues. You must equip your army and things like that. So you have loans that you want to give students loans and things like that. So you must make money. And unfortunately for Nigeria, the place we are making all this money from is sale of crude oil. Crude oil accounts for about 80-something% of the money that we make. So if you now give all the crude oil to the refineries, what do you have left? What I think the government can do, which I think they are trying to do, is to increase production. Nigeria's production quota used to be 2.2, 2.4. But because of a lot of factors, one of which is crude oil theft. You must be hearing about oil theft. And you must also be hearing of the fact that the oil companies are complaining that Nigeria had not been reinvesting the money it was making from oil into the oil sector. We were just making the money and spending and squandering it. We were not investing enough money to discover new oil fields. So now the production has gone down. It went down up to below $1 million, 1 million barrels per day during Buhari. It is now that they are just trying to increase it. I understand that it's now hovering between 1.4 and 1.6. And out of this 1.4, between 1.6, about 50% of it is for the JVC partners, the oil companies. It's the remaining one that is our own. It is the one that is our own now that you must now find what to sell to make dollars, and you must also find what to give to the oil companies. So the solution will be when we are able to increase production, and it cannot be done overnight because the oil companies are divesting and they are leaving this place. They are leaving because our government has not been making the right level of investment, and because of insecurity in the country, insecurity in the oil sectors. You must understand that there was a time when there was this movement for Niger, movement of the Niger Delta people meant, and when they were hijacking expatriate oil workers, when they were sabotaging pipelines and things like that. All those things are contributed to all these oil companies going elsewhere, where the atmosphere is more favorable to them, where there is security. You can understand that the problem of insecurity in Nigeria has festered now, and it has even gone further than even the Niger Delta area. Everywhere in the country now, you have the problem of insecurity, of banditry, of Boko Haram, of Fulani harassment, of people being driven away from the farms, people being driven away from their homes, from villages and things like that. So all those things have impacted on oil production in Nigeria, such that, and when you now add crude oil theft, at a point it was said that 70% of the oil that we were producing was being stolen. So you can imagine, so how much is left? So those are the problems. The problems are so deep-rooted. The problems are not problems that you can solve overnight. So, but a lot of people don't understand the nitty-gritty of why we are where we are because of decades of neglect, decades of corruption, decades of profligacy, making money and squandering the money. We can't see what the money has been spent on. It has not been spent on agriculture, it has not been spent in industrialization. You begin to ask yourself, all the debt we have amassed, where is the evidence? What did we spend all this money for? And all the crude oil we sold up front, all the loans we collected, where are they? What are they spent for? What are they spent for? And why are we in this situation? I think those are the problems that confront the nation at the moment.
Okay, just like a summary, what do you think the steps of Nigeria should be at this point? Because it's, even though we are not even sure that the Port Harcourt refinery will come up and Kaduna refinery and all of that refineries will come up, you're talking about some modular refineries that will kickstart in a few days or a few months' time or in a short while. It's going to be really, really a thing if it's going to be only 450,000 barrels that will be shared among all these refineries. If we have, let's say, 5 modular refineries and then there's Dangote and all that, it will still be like everything is being imported from outside, and which I don't even see how it makes any sense. We are producing oil, then importing crude from outside. It doesn't make sense to me. So what steps should the government put in place right now to make sure that we don't get to a point where we are lacking?
Yes, it makes sense if you want. Yes, it makes sense if you want. The problem. If we remove the problems that we have, how did we find ourselves here? How do we get out of it? And then we can find a solution. If we bring sentiments into it, you discover that you will not be able to identify the problems. And for as long as you cannot identify the problems, you will not be able to propose solutions. Now, the 450,000 barrels per day that the government has pledged, let us hope they can get it. I'm not sure. A lot of people are not sure that they can get it. It doesn't appear as if they have up to 450,000 barrels per day. That is their own portion. But if they do, and they can release 450 out of what they have made a sacrifice. That means that they have just little left to sell and make dollars. So if they have made that sacrifice, then the oil companies should also, the oil refineries should also make sacrifice. They should also know that this 450,000 barrels that has been released to them is supposed to be refined and sold locally. That was the amount that we projected that we were consuming locally. So if that projection is still standing, if we are still consuming 450,000, if the volume of oil consumption by Nigerian staff, if it has not increased, and if we can stem the tide of smuggling of all these refined products, because you know that smuggling is one of the problems. Even now that we have deregulated and we have increased fuel prices, our oil is still being, our petrol is still being smuggled across the border. So because it is still cheaper here now than it is there, because we are still subsidizing under the counter. So it is cheaper here than it is in Benin Republic, than it is in Cameroon. So they are still smuggling our oil, our petrol there. So when Nigerians say that they want to buy, we want petrol because I'm one of them. I want petrol. We want petrol. We want the price to come down. What you are saying is that you want us to add to the subsidy we are giving to our neighboring countries, because the more, like now we are buying fuel for, say, 700 or whatever. If you go across the border, they'll be selling for about 850 or 900 there. So so once the price comes down here, then people come here and get this fuel. Our people are the ones that will smuggle it across the border there to go and sell there and make profit. So this problem of fuel price is not as easy as people are saying, because the borders are porous. We are not able to control our to police our borders. Our fuel continues to go there, so we continue to subsidize. And then the problem also is that when we say we are consuming 450,000 barrels per day, that's for Nigerians. You must now calculate what they are consuming in Benin Republic. You must now calculate what they are consuming in the Niger Republic, what they are consuming in Cameroon. You must add it to what we are consuming here locally. That is what you have to provide for. That is the problem there. But if these 450 is released onto them, and they can refine it, and they can now decide, okay, government has done this for us, we are paying in Naira, so let us bring the price down. They can bring the price down. But I can assure you that the more they bring the price down, the more smuggling of the same product will increase. The more the products will cross the border to all these other countries, the more the 450,000 will not be adequate for us. We'll be back to square one. So the problem really is not just about do we get crude oil to Dangote. Even if we give the Dangote the 650,000 barrels that Dangote needs, you will still have the problem of smuggling of these products. You can imagine when our product is smuggled up to Benin Republic, up to Togo, up to Ghana and other places like that. It's smuggling in Niger, in Cameroon, and those places. So you want to also calculate the number of people there, the population that's relying on this our same food. You find that there is no barrels that you give that will be adequate.
All right.
So the problem is intertwined. But with this solution that they have provided, they may be on the way to ameliorating. I'm saying ameliorating, not solving. Ameliorating the problem, not completely solving it. To solve the problem is a lot of work has to be done, and it has to. We have to look beyond our borders because this problem can be fully solved.
Okay. Well, we'd like to thank you, Mr. Bola Bolawole, for coming on our program. This is where we'll have to drop it this morning. It's a pleasure having you on the show this morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've been talking to Mr. Bola Bolawole, a veteran journalist and public affairs analyst, on the fact that it has been approved that Dangote refinery can now buy crude in Naira. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll take our last hot topic. Stay with us. We're glad to know you're still there, and this is the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We said we're coming back to talk about the protest that is scheduled for 1st of August to the 10th of August. There's more momentum as youths begin to protest ahead of August 1. Nigerian youths in Niger State have begun protests on the Abuja-Kaduna road ahead of a nationwide hunger protest scheduled for August 1 to 12 under the hashtag #EndBadGovernment. This comes after Niger State Governor Mohammed Bago stated that the state's youths would not protest, describing them as peace-loving. Protesters were seen carrying placards with messages like "Enough is enough" and hardship is unbearable, and chanting anti-government songs. Soldiers intervened to calm the protesters, asking them to wait until the official protest date. Despite assurances from local organizers, the governor's announcement of food palliatives to prevent protests, some youths still took to the streets. The Niger State Police Command confirmed the protest, stating that law enforcement quickly dispersed the demonstrators. There were no roadblocks, and the area is reported to be calm. Okay, protest is gathering momentum everywhere, and we hear that even international media is beaming satellites on Nigeria to see what is going to happen. Remember that before the 2014 election, it was projected that Nigeria was going to split into a lot of federations, a lot of countries, because we couldn't stay together beyond 2014. But here we are, still one indivisible nation. And countries are saying this time around, it might just happen that a lot of people will break away and there's going to be war, there's going to be civil unrest and all that. They're predicting that for Nigeria. But we are Nigerians. We are the ones who know what is good for us and what is not good for us. And we are peace-loving people. However, I'd like to appeal again, like I've always said, that when people are in government, they should be guarded, the way they say things, the way they come out to make pronouncements and all that. People are saying they are hungry and they want to register their grievances by going on the streets to carry placards and say, hey, do these XYZ. I'm not sure they're going. Every governor is coming out to say, people in my state will not protest. People in my state cannot protest. People in my state must not protest. That's what all the governors are saying. Some even are saying, like in the southeast, the governors came and say, Ndigbo will not be part of the protests. Like people are not hungry in that land. I'm not saying I support protests, that it has to happen and all that. Nobody does, because it shouldn't even get to this point in the first place. But I think it will be better and it will douse more tension if the governors, the president, and everybody in government talks in a way that the people will understand that they know what they are even passing through. How can a governor come to say that why are Nigerians protesting? How can someone from the presidency come to say why are Nigerians protesting? It is labeled end bad governance. It is also labeled hunger protest. And you're still asking why Nigerians are protesting. You do not know why Nigerians are protesting. That is, to a lot of people, an insult. So we should be careful what we say as people who are at the helm of affairs, people that others are looking up to, people that should be making decisions for us, people that are perceived to be sitting on our own destinies and all that. We should be careful, because if you say that this country is moving in the right direction, the president is doing well, and then the average man on the street is not seeing what well is being done by the president, even though the president may really be doing well, then the next thing to think about is that it is because you are seeing that wellness that you're talking about, and he is not seeing the wellness. And so it will fuel more anger. So we should be careful. That's just a note of warning. If the police will come out and say, we're going to deal with you, the army comes out and says, we're going to deal with you, the governors come out and say, we're going to deal with you, and some people who are perceived to be paid people will come out and say, you don't protest in our state, and all those kind of things. Those are things that, instead of correcting what is wrong, will now fuel more anger in the people. It shouldn't be said. So whoever is responsible should rein in these people, hold them and say, don't say this thing. We heard that one child of the president came and gave conditions and warned the people that they must not protest. We know that a bag of rice for 150,000 will not affect the president's daughter. So she shouldn't be talking. I'm not saying as a Nigerian she doesn't have the right to say one or two things, but we should know some things will poke the embers of the fire of the people. So we should be careful how we say it. We should be diplomatic enough to say the things that we need to say. But there are some people who can say you're stupid, and then you'll be smiling because of the way they said it. Let's be careful how we make utterances and all that. Not everybody is seeing the direction the country is going. Not everybody is seeing the tomorrow that people in government might be seeing. Not everybody is seeing whatever wellness there is in our country. Not everybody is buying the story that the president is doing well. The president may mean well, the president may really be doing well, but how much of this are the people seeing? That is the question. So when people say they want to protest and they give you a date, or it's like armed robbers saying that they're going to come to your house on a particular date, it's either you have the chance to fortify yourself so that when they come, you can meet them fire for fire, or you provide the things in your house that if they come, they can get and let you leave. Maybe there's money they want, you want to keep the money in your house. When they come, you give them, or you run away from your house. You have so many options, and that means that person means well for you. So now a date has been set for a peaceful demonstration. I think that's my opinion. I was not sent to do that. Like we say in Nigeria, who sent you? Nobody sent me. But I think that what we should be talking about here is to highlight the things that government is trying to do, what the things that government has done already, and what we can hope to see in the nearest future so that the tensions could be doused. Because at this moment, whatever you say, my lecturer used to say, meanings are in people, not in words. You might say something and you mean well, but it will be misinterpreted and taken out of context, and then they will use that against you and do what they're supposed to do. I don't want a protest. I want to be able to come to work and do my work, read my news, present my program, just meet with my friends and family and everybody. We should be in peace. I don't want a protest. I don't want something that will disrupt the activities that I've been doing, my routine for the day. And I'm sure a lot of people are of the same opinion. We don't want protests. But when you're talking, whether you're a governor, whether you're somewhere, so long as you're someone who is perceived as not suffering enough like the people, the ordinary men on the street, please be careful what you say. And for those people who are protesting against the protest, if it is peaceful now that you're protesting, please, when the other people want to protest as well, because it's possible that they will still protest, when they want to protest as well, also give them the chance they have given you now to protest, to do your own protest, so that it will not be hijacked, as we have been told that it will be hijacked. There's a possibility of protesting in Nigeria in peace. So if you can do it in peace, let others also do it in peace. And let the police, now that they have promised us that they are going to take care of protesters, actually take care of these protesters, and let them fish out those people who are trying to foment trouble, because according to them, they have already had credible intelligence that there are people trying to disrupt this protest and hijack it for their personal gains. If you know these people, please arrest them now. Don't wait till the 1st of August before you arrest them. And let me also appeal to the traditional institution that has decided to put Oro Festival during the time of protest. I think the timing is terrible. I know that traditional institution is independent and all that. Some people would say you cannot stop tradition just because something is going to happen in our country. Tradition must be held. But I think the timing is terrible. And even if your intentions are good, people will still see it as the Oro Festival being used as a political tool right now. So I think you should shift it a little bit. It is too late to say hold it now before the protest, but I think you should shift it so that there will not be a clash of interest, because when that comes, there are people who are just waiting for the Oro Festival to come and let them do their worst, and the Oro Festival is also going to show their might as, you know, this is a traditional thing and we have to do it. It's our land and all that. Please shift it a little bit further than the time of the protest, so that there will not be a clash, because if there is a clash, it will not be to the interest of anybody. No matter what tradition is supposed to hold people together in unity, in love, make people abide by the law and with discipline and all that. So please shift your Oro Festival, because the timing is very, very bad. I don't know how rigid the laws of Oro are. I don't know what it means to even celebrate the Oro Festival. We don't have it where I come from. I just know a little bit about it, but I think it is possible to shift it. And if that is true, please shift it away from the time that this march or protest is going to take place. We also heard that the NANS, that is the National Association of Nigerian Students, is planning for a walk of peace during the same time that the hunger protest is going to take place. I think it was bad timing as well. We've already had some protests against the protests, and if you have not done yours, I think you should leave yours till after that, because whether one is good, the other one is bad, so long as they are at divergent or they are different directions, they should never happen at the same time, because that might bring trouble to us. We don't want trouble. We just want to make our voices heard. Whether they are the bad voices or the good voices, let someone hear us. That's what Nigerians are saying. Well, 1st of August is going to come. We pray that it's going to be peaceful, and then we're still going to go about our normal duties, and those to whom the messages are directed will listen and do the needful. Well, this is Wishing Nigeria Peace from here on out. And this is where we draw the curtain on the program this morning. Thank you for being a part of it, and stay blessed. Let's do it again tomorrow. My name is Nyamuguru Agaji.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, it was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019. That was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also feel it's me, number one. Like I'm the best. So from there, I've made income from it. Then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job. If the pay is not okay to me, then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they are doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up. I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people. Like then way back, Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating mountains for myself. More like the rocket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rockets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't go again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out.
The goal for me is
to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, "What do you do?" I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, "Oh, dancer." I will say, "No, I'm a contortionist." And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. No, it's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, "Oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing?" But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He has a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy, you're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can furthermore there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
Today, I am visiting Chinasa and Akanimo, two good friends of 8 years. Their friendship is the kind admired by people who know them. These two ladies share their friendship journey. They're wearing so close even though they work together.
First of all, friendship is a blessing, especially if you're living in today's world. You can't just peddle everything that is happening in this world. You need someone else that probably sees the same, through the same lens, have the same values, and not just in front of people or in front of the cameras we are today, but behind closed doors. Someone that would not really push, but is patient enough to wait till you come around. Funny thing is that someone has asked me, especially concerning our friendship, I said, what if tomorrow, NASA turns like a sour grape? And my answer had been that I would forever be grateful for the times that we were friends, because they were excellent moments.
So friendship for me, to your question, is trust, respect, the ability to be yourself. And I like what Ike said, when I knew that we're doing this interview, I was thinking about it, like, you know what? In truth, like, nothing in life lasts forever. We do hope that this friendship continues for as long as God tarries, as they say. But I think that what I have also been able to categorically tell myself is that should this friendship go the other way for some whatever reason, I can't imagine what that reason is, we're no longer friends, I will be grateful for the opportunity of this kind of friendship. And I say this because in a world where people can't even trust you know, the people around, not even family members, to find this kind of relationships. I'm just like, we're thankful to God that you can be honest and truth. You know, you can get the truth from them. You can feel safe, like a safe space. You know, that's what friendship is to me.
So there are a lot of things that we don't agree on. There are a lot of things, we have different tastes in different things. But at the end of the day, the core remains the same. So knowing, just as she said, the core, everything else we can take.
We haven't actually had a time where we've not been talking. And if it has happened, maybe it was just me thinking, I'm not talking to Ike and she's not aware. Like, she's totally oblivious. I probably called me. I mean, sometimes I blocked her on WhatsApp. Like, I'm not talking to Ike. And then people are like, don't worry, it's not both of you. But even that was as a joke because, again, it's the genuineness of the relationship. Like, I can be a total, for lack of a better word, I can be a jerk sometimes. But I also know that she gets it. Like, she's not going to label me and say, oh, Nasa is just this annoying person. Like, she's like, Nasa is in one of her moods. And so I think with that appreciation, you're like, okay, yeah, I can always talk to this person. It doesn't matter. I don't feel a type of way.
It's a good thing that she's annoying because sometimes she is annoying.
Oh, but she is too.
We did not like ourselves at first. So it's not
it wasn't love at first sight.
Now, if there's anything that our friendship has, you know, demonstrated is growth, gradual growth. When you see something is organic, this friendship is really organic, in the sense that it just grew from seeing that this person I like, you know, and we kind of have the same principles. And the journey has been slow and steady. There's no forceful attempt to make, you know, either of us friends. So it's not like sit down and tell me everything about your life, if not so this friend. Yeah, so we can become, so we catch up on it. Yeah, and as we go, we take it every day. And till today, I'm still learning some things about Nasa. She has friends from different circles that probably know more stories than I do. You get, and the same thing, vice versa. But, you know, there's that steady growth. When it comes to personal development, we've been on journeys together.
Absolutely.
We're always seeking it, okay? Starting from, I don't know, just wanting to be better at public speaking. So we've gone on Toastmasters journey together. We've done our MBA together. We're going to start French sometime together. We're going to do our project management together. Yep. And these plans are, I don't know, so it's not like we sit down and think about it. But we just know that we want to be better women.
The foundation of this friendship is being our shared development goals, personal, you know, we're talking and like, you know, I want to do this. Like, yeah, I mean, public speaking started with, you know, how did I even start? I think
we said we were going to be, you know, preparing to the next level of
where
life,
we're going in life.
Where we're going to in life. And we need to be prepared so that it doesn't take us by surprise. You know, moving to mid-management and then senior management and, you know, being career women. We're like, we need to be prepared for this. No, we can't start preparing in the battle.
Or some people. So we said, let's go and start Toastmasters. And we started that journey together. And then there was MBA. And then she had a mentor that she was gracious enough to share with me. And we have this one mentor that probably just thinks that these girls are crazy. But, yeah, so I'd say it's the shared goals that's also one of the glues of this friendship. Like, we know that we're going in similar directions. So it's easier to sort of cultivate. So the people that are struggling with friendship, like I said, understand, first of all. So first, one thing AK said, you know, what are you, first of all, understand, who are you yourself, right? And do that self-assessment. Be true to yourself. That's the only place that you can, that's the first place to begin. And then with that, you can attract the kind of people that you want to attract based on your own true self.
I think there's a reason why the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. And she just buttressed that point. You have to understand who you are. Accept yourself, then know that friendship is not about modification. Yeah. Friendship is different from followership. If you want to be a leader or a boss of people, then go and gather people and pay. You know, maybe you have a company or followership. But once you come to real friendship, you must learn to coexist. Human beings are not perfect. Yeah. You must give an allowance for that, and you must take time to build that bank of trust. Yeah. You keep depositing into it. And you must build that. It takes time. Don't rush it. Don't force it.
Don't force it.
More importantly, be a happy person.
Be by yourself.
By yourself. Be what you can attract.
Yeah.
be sincere, be true, and it will come.
Damilola Owolabi is a life coach who believes that friendship can be great, but explains that humans need to be intentional about being the right kind of friend before seeking real friends.
Most of the people that I deal with have challenge with friends understanding them in their critical time and state. So when they come to me, we deal with the issue from the angle of, okay, before we start bringing your friend in, your family, can we deal with you first? What have you done to merit that friend? In our own or in his or her own time or downtime, what have you done to help him or her? Now, the painful part is if they have been loyal, if they have been good, if they have been supportive, and when it now gets to their time, they got stabbed at the back, got condemned and all of that, it can be more painful and it adds more to the trauma they are going through as at that time. And it helps them, it causes their healing to elongate.
Good friendship embodies empathy, compassion and concern for other people. It requires time and work and could transcend race, culture and national boundaries. By valuing and celebrating friendship, we foster selflessness and gratitude, and these individuals share what friendship means to them.
It's a form of companionship, a union between two or more people, like do things together, play together, eat together.
Friendship is about sacrifice, it's about tolerance.
It's an affliction you have for one another.
Someone you can rely on, call upon, be dependable to, like someone that can be there for you.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind to everyone you meet.
Happy International Day of Friendship.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Happy International Friendship Day.
Happy International Day of Friendship. Be kind, be true, and be you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity for 8 years, that's 2 unbroken terms, I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he's too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I would write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book.
Yes.
And then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura.
Yes.
What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter. Some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay,
there.
so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just, sometime when we finished, decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, "This is Muhammadu Buhari." I said, "Which Buhari?" He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, "General!" And then we started talking. He said, "I read the article." He said, "You must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you know there, how did you remember them?" That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were
Retained.
recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist,
yes,
which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, "You asked me to release him unconditionally." He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him. And the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. So, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the allegations.
What he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
from
with
Spain.
the president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilokon. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president, and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He will read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth.
Yes.
That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
they iron things out.
Yes, they iron things out.
Because, I'm thinking, to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilokon, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was the spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
he wanted a level playing field,
which he ensured
with all the candidates. Okay, yes. So till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The 4 parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of of the administration that you serve. In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that everyone candidate Tinubu could not speak. It was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did.
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you spend me additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. At the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. I know that President Buhari still keeps saying that. Do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? They are retirement home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call. Nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I was ascribing to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. If you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either?
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were understand.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyon from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3. With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him. Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. If you just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on
will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari. So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yes.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japhet is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in a government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said, amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know, the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sifia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print Ivy for you. People were even calling Color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
At
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. Our brother will come to me and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked down the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says that saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real Buhari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and he was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, Additional, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do, I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded,
Yes.
who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes, Zainab.
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What else?